Tisk tisk. Your attitude is just okay. Sasuke smiled and shook his head. But, unfortunately, I still can't teach you dust escape. You? Kuretsuchi almost fainted from anger. Damn it. How can there be such an annoying guy in the world? She has obviously given in. This damn guy actually teased her. Ahem. Let's be serious. Sasuke looked straight and said, Chen escape is formed by the fusion of the three attributes of fire, earth, and wind. But what you were born with should be the three attributes of fire, earth, and water. If you want to learn dust escape, we need to master the nature transformation of the wind attribute first. Even if I can directly infuse Kuretsuchi with the fused dust release chakra. But if Kuretsuchi wants to synthesize the dust release chakra by himself, he must first master the three nature transformations of fire, earth, and wind, and then fuse them. But, the wind-type nature transformation makeup is difficult to learn. Kuretsuchi pursed his lips in some grievance. Wind attributes are rare. There are not many powerful wind-style ninjas in the entire ninja world. The method I used to teach you dust escape can also help you learn the wind attribute nature transformation faster. Sasuke said with a pause. But why should I help you? Do you have any conditions that can impress me? Aside. Onoki suddenly became anxious when he heard this. Didn't you just say that you would teach Black Earth dust escape? You asked me to appease the rock shinobi ninjas and cooperate with the construction of Konoha in the Kingdom of Fire. I agreed to this condition. Sasuke raised his index finger, shook it and said. I'm just saying, try to let her master dust escape. But whether she can learn it or not depends on her own talent and hard work. By injecting chakra into the modified 100 healings mark, master bloodline during the release of ninjutsu. This is only theoretically possible to learn bloodline. But whether you can learn it depends on whether you can master the required nature transformation proficiently, and gradually integrate the special bloodline chakra on your own during the process of exploration. Onoki's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at his granddaughter, gritted his teeth and said, Kuretsuchi, if you can't master dust release, there's no need to ask rock shinobi. You have to force it. Otherwise, he will really lose a lot of money. Iwagakure is almost hollowed out. As Tsuchikage, I will have to let my own ninja work for Konoha in the future. But, if Black Earth learns how to escape from dust, this is all worth it. After a few years, Kuretsuchi learned dust escape, ended his status as a hostage in Konoha, returned to Rock Shinobi, and inherited the position of Tsuchikage. Although Rock Shinobi may still have to stay humble at that time. But Rock Shinobi has a successor after all. I know. Kuretsuchi shrank his neck and said. The burden placed on her is a bit heavy. Aside. Senju Tobarama glanced at Onoki. Chunin couldn't help but feel pity. This kid Onoki, if he knew what Uchiha Sasuke was thinking, he would probably faint on the spot. He also said that he should not return to Rock Shinobi until he learns dust escape. Ah. It's so funny. Even if he learns dust escape, Black King will no longer be cute. Just wait to change your last name to Uchiha. In the chat room. Black Soil. Uchiha Kuretsuchi, it feels like it's okay? Onoki. Damn it. If Kuretsuchi can't come back, what will we, Iwagakure, do? Terumi Mei. Tsuchikage's memory doesn't seem to be very good. Before, Kim Sasuke treated our Mist Shinobi, but he planned to annex Mist Shinobi after Mist Shinobi recovered a little in a few years. Ching. It is conceivable that after a few years when Iwagakure's reconstruction is completed and Kim Sasuke is free, Iwagakure probably won't be able to escape. This way you don't have to worry about 4th Tsuchikage. Because Iwagakure is almost gone, but. Sasuke changed the topic, looked at Kuretsuchi and said, Chen escape, this is a very dangerous ability after all. Even if I left the Flying Thunder God spell on you, you still have to be careful. What else do you want? Kuretsuchi's 2 legs that were not bound fluttered feebly twice. I am already so honest. There is nothing else to worry about. If you want to be truly qualified to learn dust escape, first of all, you have to go through a period of testing. Sasuke said seriously. This is not entirely a deliberate attempt to bully Kuretsuchi. After all, in terms of danger, the bloodline of dust escape is still ahead of the wood style. Of course, this dangerous ability cannot be taught to others casually. It must go through a period of observation and testing. Test. What do you want to do? Kuretsuchi's face changes slightly. During the following observation and assessment period, your attitude and performance will determine whether I will eventually teach you Chen escape. Sasuke said with a chuckle. Kuretsuchi's face is slightly distorted. This so-called test has no standards at all. It totally depends on Uchiha Sasuke's mood. If he is satisfied with himself, then everything will be easy. If you are not satisfied, then you have no choice but to find a corner and cry. If you say so. After I went to Konoha, wouldn't I have to live by looking at Uchiha Sasuke's face? Hateful. I was thinking about making this guy regret it before. What else to do now? Don't let Uchiha Sasuke regret it. I'm afraid I will have to please him later. So frustrating. Opposite. Sasuke looked at Kuretsuchi and suddenly waved his hand to disperse the wood style that was wrapped around Kuretsuchi. Call. Kuretsuchi breathed a sigh of relief. She has been tied up and hung up by wood style before. I can't move my upper body. Only 2 legs can flap twice. Now I am finally free. Hateful. This guy Uchiha Sasuke. It's all his fault. Kuretsuchi's teeth itched with hatred, but he saw Sasuke's half-smiling eyes. Kuretsuchi's face changed slightly. The test begins now. From now on, I have to get good impression points in front of Uchiha Sasuke honestly. Hokage-sama, please give me more advice in the future. Kuretsuchi blushed and said with great reluctance. Ah. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. Well, it's really fun to bully a pretty little girl. Fire. Hokage-sama. Kuretsuchi looked at the black flying thunder god spell on his leg and couldn't help but said, can this spell be removed, or somewhere else? Why do you have to stay on your lap? I have such beautiful legs. This guy is also capable of killing him. There is no way to remove the flying thunder god spell, but I do have a few suggestions. Sasuke said with a serious face. You can try amputation. Or, a simpler way, you can try to peel off this part of the skin. This may be able to remove the flying thunder god technique on it. Kuretsuchi has a question mark on his face. Are you talking human language? Take the skin off your legs. It's too cruel. As for what you said about changing the flying thunder god spell to another place. Sasuke nodded and stretched out his hand to Kuretsuchi. It's okay to add another flying thunder god spell somewhere else. Where do you want me to leave it for you? No. Kuretsuchi quickly retreats. Hateful. I want to get rid of the flying thunder god spell, or I can move it to another hidden place. I don't want one more flying thunder god spell. Aside. Onoki suddenly felt a bad premonition in his heart. Can I come back? Speaking of which, Kuretsuchi and Uchiha Sasuke are actually the same age. In the future, Kuretsuchi will also learn dust release under the tutelage of Uchiha Sasuke. Is there anything going on between these two people? If something really happens, can the Black King come back as the King of Shadows? It seems a bit confusing. No. How could this be possible? If this is really the case, I will vomit blood. Future Tsuchikage is gone. My granddaughter even got in. Can't be like this. No. I'll have to give Kuretsuchi a warning later. Okay. What I came to Rock Shinobi to do is almost done. Sasuke said while clasping his hands together. The terrifying sea of trees surrounding Iwagakure began to move. The branches and vines entwining the Iwagakure people slowly descended, releasing the Iwagakure people. Okay. So awesome. Kuretsuchi couldn't help but admire. She didn't resist for long before she was tied to a tree, inhaled pollen and passed out. Now we can truly see the power of Sasuke when he uses wood style. Such a large sea of trees, it can be activated by just putting your hands together. Onoki, the next work will be left to you. Sasuke smiled and said to Onoki. I will send someone to take over the handover with Rock Shinobi later. You should appease the ninjas of Rock Shinobi as soon as possible and let them start work as soon as possible. Onoki's face dropped. Obviously a few hours ago, everything was fine. Now, not much time has passed. Iwagakure has been destroyed, he can't have any resentment, he still has to appease his own ninja, and he can't hate Konoha. Then I have to let my own ninja work for Kono. What a shame. The screen changes. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Shikaku, you have to work hard for a while. Assistant Suke leaned back leisurely on his chair. The renovation and expansion of Konoha Village and the construction of roads and railways in the Land of Fire can all begin. The money has already been received. As for the Earth-style ninjas, we will send them later. Just go and talk to Onoki. Opposite. Nara Shikaku has a look of despair on his face. No. Didn't Mr. Hokage go to the snow country to inspect before? Why did you even defeat Iwagakure by the way? Too fast. Are you trying to exhaust yourself to death? So many things. He will probably have to work overtime every day for some time to come. Yes. Nara Shikaku's face darkened. By the way, Master Hokage, there is one more thing. Elder Chiyo of Sanagakure is in the village now. The Sand Shinobi ninjas who were part of the Konoha collapse plan are not imprisoned in Konoha now. Also including Sanagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Did you come after so long? Sasuke couldn't help but frown and said. Obviously Sand Shinobi's matter is further ahead. But I have now finished defeating the 2 ninja villages of Mist Shinobi and Rock Shinobi before the people from Sand Shinobi come. According to the people of Sanagakure, their 4th Kazekage was killed and his body was abandoned in the wilderness. It took them a while to find the body of the 4th Kazekage. Nara Shikaku replied. After that, it took some time for Sanagakure to ask Elder Chiyo to come back to take charge of the situation, so the people from Sand Shinobi came a little later. In the chat room. Rasa. Damn Orochimaru. Although he had promised to be an ally, he had no idea that Orochimaru would take action against him. Terumi Mei. Huh, okay, originally I thought Mist Shinobi was embarrassing, but fortunately Sand Shinobi is pretty bad too. Ow. Indeed, Ichimura Kage was intercepted and killed on the way, and then he was impersonated by Orochimaru to lead the Sand Shinobi ninja to attack Konoha. Although Mist Shinobi became a joke because of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. But fortunately, Sand Shinobi has become a joke now. Onoki. Now it's Sand Shinobi's turn, right? I strongly recommend that Jin Sasuke also go to Sand Shinobi, so that Sand Shinobi ninjas can also experience the feeling of being hung from a tree. Chiyo. Onoki, what's your state of mind? You Rock Shinobi are unlucky, so why don't we Sand Shinobi be unlucky too? Kuretsuchi. I agree. Anyway, Kim Sasuke usually doesn't kill people, he just hangs on the tree for a while. Terumi Mei. Second, Sanagakure is also one of the 5 major ninja villages and should enjoy the same treatment. Tamari. No. We, Sand Shinobi, are already miserable enough and we can't stand the trouble anymore. Hokage building. In the reception room. Hokage Dono, I heard. Konoha has cancelled Orochimaru's status as a rebel ninja? Chiyo asked hesitantly. That's right. Sasuke looked at Chiyo expectantly. What, does Sanagakure have any opinion on this? Chiyo's eyelids twitch. What is this? This new Hokage in Konoha seems to be looking forward to Sand Shinobi's opinion. Chiyo really doesn't dare to have any opinions now. She has received the news that Iwagakure was destroyed. And this is said to be the work of the young Hokage in front of me. With Iwagakure's strength and the old guy Onoki's dust escape, this is the result. It's conceivable. Sand Shinobi will only be less able to resist in front of Uchiha Sasuke. No, alas, that's it. Chiyo couldn't help but sigh. Ah. Sasuke chuckled. Even if I don't restore Orochimaru's status as Konoha Shinobi, what will you do? Is there anyone else in Sanagakure now? It can't be Elder Chiyo. Are you going to chase the big snake yourself? Chiyo was silent for a while. Although this is not nice to say, it is indeed the truth. After that guy Rasa died, Sand Shinobi really didn't have anyone he could use. So much so that now she can only take charge of the situation. The door of the conference room opens. Gaara, Tamari, and Kankura walked in. The 3 of them have just come out of Konoha prison. After being detained for such a long time, both Tamari and Kankura are in poor mental condition. On the contrary, it's Gaara. Uncharacteristically, I am in very good spirits. Even the dark circles under my eyes seem to have faded a bit. Grandma Chiyo. Gaara glanced at Chiyo and frowned. You were asking me to go back to Sand Shinobi, right? I don't want to go back. I am staying well here in Konoha. The Konoha Shinobi specially put a seal on him in order to protect against the tailed beast in his body. During this period, Shukaku can no longer harass him through the seal. Gaara can finally sleep well. For Gaara, the time he was imprisoned in Konoha prison was the happiest time in his life. Although the food and accommodation environment is average. But fortunately I can sleep well. This experience is too rare for Gaara. Being able to sleep peacefully every night, what else is not satisfying? However, if he is to be brought back to Sand Shinobi, what will happen when Konoha Shinobi cancels the seal previously placed on him? Isn't he going to go back to his previous state again? No. It is rare to experience the comfort of sleeping peacefully during this period. Gaara really does not want to go back to the previous state. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Gaara, this unlucky kid. Sanagakure's rubbish sealing technique has forced him to what state? Obviously he lived in prison for a while. but because Konoha helped him strengthen the seal, Gaara looks much better now. What kind of life did this unlucky boy live before? As for the seal we Konoha imposed on you, it doesn't necessarily have to be lifted. Sasuke looked at Gaara and said, but, of course this cannot be free, Sand Shinobi needs to spend money. Can. Chiyo replied immediately, if Konoha can help seal Shukaku. That couldn't be better. Otherwise, now that 4th Kazekage is gone, if Shukaku in Gaara goes berserk in the future, she will be the one to suppress Shukaku. She is an old woman, so asking her to suppress Shukaku will cost lives. Gaara's pupils trembled slightly. If the seal can be maintained forever. The days when Shukaku made unable to sleep in the past should be over for good. Thank you. Gaara faced Sasuke and thanked him awkwardly. Such words are so unfamiliar to him. In the past, he faced basically opponents who wanted to kill, and he never thanked anyone at all. Aside. Temari and Kankuro look at Gaara in surprise. Gaara. Can actually say such words? Have you changed your temper? Little things. Sasuke waved his hand. This can be regarded as sympathy for your fate. One of my friends is also a Jinchuriki. He also had a miserable life when he was a child, but your life seems to be even worse than him. Naruto's influence from 9 Tails is mainly due to difficulty in controlling chakra. And Gaara, although very strong, has trouble sleeping because of Shukaku. I can't even sleep well every day. No wonder Gaara's character is so crazy. Gaara lowered his head slightly. I still don't want to go back to Sand Shinobi. There's no point in going back anyway, no one needs me. It's better to be locked up in Konoha prison. Sleep peacefully every day. After waking up, I would be in a daze, then I would eat at the scheduled time, and continue to be in a daze after eating. Although there is no one accompanying me, but it's better than staying in Sand Shinobi and being hated by others. As for his original idea, he would prove his existence by killing others. Give me a break. This idea has been completely crushed by Sasuke. My own power, Shukaku's power, the perfect Shukaku, the Shukaku of Sukaku technique. No one is a match for Uchiha Sasuke. Shukaku has completely become a tool to be used. This still proves a ghost. For Gaara now, he can no longer find any meaning in living. Gaara, Sasuke looked at Chiyo and Temari with some confusion. Even in Jinchuriki, Gaara's character is quite extreme. Obviously he is the son of 4th Kazekage. How did you get trained like this? Well. Chiyo sighed. Speaking of which, this was all because of me in the first place. Next. Chiyo and Temari, complimenting each other, briefly told Gaara's childhood experience. My mother died in childbirth when I was born. Due to Chiyo's suggestion, Shukaku was sealed into his body. But because of Sand Shinobi's garbage sealing technique, Gaara couldn't sleep peacefully at all. And Gaara's father, Rasa, the 4th Kazekage, also sent people to assassinate Gaara to test Gaara's ability to see if he could control Shukaku's power. Gaara has been assassinated many times by people sent by his father since he was a child. Sasuke had a question mark on his face when he heard this. No. Can we still do it like this? It's too outrageous. In the chat room. 4th Raikage. Feng Ying is really outrageous. He sent someone to assassinate his own son, but you can do it. Uzumaki Kushina. I suddenly felt that my Naruto's life was actually pretty good. Although Naruto was plotted by that old bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not face assassination at least. Hitaki Kakashi. Originally I thought Naruto and Sasuke were miserable enough, but this Gaara is no worse than Naruto, Sasuke and the others. Hyuga Neji. I feel like I'm embarrassed to say that I had a miserable childhood in front of a few of them. Terumi Mei. If Uchiha Itachi is the most evil son, then 4th Kazekage, you should be the most evil father. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. When I return to Sanagakure, no one cares about me. Gaara said with an indifferent look. Yakushimaru, who I thought cared about me at first, actually hated me, and the mother who died because of giving birth to me also. Mother never loved him. This is what Yashimaru told him personally before he died. That. Temari couldn't help but said out loud, Uncle Yashimaru, he should really care about you, Gaara. I think his concern for you at the beginning should not be fake. Gaara frowned, and a feeling of anger rose in his heart. Those words were said to me personally before he died. How could it be fake? This was arranged by Luo Shaw. Chiyo sighed and said, he asked Yashimaru to use Gaara your mother to stimulate you to test whether you can control Shukaku's power. The words fall. Gaara's face changes drastically. The expression becomes distorted. It was arranged by him. This is also arranged by him. Gaara gritted his teeth. These are actually the arrangements of his father. Your father, that fourth Kazekage Luosha, he is really a beast. Sasuke said very speechlessly. Where is this father? Normally enemies are not so cruel. Temari. Kankuro. Although it's not polite to think so. But they both feel the same way. The things that the dead father did are really outrageous. Gaara's previous character can be said to be all thanks to him. By the way, I remembered something. Sasuke turned on Mangekyo and glared at Gaara again. There is a special chakra in your body. This chakra is always there and can automatically protect you. What does it mean? Gaara frowns in confusion. In that chakra, there is a will to protect you. Sasuke said slowly. Your 360-degree automatic defense is because of the existence of this chakra. Now it seems. The source of that will should be determined. Is it Garura? Chiyo exclaimed. Is it Mother's will that has been protecting Gaara? Temari said somewhat absent-mindedly. Their mother, Gaara, died in childbirth when giving birth to Gaara. She and Kankuro were not very old at that time. Mother. Didn't she give birth to me with hatred? Gaara's voice was trembling. It's actually like this. Shasha, who has been protecting him since he was a child, has been protecting him because of his mother's will. Although his mother died giving birth to him, she never blamed him. Rather, I have been protecting him in this way. Tick-tock. Tears couldn't stop falling from the corners of Gaara's eyes. For so many years, he has always thought that he was not needed by anyone. Now, it wasn't until today that he discovered that his mother's will to protect him had actually been accompanying him. Work. Gaara, actually. Kankuro and I have always cared about you. Temari said comfortingly. Just. Kankuro echoed cautiously. Only. Gaara used to be too fierce, even his older brother wouldn't dare. Thanks. Gaara wiped the tears from her face. I caused trouble for you in the past. In the chat room. Onoki. Kazekage, look at what your wife did, and then look at you. Fourth Raikage. Your son and daughter all know how to care about their younger brother, but your father only wants to use his son as a tool and even conducts assassination tests. Terumi Mei. You should really let fourth Kazekage and Uchiha Itachi become father and son, then we'll see who kills whom in the end. Uchiha Itachi. I'm curious to ask. Sasuke looks at Gaara. What are your plans for the future now? Gaara now. I definitely don't want to continue killing people to prove my existence. I have no plans. Gaara frowned and pondered for a moment and said, continue to improve your strength, and then just be able to protect Temari and Kankuro. These two brothers and sisters are the ones who care about him. As for other people, that's none of his business. Good. Sasuke smiled and nodded. More positive than Naruto. Too often. That guy Naruto, who was bullied by those ignorant villagers, actually wanted to gain their approval. There is simply something wrong with my brain. Gaara is more normal. Of course, you don't have to worry about your sister's safety. She will stay in Konoha as Sand Shinobi's hostage. Sasuke said slowly, aside. Temari pointed at herself. I want to stay in Konoha as a hostage? The hostages. Daughter Kirigakure and Iwagakure also like this? Chiyo asked. That's right. Sasuke nodded, then looked at Temari and frowned slightly. To be honest, Temari's identity is not enough. A dead Kazekage's daughter has little weight. But in the test. Considering that she is Sand Shinobi Jinchuriki's sister, it's not bad. Mist Shinobi's hostage, Terumi Mei, is Mist Shinobi's next Mizukage candidate. Rock Shinobi's hostage, Kuretsuchi, is the granddaughter of Rock Shinobi's contemporary Tsuchikage Onoki. In comparison, Temari's current partitioning is somewhat inadequate. Temari felt angry for a while. What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly said she was going to be a hostage. Then he still thinks her identity is not enough. I would rather choose another hostage candidate. Sasuke couldn't help but shake his head. It's just that Sand Shinobi's situation is so bad that it's impossible to select a candidate with enough weight. The current situation of Sand Shinobi is simply worse than Mist Shinobi, who has been tortured by Uchiha Obito for several years. Obviously they are also one of the 5 great ninja villages, but I don't know how they got into this situation. In addition to Temari needing to be a hostage, I will also leave the Flying Thunder God spell on Gaara, the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, to prevent Sand Shinobi from using the power of One Tail to harm Konoha. Also, including Gaara and the 3 of them, as well as the Sand Shinobi ninja currently imprisoned in Konoha prison, they all need to be redeemed by Sand Shinobi. Sasuke said slowly. I have no opinion. Gaara nodded in response. It's just a flying thunder god spell. Wait. Aren't I going to stay in Konoha as a hostage? Temari looked puzzled. I can't even return to Sand Shinobi. Why should Sand Shinobi spend money to redeem me? Of course, you can also spend no money. Sasuke said to Temari with a smile on his face. If you don't want to spend money, then you can go back to where you were before. If you spend money, you will have a certain degree of freedom in Konoha village. Temari's face stiffened. This means that if Sand Shinobi does not spend money to redeem her life, she will have to go back to prison later? Hateful. These conditions are all fine. Chiyo said with a sigh. These conditions are actually reasonable. After all, it was Sand Shinobi who colluded with Orochimaru and took the initiative to invade Konoha. Sand Shinobi's detained ninjas need to spend money to redeem them, which is normal. Only, I hope Sand Shinobi can afford the money. Also, don't think it's over like this. Sasuke sneered and continued. The money just given to the Sand Shinobi ninjas to redeem their lives, and the compensation for the defeat of the Sand Shinobi invasion of Konoha, this has not yet been counted. Chiyo was silent for a moment and continued. We Sand Shinobi really don't have much money now. In the past, it was Rasa, the fourth Kazekage, who used his magnet style to go to the desert of the Land of Wind. Make money by panning for gold. Luo Sha is still dead now. A lot of Sand Shinobi ninjas need to redeem themselves and pay compensation for defeat. Furthermore, due to the defeat of Sand Shinobi's previous active invasion, Sanagakure will only be able to receive fewer missions in the future. It's even harder to make money, finding gold with magnet style. Sasuke frowned and suggested. In this case, you can continue to let him go gold mining in the future. Release the fourth Kazekage Impure World reincarnation and let him return to his old business. Opposite. Chiyo's eyes are twitching wildly. Impure World reincarnation, and then continue to go gold mining. This Uchiha Sasuke, this Hokage, is a bit inappropriate. Dead people still use this. I agree. Gaara was the first to express his approval. As a family member of 4th Kazekage, I think I should be qualified to express my approval. Anyway, Gaara has no respect for his dead father. He was taken out by Impure World reincarnation as a gold mining toolman. Based on what he has done to himself, he deserves to end up like this. In the chat room. Rasa, F*K, Uchiha Sasuke is so imbecile. He is obviously dead over there, to be taken advantage of by Impure World reincarnation. He had been prospecting for gold during his lifetime. You still have to dig for gold after you die. 4th Raikage. Based on what you've done, this is a normal ending. Terumi Mei. You deserve it. Even your son Gaara agreed to use you like this. Onoki. This ending is not bad. Kazekage took the initiative to invade Konoha. Could it be that you still want some good results? Luo Sha. But I'm obviously dead. Why do I have to be pulled out and tortured? Orochimaru. Wouldn't it be better to die? You can use your dirt body to pan for gold without needing to eat or sleep. You can be called a perfect toolman. Luo Sha. This future is too gloomy. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. You are like this. Temari looked at Sasuke, then at Gaara. I do not know what to say, although my father has done many inappropriate things. But that is my father after all. I died inexplicably and was abandoned in the wilderness, and now I want to summon it again and use it? This is too tragic. 4th Kazekage took the initiative to collude with Orochimaru and planned the collapse of Konoha. Although he is dead now, this is the fate he deserves. Sasuke said coldly. But, isn't that guy in Snake one of the initiators of the plan to collapse Konoha? Kankuro whispered in a low voice. Besides, the one who participated in the Konoha collapse plan was actually you. Originally, according to their plan of Sand Shinobi and Orochimaru, Gaara will completely transform into a tailed beast to contain the Konoha ninja. However, in the 3rd game of the Chunin exam, Uchiha Sasuke took Gaara away directly. The Shukaku in Gaara's body became the tool used by Uchiha Sasuke to destroy the Sarutobi clan. You talk a little too much. Sasuke glared at Kankuro with some dissatisfaction. I am now the Hokage of Konoha. Orochimaru is no longer a rebel ninja of Konoha. He is now the president of Konoha Research Institute. Do you have any opinions? No. Kankuro said with an aggrieved look. Hateful. Only Konoha is allowed to set fire, no sand is allowed. You two guys who participated in the Konoha collapse plan suddenly transformed into the top brass of Konoha. They, Sand Shinobi, are now prisoners and are at the mercy of others. Second Hokage's impure world reincarnation probably requires suitable sacrifices to allow Rasa to unleash its original strength, right? Chiyo frowned and said, also, after reincarnating Rasa impure world, are you sure you can control him to go gold mining? Temari's face changed slightly. Grandma Chiyo, what are you? Why does it seem that according to Granny Chiyo, she really intends to impure world reincarnation her father? Sand Shinobi's current situation is too difficult. Chiyo sighed and said, if we can save some money in this way, we can only accept it. Impure world reincarnation sacrifice. Well, we can come up with this from Konoha, and we happen to have a suitable candidate. Sasuke nodded slowly. Those two guys, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu, are not dead yet and are being held in Konoha prison. In Impure World Reincarnation 4th Case Cage, use Mitokado Homura as a sacrifice. The person who will serve as a sacrifice is Mitokado Homura, the former advisor to Konoha. Sasuke said slowly. The cost of this sacrifice also needs to be borne by Sand Shinobi. Chiyo's face froze. Konoha's former advisor elder is used as a sacrifice. That Mitokado Homura guy, it looks like he was arrested. Hateful. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy, used a prisoner as a sacrifice, and then asked them to pay Sand Shinobi. It's like using waste to the ultimate level. As for whether 4th Case Cage will obey orders and go gold mining. Ha. Sasuke looked at the Temari trio with a smile. If he doesn't agree, I will control him to attack Sanagakure. If he still doesn't agree, I will tell him that I will control him to attack his children. Kill them all. Everyone has their weaknesses anyway. How you dealt with Senju Tobarama at first, just deal with 4th Case Cage next. How could you do this? Temari said with an angry look. He actually threatened her father with them. This kind of thing is so inappropriate. I don't care, he deserves it anyway. Gaara doesn't care. Whether it is Impure World Reincarnation Luo Sha, or threats to force Luo Sha to accept control and go gold mining honestly. He doesn't care about any of this, even. Gaara only feels happy. The father who didn't care about his own life or death has finally received his retribution. Well, maybe we can try another way. Sasuke looked at Temari and smiled slightly. Actually, you can take the initiative to persuade him to accept his fate and go gold mining. In this case, there will be no need for me to threaten him. Temari's face is slightly distorted. This. Uchiha Sasuke, how could he come up with such a thing? Let them, as children, tell their father who was exploited after his death that he should just be a gold digger. Hateful. This guy has such a bad character. In the chat room. Luo Sha. I'm so miserable over there, I can't even have peace even if I die. Mitokado Homura. I'm so miserable. I'm going to become your tool over there. Damn it. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. Shimura Danzo. That's right. It's time for you to experience the same way of death as me. We can't lose any of us. Utatane Kaharu. Danzo, what's your mentality? Does it do you any good to see us unlucky? Damn it. Mitokado Homura over there also followed Danzo's footsteps and became a sacrifice for the Impure World Reincarnation. You can imagine. The same result should be waiting for her over there. Impure World Reincarnation sacrifice, plus. This way of death is too frustrating. Even though he was about to die, he still had to be squeezed out of his last bit of value by the enemy Uchiha Sasuke. Shimura Danzo. At least, seeing that you are as unlucky as me makes me feel more balanced. Mitokado Homura. Bah. I'm obviously worse off than you. After I became a sacrifice for the Impure World Reincarnation, the bastard Uchiha Sasuke still made Sand Shinobi pay. Not only did he use him as a sacrifice, but he actually wanted to use this to make money. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard is so immoral. Shimura Danzo. When you say that, I feel a lot more mentally balanced. Although I became a sacrifice for the Impure World Reincarnation over there, I was not used to make money at least. Mitokado Homura. F*K-gun on the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Let 4th Case Cage go gold mining, that's one thing. But with just this little money, it's totally not enough. Sasuke continues. Rock Shinobi, he took the initiative to knock on the door. Mist Shinobi, was carried into the land of fire by Uchiha Obito. And Sand Shinobi, but he took the initiative to provoke Konoha. Logically speaking, the nature of Sand Shinobi is even worse and should require more compensation. Sanagakure's garbage situation really means that there is not much oil and water that can be squeezed out. After you go back, go talk to the great names of your kingdom of wind. Sasuke repeated what he said to Onoki before. After hearing this, Chiyo's face stiffened. Uchiha Sasuke is too bold. In doing so, you are completely threatening the daimyo to ask for money. Can it still be done like this? Remember, tell your name clearly. Sasuke looked directly at Chiyo and said, if he doesn't spend money to support Sanagakure, that bold maniac Uchiha Obito may come to take his life at any time. Chiyo feels a little confused. That's what I said. Why do you feel like Uchiha Obito is your subordinate? You said he would come to kill daimyo, would he really do that? There are also those nobles from the Kingdom of Wind, remind them too. Sasuke continued. It is best for them to support the development of Sanagakure, so that their safety can be guaranteed. Otherwise, Uchiha Obito may appear as their head at any time. So useful. Sasuke now feels that Uchiha Obito, the scapegoat, is simply omnipotent. If you do anything shady, you can blame it on Uchiha Obito. He can't explain it anyway. If you want to threaten someone, you can also use the name Uchiha Obito. Absolutely perfect. I'll give it a try. Chiyo nodded with a somewhat complicated mood. Go and use threats and intimidation to ask for money from the big names and nobles. This is really a way she never dared to think of before. Besides these, the rest are basically trivial matters. I will arrange for someone to talk to you later. Sasuke sighed. By the way, a copy of all Sand Shinobi's secret ninjutsu skills will be sent to Kitu. No problem. Chiyo nodded helplessly. Although this condition seems to her to be excessive. But Sand Shinobi really has no strength left to resist. Tisk. What a pity, Sanagakure is so honest. Sasuke shook his head, looking a little regretful. I originally thought that if Sand Shinobi still bargained with me, I would go to Sanagakure and let Sand Shinobi ninjas experience the feeling of being hung in the sky by wood style. Chiyo's heart skipped a beat. Plus, fortunately, my posture is low enough. Otherwise, Sand Shinobi will have to be like Rock Shinobi. In the chat room. Onoki. That's it. This is the end. How can this work? How can Kim Sasuke not carry out his original approach to the end? Terumi Mei. It's a pity that the people of Sand Shinobi escaped. Ow. Damn it. Even if the village is not destroyed by wood style, at least the people of Sand Shinobi must experience the feeling of hanging from a tree. Chiyo. What kind of mentality do you people have? Sanagakure is miserable enough. Okay. If the village is destroyed by Shuji Jongdan again, they will have no money to rebuild the village. Hokage Building. In Hokage's office. Reincarnation in one's own life. Sasuke frowned and thought about something. The various ninjutsu and secret techniques of Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi have been delivered to Konoha. Sasuke has read it all. There are many interesting techniques worth learning. But what Sasuke values the most is the secret technique of resurrection developed by Chiyo, reincarnation. Resurrection. Is this really possible? Think about it. Sasuke took out a blood bottle from the drawer and poured the sundrop into his hand. Summoning technique. Bang! In the white smoke, Tianjian was summoned. Senju Tobarama was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily. Why are you looking for me? I'm very busy at work every day, okay. Are you crazy? Can't you use Flying Thunder God to find him and bring him here? I actually used summoning to summon him, how insulting. Sasuke handed the scroll of the secret technique of reincarnation to Senju Tobarama and briefly introduced the effect of this technique. This secret technique developed by Chiyo can resurrect the dead by consuming one's own life force. Sasuke asked seriously. I want to ask, what do you think of this ninjutsu? My first reaction. It's amazing, a very powerful ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama said while flipping through the scroll. Chiyo's reincarnation, and Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation. These are very interesting. Reincarnation in one's own life, secret. Living corpse reincarnation, the secret of eternal life. These two ninjutsu, even if he encountered them when he was alive, would still be a ninjutsu that would surprise him and make him study them seriously. Wait, Sha Hojao is sleepy. Senju Tobarama frowned and looked at Sasuke. Don't you want to resurrect someone? Who? Your parents. I have no idea. Sasuke felt a little heavy. I can't think of what to do. My parents were buried a few years ago. Now we can only barely extract some human tissue. Even the secret technique of resurrection, reincarnation, cannot resurrect them without their bodies. Moreover, even if it can really be done, how should I do it myself? Do you want to resurrect your parents? If you just want to see your parents, you can actually use impure world reincarnation. But Sasuke is unwilling to do that now. Your parents. Ha. Senju Tobirama sneered. I don't know your mother, but your father, based on what I know now, he is really useless. The Uchiha clan was wiped out, and the leader of the Uchiha clan, who did nothing, also contributed a lot. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy is also unlucky. My father is a waste. Brother is a fool. Sasuke was speechless. Who told you to say this? Though this doesn't sound very nice. After learning about the Uchiha genocide, Sasuke himself felt a little disgusted with his dead father. He originally respected his father when he was a child, but he didn't expect that his crotch would be stretched like this. Izuna, I'm summoning you here because I want to know your thoughts. Sasuke said to Senju Tobirama seriously. You are a person who has died, so you should know better. Resurrection, or maybe even further, eternal life. These. What do you think now? If you had a chance to be resurrected now, or even a chance to live forever, what would you choose? Opposite. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and said slowly. The experience of death. After death, there is no consciousness at all, and you have no idea where your soul has gone or what state it is in. As for resurrection, my current state can be considered to be resurrected to a certain extent. However, Danzo as a sacrifice may be gradually damaged in the future. Reincarnation may be lifted. For me, being able to do something for Konoha and watching Konoha get better should be better than completely losing consciousness after death. If you are alive, you will be stimulated in various ways by this annoying brat Uchiha Sasuke. In the chat room. Orochimaru, reincarnation. Oh, this ninjutsu developed by Chiyo is indeed interesting. Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke, is he trying to resurrect us? Uchiha Fugaku. My father is disliked by Sasuke. It's so heartbreaking. Senju Tobirama calls Sasuke useless in front of him. But Kim Sasuke didn't refute at all. Uchiha Madara. Shouldn't I dislike you? You're a loser and you deserve an idiot son like Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku. Hitaki Kakashi. If you want to reincarnate someone in your own life, you will have to sacrifice your life, right? Chiyo. That's right. I originally planned to use it to resurrect my son and daughter-in-law. Damn it, it's all the damn White Fang's fault. Hitaki Kakashi. Red Sand Scorpion. Resurrecting them is pointless, I don't care anymore. Tsunade. Not only do you need to sacrifice your own life, but you also need the body of the deceased. Although the ninjutsu of reincarnation is indeed magical. However, the restrictions are very extreme. Orochimaru. Haha, but this would be an interesting start, wouldn't it? In one's own reincarnation, one can get a glimpse of further immortality. Jiraiya. What's so good about immortality? The life of a ninja is more valuable precisely because it is short and fragile. Orochimaru. Boring. Jiraiya, your ideas are not so old-fashioned. Jiraiya. It's clear that your approach is too extreme. Orochimaru. I'm too lazy to argue with you, I just hope you don't disturb my way. In other words, Sasuke looks at Senju Tobirama. If you have a chance to be truly resurrected now, you should accept it, right? It should be possible. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and nodded. If I am alive, I can study more interesting things. And when you are alive, you are qualified to choose life or death, but when you die unconsciously, you cannot choose whether survive. My experience after being released from impure world reincarnation this time. Let him agree with this even more. Konoha was so harmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. If he knows but cannot change, how can he return to the Pure Land with peace of mind? After death, the soul is also unconscious in the Pure Land. Nothing can be done, and if you are alive, there will be various possibilities. The research he wants to conduct can be continued. I can make Konoha get better little by little. Although the annoying brat Uchiha Sasuke was very difficult to deal with, Senju Tobirama also admitted that he basically agreed that what the other party did was good for Konoha. I probably understand what you mean. Sasuke nodded slowly. To live is to have the right to choose, including whether to choose to continue living or to die. And death means everything comes to nothing. Everything that happens in the world has nothing to do with you, you can no longer understand it, and you can no longer change anything. So, sure enough, it is better to be alive. For Sasuke. Due to his age, Sasuke has never really thought deeply about issues such as immortality. He is only 12 or 13 years old. It is still too far away from thinking about death and immortality. In these aspects, Senju Tobirama, the dead man, is more experienced. So, what are your plans? Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and asked. Are you going to study the mystery of eternal life? Of course. Sasuke said without hesitation. Even if you don't consider whether you can live forever, it is a very interesting thing to explore the mysteries of power and life. And eternal life should be achievable. Kagaya, who was sealed in the moon by Sage of Six Paths, is probably still alive. That's why the guy named Black Zetsu keeps running around trying to release Kagaya. Even excluding Kagaya, the immortals in the three holy places have all survived for thousands of years. I agree with this. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but nodded. Uchiha Sasuke is a nasty kid, although he often messes with people's mentality. But the idea of exploring the mysteries of the world is exactly the same as his. About the ninjutsu of reincarnation. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and suggested, can you try to let Shiro run it? White Zetsu is not considered a human being anyway. If you die, you will die. No, it can't be done. Sasuke shook his head. White Zetsu can only cast a few special techniques of his own. Even if he possesses someone else, it can only enhance the power of the possessed person's original techniques. Is this so? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but frown, and changed his mind. Perhaps, we can find a way to let the death row prisoners learn to reincarnate in their own lives. As for the death row inmates who may not be willing, we can think of another way to do this. You can always find a way to make them willing. It's not that easy. Sasuke spread his hands and said, Kisei reincarnation is not an ordinary ninjutsu, and it is not something that ordinary people can learn. But outstanding ninjas who are qualified to learn Jisei reincarnation really have them die for the sake of performing this ninjutsu, and again somewhat wasted. In Sasuke's estimation, those who can learn how to reincarnate themselves must have Jonin's qualifications. Let a ninja with Jonin qualifications die in order to perform reincarnation. No such nonsense. Even Konoha doesn't have that many Jonin to waste like this. Moreover, after Chiyo's ninjutsu was developed, it has not been actually used yet. Sasuke continued. If you want to try it step by step and then perfect it. How many people does this cost? It really doesn't work. Senju Tobirama said with a frown. It seems that we can only theoretically perfect this ninjutsu first. As for how to let people perform this ninjutsu in the future, this is another problem. However, this ninjutsu still has great potential. Sasuke said thoughtfully. About who should be allowed to perform reincarnation. Sasuke now has a less mature idea. Maybe. You can try to use Orochimaru. Orochimaru has to change his body every once in a while. Perhaps, Orochimaru can be allowed to perform reincarnation before changing his body. Then, immediately cast living corpse reincarnation, and the soul will be transferred to the new body. This is a bug. Anyway, the old body that Orochimaru discarded was originally unnecessary. In this case, don't waste the remaining vitality of the old body, it would be great to use it to perform reincarnation. Only. Sasuke feels that doing this seems to hurt Orochimaru a little too much. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Plus, is this something that humans can do? Your own living corpse reincarnation is for eternal life. Not to be used to commit suicide. Using his living corpse reincarnation to block bugs and cast reincarnation would cost gold. Sasuke, he can figure it out. Tsunade. Orochimaru, let me interview you. How do you feel now? Tet. Hateful. Kim Sasuke, this boss, does have some interesting ideas from time to time. But his ideas are a bit deceiving to his subordinates. Even with my own life-saving ability, I may not be able to withstand the torture. Jiraiya. You deserve it. Who told you to engage in those evil forbidden techniques every day? You should be punished now. Orochimaru. I am inheriting the path of the ancestor Hokage and carrying forward the research of ninjutsu. Do you think that is right, second Hokage-senpai? Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara. So Senju Tobirama, the old Senju ghost who was born evil, also suffered his retribution. He was summoned by Jin Sasuke using his impure world reincarnation and used as a toolman. Senju Tobirama. What the hell? Uchiha Madara, think about what you did to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. You old Uchiha ghost who is born evil, do you have the nerve to talk to me? Uchiha Madara. Aren't I an inherently evil Uchiha? But what about you? Tisk tisk, you, the Hokage of Konoha, are actually as evil as our Uchiha. Senju Tobirama. Plus, for the first time, I feel that Hokage's name is a burden. About the issue of reincarnation, Sasuke puts it aside for now. For this ninjutsu, it should be theoretically perfected first. As for the stage of performing ninjutsu, Orochimaru can't mess around. After all, this is the director of Konoha Scientific Research Institute, a rare scientific research talent. If you die from the tossing, then the gain outweighs the loss. Hokage Building. In Hokage's office, Jiraiya takes Naruto, looking for Mount Myoboku. Invite me? Sasuke asked in confusion. To be precise, the dream prophecy of Mount Myoboku's great toad sage has changed. Jiraiya said seriously. According to my guess, this change should be related to you, so I hope you can go to her mountain. Prophecy. Sasuke sneered, looked at Naruto beside him, and shook his head. Damn it. What are you laughing at? Naruto looks angry. Though Sasuke didn't say anything, but in Naruto's opinion, Sasuke's attitude is more lethal than directly mocking him. I heard Tsunade and Orochimaru say, Jiraiya, what prophecy have you been looking for? It is said that it is based on the prophecy of the great toad sage. Sasuke smiled jokingly and looked at Naruto. What, you don't think Naruto is the child of prophecy now, do you? Jiraiya looks like this now. Basically treating Naruto as a disciple. Is there such a thing? Naruto scratched his head and said, what is that son of prophecy? He seems to have never heard pervy sage talk about it. I think Naruto has that qualification, Jiraiya said firmly. After experiencing a painful childhood, Naruto can still maintain his current optimism. Perhaps, mutual understanding among all. This can be achieved in Naruto's hands. Sasuke was noncommittal, chuckled and shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. What happened to the change in dream prophecy you mentioned? That great toad sage. Can he really see the future and make predictions? Speaking of this, Jiraiya's expression straightened, and Tianfen said seriously and solemnly. The great toad sage of Mount Myoboku can see fragments of the future in dreams and make predictions. The prophecy of the great toad sage can guide the future direction of the ninja world and realize the final piece of the ninja world. But some time ago, for some unknown reason, Great Toad Sage's dream was suddenly interrupted. According to the Great Toad Sage, there seems to be some unrest that is disrupting the future, and the source of this unrest is in Konoha. In Konoha, it stirred up the future and affected the future direction of the ninja world. In Jiraiya's opinion, the two people most likely to be pointed at by these words are Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto is the prophesied child he now guesses. And Sasuke, the fifth Hokage, he is actually stirring up ghosts. So, Great Toad Sage hopes that I will find the source of the turmoil and bring it to Great Toad Sage. In this case, Great Toad Sage may be able to see more things. Jiraiya said seriously. Opposite. Sasuke holds his chin with one hand, noncommittal. Dream prophecy. Now, this prognosis has been interrupted for some reason. To be honest, Sasuke is indeed a little curious. But why should I go if you ask me to go? The Great Toad Sage from Mount Myoboku is quite impressive. This matter is very important. Jiraiya suddenly became anxious when he saw Sasuke's appearance. This is related to whether the future peace of the ninja world can be achieved. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya speechlessly. This guy. You seem serious? Is peace in the ninja world such a trivial matter? Put this kind of thing on the prophecy of a toad? Well, I am somewhat interested in that Great Toad Sage. Sasuke became a little more serious and asked. So, if I want to go to Mount Myoboku, how should I get there? Opposite. Jiraiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Uchiha Sasuke can go. Well. You didn't sign a contract with Mount Myoboku, so you can't pass through the reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and said, in this way, I will channel spirit to release Gamabunta, and then we will stand in Bunta's mouth and let Bunta release the summoning technique. In this case, the three of them can reach Mount Myoboku through Bunta's mouth. Sasuke's eyelids twitch. In the mouth of a toad, go to Mount Myoboku. A bit disgusting. Is there no other way? Sasuke frowned and thought for a while, then said. I'll take you outside Konoha, and then you can use summoning. Speaking. Sasuke puts his hands on Jiraiya and Naruto's shoulders. Then, Flying Thunder God technique activates. The space changes suddenly. Soon. Valley of the End. 3 Sasukes appeared on top of the statue of Uchiha Madara. This is. Jiraiya is a little confused. The sound of rumbling water, the huge statue at your feet. Did Uchiha Sasuke actually lead them to the Valley of the End? Okay, it's very empty here, you can use summoning technique. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya and said. Jiraiya simply bit his finger and slapped his palm on the ground, and the black summoning formation spread. While he was mobilizing a large amount of chakra. Opposite. Sasuke moved too. Clap your palms on the ground, using the summoning formation created by Jiraiya and Jiraiya's blood. Sasuke's own chakra is continuously mobilized. What are you going to do? Question. Jiraiya is confused. Executing the summoning technique on his own, what is Uchiha Sasuke doing? Just trying an idea. Sasuke infused a large amount of chakra and successfully communicated with Mount Myoboku, summoning technique. Bang. The open space next to the statue. A huge burst of white smoke rises. An old, orange toad was summoned from Mount Myoboku. In the chat room. Jiraiya. This. How did the great toad sage get summoned? What are you doing? That's outrageous. Orochimaru. Using the prepared summoning formation in the blood of the contractor, even those who have not signed the summoning contract can still use the summoning technique to summon the target they want to summoning. Namikaze Minato. What level of target can be summoned depends on the amount of chakra consumed. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Sasuke seemed a little dissatisfied with the posture of Mount Myoboku, so he was unwilling to take the initiative to go to Myojutsu. Jiraiya. Therefore, he took advantage of the timing of his summoning technique to occupy his own summoning formation. He entered chakra himself, and then summoned the great toad sage. Plus. How can you do this? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, I have no objection to what he wants to do, but. Why did he go to the top of my statue again? Are you sick? The top of your statue is not for others to step on and play with. Senju Tobirama. It's very good. I'm very happy to see it. Uchiha Madara. Asshole. Orochimaru. By the way, Jiraiya, you really believe in the toad's prophecy. Tisk. I don't even know what to say about you. Jiraiya. I believe in the power of the great toad sage. The great toad sage predicted that someone would come to Mount Myoboku, and it came true for me. Tsunade. No matter whether the prophecy is true or not, Jiraiya, you are so reckless that you have to risk your life because of such an illusory prophecy. Jiraiya. But this is related to the future peace of the ninja world. Senju Tobirama. Placing hope in finding a so-called son of prophecy and letting him realize peace. Oh, how ridiculous. Mutual understanding among the entire ninja world. Long-lasting peace. Not even his eldest brother can do this kind of thing. Listen to the prophecy of the toad, find and teach a child of the prophecy, and want to achieve peace in the entire ninja world. This idea is so childish. Axed. Why did second Hokage say that too? This. You. Jiraiya is at a loss. Looks at Great Toad Sage, then at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, using his summoning formation, summoned the Great Toad Sage? This is where. The sleepy Great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes. It doesn't seem to be Mount Myoboku. Correct. It seems that someone summoned it through summoning just now. It was asleep at that time, so it responded to the call directly and automatically. Then. Appeared here. It's little Jiraiya. The Great Toad Sage saw Jiraiya standing on top of the statue of Uchiha Madara. Did you summon me here? How can he have that ability? Summoning the Great Toad Sage. How much chakra does this cost? Tell me more. How can he have the guts to go directly to summoning Great Toad Sage? Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin must not scold him to death. The strength is indeed very strong. Sasuke looked at the Great Toad Sage and nodded. However, in terms of momentum, it feels a little worse than the White Snake Sage in Ryuchi Cave. A drowsy posture. I feel like I might sleep to death at any moment. But Sasuke has indeed sensed the huge natural aura in the opponent's body. Please be polite. Jiraiya is almost crying. What's going on with Uchiha Sasuke? He is too bold. Not only did I summon the Great Toad Sage, but now I'm still criticizing the Great Toad Sage. You are. Great Toad Sage raised his eyes and looked at Sasuke and Naruto. These two little guys look a little strange. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya tried his best to calm down and said, you said before that you wanted me to find the source of dream interruption and stirring up the future of the ninja world. I guess it is because of one of the two of them. Opposite. Great Toad Sage paused for a while. Then he said in a dazed manner, "Is this happening? Jiraiya. Here we go again. Great Toad Sage, often like this." Originally, Jiraiya recognized himself immediately when he saw Great Toad Sage, and thought that Great Toad Sage was in good condition this time. The result is still the same. By the way, I remembered, it seems that something like this happened. Great Toad Sage recalled for a moment, then recalled and looked at Naruto and Sasuke. You two. These two people. Could they be? Recalling seeing the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative to introduce. Great Toad Sage, he is Uzumaki Naruto, he is now my disciple, and has signed a contract with Mount Myoboku. As for this, Uchiha Sasuke, he is the current 5th Hokage of Konoha. The source of the interruption of dreams you mentioned, I guess, should be on them. Opposite. The old Great Toad Sage nodded slowly. Uzumaki and Uchiha. It should be right. Immediately. The Great Toad Sage looked carefully at Naruto and Sasuke. Then, close your eyes and fall into a short sleep. Soon. The Great Toad Sage opened his eyes again. The toad's face showed obvious confusion. No more. Still can't see the future picture in the dream. No clips can be seen. Why is that? Great Toad Sage, am I wrong? Jiraiya said cautiously. Perhaps, the source of the interruption of the dream may not be the two of them. According to the Great Toad Sage, the person who caused the dream to be interrupted is in Konoha. In Jiraiya's opinion, Naruto and Sasuke are the two most likely people. No, that should be correct. The Great Toad Sage was silent for a moment and then said, "The one who interrupted my dream, the one who caused the future of the ninja world to change, and made everything move towards the unknown, should be him." Who is he referring to? Jiraiya looks confused. Is it Naruto or Sasuke? Is it me? It must be me? Naruto looked excited. I knew it would be mine. I will eventually become the strongest Hokage in history. However, the Great Toad Sage quickly poured cold water on Naruto. No, it's not you. Naruto, hateful. Excited already. If it wasn't Naruto. Jiraiya turns his attention to Sasuke. Then it can only be Sasuke. In the chat room. Senju Tobirama. Is that old toad okay? Does it have the ability to predict? Is it pretending to be a ghost? Tsunade. I'm really doubting now that someone who looks like he might sleep to death at any time has the miraculous ability to predict the future. Jiraiya. Of course I have the ability to predict, it's just. Why is this so? Great Toad Sage's ability actually failed. Orochimaru. Assuming that the Great Toad Sage does have the power of prophecy and its judgment is correct, then the problem should be with Jin Sasuke. Nara Shikaku. In other words, the future change of the ninja world has already happened. The future direction of our two worlds has already changed. Hitaki Kakashi. The golden Sasuke of that world, he has become the 5th Hokage. And the Sasuke of our side. Well, he probably can't hold the position of fire yet. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, so unconvinced. But Sasuke also admitted that he is much worse than himself in another world now. This gap has grown bit by bit from small to large. Namikaze Minato. The prophecy ability of the Great Toad Sage may have its limit, and Jin Sasuke has caused a series of changes in the ninja world, which may exceed the limit of the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. Orochimaru. It should also be related to Jin Sasuke himself. Probably. Jin Sasuke's future has exceeded the limit of his prophetic ability, so he can't see it. Senju Tobirama. Now the dream has completely disappeared. In this case, perhaps because of the influence of Uchiha Sasuke, the entire ninja world has exceeded the limit of prophecy, so nothing can be seen. Nara Shikaku. Perhaps. It may also be related to the Great Toad Sage. For example, maybe it itself. What will happen in the future? Ext. What does this mean? No way. Is something going to happen to that Great Toad Sage? How is this possible? Buzz. Sasuke turns on Mangekyo and glares at the Great Toad Sage with his left eye. My left eye felt sore. A lot of information floods into my mind. In terms of strength, he is indeed inferior to the White Snake Immortal. But he has more abilities. The ability to predict is actually real. This old toad actually has the ability to predict dreams. Sasuke interprets the information from his left eye. Regarding Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode, Sasuke has already copied it through Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin using Mangekyo's pupil technique. Now, the version seen from Great Toad Sage is only slightly improved. More. This is the special ability mastered by Great Toad Sage. Dream Prophecy, Longevity Ability, Special Black Rod, and Resurrection Sage Art, Immortal Talisman. Sasuke couldn't help but admire. These abilities are very useful. Although, the limitations of many abilities are not small. The ability to live long. Great Toad Sage's longevity method comes at the cost of being in a comatose state most of the time, and the memory of Madara is mixed. The power of dream prophecy can only be exerted during such a long sleep. If you want to see fragments of the future, you have to be asleep most of the time. However, even so, there are very few pictures that can be seen. Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Always in a comatose state. How can this work? Such a long life is not much different from death. I still have a lot of things to do. Don't waste time on this kind of slumber. In comparison, the other two abilities are currently more valuable. Sasuke thought to himself. Mount Myoboku's Sage Art can use Sage Art Yin and Yang Escape to create a special black rod. This black rod can be used to assist in practicing Sage Mode. The most dangerous thing about practicing Sage Mode is that the natural energy absorbed into the body becomes out of control. The black rod of Mount Myoboku can knock out the natural energy that enters the body, thereby greatly reducing the danger of practicing Senjutsu. As for the other Resurrection Sage Art, not to mention the value of this Sage Art, the Sage's Talisman, Mount Myoboku Sage Art's application of Yang Escape, has the ability to bring the dead back to life, and there is no need to sacrifice one's own life force like reincarnation. It's just that we still need the body of the deceased. It's very interesting. Maybe I can try it later. Sasuke thought to himself. These Sage Art of the Three Holy Lands are really interesting. Even if you don't consider the improvement of your strength, these special Sage Art abilities alone are very worth learning. In the chat room. Jiraiya. Let me tell you. The Great Toad Sage really has the power of prophecy. You still don't believe me. Now. Gold-framed screen. Kim Sasuke has proven this through his left eye Mangekyo ability. Jiraiya feels like he can finally feel proud. He had been under various suspicions just now, and he was almost frustrated. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, please be more careful. Although the Great Toad Sage does have the ability to predict, now, its ability to predict has expired. Jiraiya. F*K, yes, if the dream prophecy is gone. What about the original child of prophecy? Is there still one? Senju Tobirama. The Sage Art of Mount Myoboku actually has the ability to bring the dead back to life, and it doesn't require sacrificing your own life. Namikaze Minato. I also went to Mount Myoboku to practice Sage Mode, but I have never heard of this. I have experienced that black stick, and it hurts when it hits me. Jiraiya. The Immortal Talisman. I haven't heard of it either. Orochimaru. Kin Sasuke has never seen this kind of Sage Art in Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin before. This should be the unique ability of the Great Toad Sage. Uzumaki Kushina. If the dead can really be brought back to life, I hope that I can be resurrected so that I can accompany Naruto. Namikaze Minato. I don't know the specific effect yet, it depends on Kim Sasuke's next attempt. Somewhere in the ninja world, Black Zetsu was not in a very good mood. The Sage's Talisman. He inherited Kaguya's memory and had some impressions of this. It was because of this that Otsutsuki Hamura came back from the dead. The other side. Uchiha Obito's expression suddenly changed. The celestial talisman that can bring the dead back to life. Uchiha Sasuke. What does he want to try next? Obito suddenly had a bad feeling. I want to know something about Kagaya and Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke raised his head and said to the Great Toad Sage. I heard from White Snake Immortal that you have more contact with Sage of Six Paths, so you should know more than White Snake Immortal. For that illusory dream prophecy, Sasuke is not interested at all right now. If this old toad can really see the future, Sasuke might pay more attention to it. But now, I can't see anything in the future of that dream. It's better to just ignore it. It's not like garlic, who knows? Kagaya. Who is this? What is its relationship with Sage of Six Paths? Jiraiya on the side is confused. Who is Sage of Six Paths? Is it similar to Great Toad Sage? What kind of animal is Six Paths? It shouldn't be a toad, right? Naruto is even more confused. He has never even heard of Sage of Six Paths. You kid, give me a good refresher on the history of the ninja world. Jiraiya said to Naruto angrily. Sage of Six Paths is the legendary creator of ninja sect. You don't even know this. I suggest Jiraiya that you also make up for your history. Sasuke shook his head and said with some disgust. I think about peace in the ninja world every day, but I don't even know the history of the ninja world. Jiraiya is confused. What the hell? He still needs to make up for the history of the ninja world? Is there anything he should know but doesn't know? Well. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. I really don't understand. People like you who don't even understand the history of the ninja world still want to pursue peace in the ninja world. Don't you think it's ridiculous? No. What on earth are you talking about? Jiraiya looked aggrieved. I don't know what it is, but you tell me. You don't know too much. Sasuke shook his head and said. I can't explain it clearly to you in a short time. It seems that I will need to update Konoha's history textbook in the future. How can we just tell the history of Konoha? Thinking is too narrow-minded. Little Konoha, what happened in the past 60 years? Looking at the historical scale of the entire ninja world, it doesn't matter at all. Opposite. Great Toad Sage has a look of nostalgia on his face. Hagoromo. This really happened a long time ago. Immediately. The old voice of Great Toad Sage began to slowly tell the history of the Otsutsuki family. Overall. Basically consistent with what White Snake Immortal said. On some details, Great Toad Sage knows more. Sacred trees appear in the ninja world, and they can naturally be gathered gradually. Kagaya, a visitor from outside the world, ate the fruit of the sacred tree and put an end to the war. Kagaya activates infinite Tsukuyomi. The Great Toad Sage guides the two brothers Sage of Six Paths to discover the truth. Sage of Six Paths mastered the power of Senjutsu, and finally fought against Kagaya and sealed Kagaya in the moon. 10 Tails, Kaguya's true body, was stripped away. Sage of Six Paths extracted the chakra from 10 Tails, divided it into 9 parts, and used yin-yang escape to create the 9-tailed beasts. The younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hamura, left 2 descendants of Hyuga and Kagaya in the ninja world, and then went to the moon to guard the 10 Tails body, Geto statue. Jiraiya was stunned. What the hell? This is the history of the ninja world? Isn't this a myth and legend? What I just said are all true. Jiraiya said in disbelief. Looks up to the sky. Heaven. The moon floating somewhere. This was created by Sage of Six Paths using ninjutsu to seal his mother. Is this a power that humans can possess? Oh, right. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that Kagaya was a visitor from outside the world. The Sage of Six Paths brothers created by Kagaya may not be considered human beings either. This seems more reasonable. Bah, how reasonable. What a mess. Is this the history of the ninja world? That's why I said, you need to learn the history of the genin world. Don't know anything and just fantasize about peace in the ninja world every day. Sasuke said to Jiraiya with a look of disgust. Jiraiya's face turns red. This is the first time he has been despised like this by a junior. But he still can't refute. He has indeed never known these things about Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya before. Basically, I only know that Sage of Six Paths spread chakra and founded ninja sect. But does this have anything to do with the current ninja world? Jiraiya said with a confused look. This all happened thousands of years ago. Jiraiya. You really don't know anything about the problems facing the ninja world. Sasuke couldn't help but shake his head. With your level of knowledge, give up the pursuit of peace in the ninja world. You are really incompetent. Jiraiya's face turned red from suppressing his emotions. Hateful. Why is he being despised again? Don't he already know the story of Wei Yoruichi's family? Why do you still say he knows nothing? In the chat room. Ext. Hateful. Do you look down on him so much? Senju Tobarama. Jiraiya. This is what I want to say to you. I want to pursue peace in the ninja world, but if I don't understand the situation in the ninja world, the result may be like Uchiha Madara, who is regarded as a failure. Tools of conspiracy to exploit. Uchiha Madara. Plus, Senju Tobarama this bastard. If you get the chance, laugh at yourself. Jiraiya. But is it wrong to pursue peace in the ninja world? Senju Tobarama. It's true that you are wrong, but your ideas are too naive. Your strength is far inferior to that of my elder brother, but your ideas are more naive than mine. How can you survive until now? Jiraiya. Senju Hashirama. Why did you include him? Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. I think your brother needs an education. He should be beaten to make him remember. Senju Hashirama. Alas. Tobarama is beyond my control. Senju Tobirama. I'm not wrong, because your idea is childish. Nagato. Jiraiya-sensei, your idea is indeed unrealistic. They had treated Hanzo of the Salamander with sincerity. As a result, Yahiko died tragically. If he hadn't exploded with Rinnegan power and summoned the Gedo statue, both he and Konan would have died. Orochimaru. Even with the power of the first Hokage, we have not been able to achieve mutual understanding between everyone. Jiraiya. Why do you think you or your disciples can do it? Jiraiya. Isn't his idea wrong? Is there really no way that the day when people can understand each other will come? I have a few questions. Sasuke ignored Jiraiya and turned to look at Great Toad Sage. Kaguya's personality changed later. He activated Infinite Tsukuyomi and had people worship him to absorb chakra. Why is this? What caused the change in Kaguya's personality? Kaguya. She seems to be afraid of something. Great Toad Sage recalled. So she longed for further strength. However, the person she was afraid of, Hagoromo and the others didn't know. Maybe it was related to Kaguya's origin. The origin of Kaguya. Visitors from outer space. But with the power of Kaguya, the founder of chakra, there are still people from outside the world that she is afraid of. Kaguya is worried that there will be people from outside the world chasing her, so she wants to gain further power. Sasuke said thoughtfully. But this is a bit far-fetched now. It's better to get the eternal Mangekyo first, and then open the Rinnegan. People outside the sky. Jiraiya's face changes drastically. This kind of thing completely refreshed his outlook on life. Does the ninja world actually face such a threat? 10 Tails is divided into Gedo statue and the 9-tailed beasts, and Gedo statue. As on the moon, guarded by Otsutsuki Hamura. Sasuke pondered for a moment, raised his head and asked. On the moon, Otsutsuki Hamura should have left some descendants, right? Just like Hyuga and Toru Yoruichi? Maybe. Great Toad Sage is also not sure. It doesn't know much about Otsutsuki Hamura either. In the chat room. Hyuga Hiyashi. On the moon. Maybe there is a group of people with the same ancestors as us? Uchiha Madara. That bastard Black Zetsu is trying to unblock Kaguya, and Kaguya is still afraid of the outsiders. There are more and more of these doll sets. Behind Nagato is Obito, behind Obito is himself, and behind himself is Kaguya and Black. Further back, there are the outsiders that Kaguya fears. Damn it. The ninja world is too complicated. The Great Toad Sage begins to continue telling the history of the Sage of Six Paths family. The battle with Kaguya lasted for several months, causing great damage to the ninja world. Sage of Six Paths began his journey to found the ninja sect. He believes that chakra is the power that connects people to each other. He hopes to create a world without war and where everyone coexists peacefully. Among the two sons of Sage of Six Paths, the second son Ashura inherited his philosophy and paid more attention to the connection with his companions. In the end, due to the dispute over the succession of the ninja sect, Indra and Ashura fought. Indra lost, but did not admit defeat. The dispute between the ninja clan founded by the two, Uchiha and Senju, has continued. It seems that the legendary Sage of Six Paths also wants to create a world where people understand each other. Jiraiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His faith was about to collapse just now after being ked by Sasuke. Fortunately, my philosophy is consistent with that of Sage of Six Paths, the founder of ninja sect. Oh, what I saw was the other side. Sasuke sneered and said, even with the power of Sage of Six Paths, his so-called peace only lasted until his death. Just like first Hokage. In the final analysis, the peace during the Sage of Six Paths period in the first Hokage period was only due to the suppression of their strength. How can you say that? Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. He wanted to refute, but found that he didn't seem to know how to refute. Jiraiya, let me ask you. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya indifferently and asked. If Sage of Six Paths hopes that people can understand each other, then why can't he understand his eldest son Indra? The so-called mutual understanding between people, in fact, Sage of Six Paths himself did not achieve it. It is said that everyone understands each other, but in fact, it is for everyone to understand him and act according to his will. Sage of Six Paths and Ashura who inherited his philosophy. Between them and Indra, there is a dispute over different ideas. They talk about mutual understanding between people, but how did they ever intend to understand Indra's philosophy? Jiraiya is speechless. For him, Indra's path of ignoring his companions and blindly pursuing power is wrong. Such an approach will only create new hatred. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. I understand. Both Sage of Six Paths and Ashura, as well as you now, all think that their ideas are correct, and Indra's path is wrong. So, for you, what is needed for mistakes is correction, not understanding. He talks about achieving understanding between people, but he is so arrogant. Believe that you are right, and ask, wrong, others to understand your ideas, so as to correct your evil ways. Jiraiya frowns. Do you think so? How could it be possible? In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Hashirama, you were like this back then, stubborn and arrogant, so narrow-minded that you could only see one village. Senju Hashirama. I was wrong and I regret it all the time. Orochimaru. So is that guy Jiraiya. He's so stubborn. He's been chasing me since I defected to Konoha. It's so troublesome. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. What do you want to say? Do you want me to change my ways? Haha, Kim Sasuke is right. Jiraiya, you are really arrogant. Jiraiya. Is he really that kind of person? I've almost finished asking about the Otsutsuki family. Sasuke calmed down his emotions and looked at Great Toad Sage expressionlessly. You must have made a lot of prophecies, right? What are they? Aside. Jiraiya frowned. Uchiha Sasuke's attitude is getting more and more rude. Opposite. Great Toad Sage was silent for a moment, then slowly said. In addition to dreaming about the battle between Hagoromo Hamura and Kagaya, I once saw a clip. In the distant future, there will be a blue-eyed boy who laughs and calls the name of the nine-headed beast. This boy will evoke miracles. Speaking. The Great Toad Sage looks at Naruto. Nine-headed beast. What is it? Could it be the nine-tailed beast? Naruto couldn't help but guess. It's not easy. After all, there is something he knows. Huh. What are you all looking at me for? Naruto scratched his head. Sasuke, Pervy Sage, and Great Toad Sage all suddenly looked at him. Blue-eyed boy. Nine-headed beast. Nine tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya muttered these words in his mouth, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. Evoking a miracle, does this mean that Naruto is really the child of prophecy? The blue-eyed boy, maybe Minato, but combined with the nine-headed beast. Naruto, the nine tails Jinchuriki, obviously fits this description better than Minato. Son of prophecy. It should be Naruto. It's not easy. He has been looking for it for decades, and now he can finally find it. If Naruto is the child of the prophecy, then combined with the prophecy about myself, the next step is to teach Naruto well. Peace in the future of the ninja world, mutual understanding between people, and guarding against people from outside the world. These can definitely be achieved. Jiraiya looked excited. I am the child of prophecy? What is the child of prophecy? Naruto looks confused. According to the prophecy once made by the Great Toad Sage, the child of prophecy may bring peace or destruction to the ninja world, and I will guide the child of prophecy to grow. Jiraiya suppressed his excitement and explained. Although I don't quite understand. Naruto scratched his head, and then burst out laughing. But in short, you can say that I am very powerful. Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke couldn't help but laugh as well, also bursting into laughter. But this laughter seems cold. Laughing, both Jiraiya and Naruto were confused. After a moment, Sasuke stops smiling. In the eyes, Sharingan has been automatically turned on. Sasuke's Scarlet Sharingan stares at Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto, answer me a question. Your disciple and father, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. Who was he in your mind? And, Naruto. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, who was she in your mind? Opposite. Jiraiya and Naruto are confused. What does this mean? Let me ask you. The Magatama in Sasuke's Sharingan begins to spin. If Naruto is the child of the prophecy that was destined thousands of years ago, and if you agree with this ridiculous fatalism, then Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, who are they too? A tool used to give birth to the son of prophecy? Mountain. How could you say that about my parents? Naruto looks dissatisfied. In other words, it was Sasuke who said this. If anyone else dared to say this, Naruto would have to apologize to him even if he did it. Am I right? Sasuke looked directly at Naruto without flinching and asked. Naruto, since you are the destined child of the prophecy, then the role of your parents is just to give birth to you, right? Jiraiya on the side could not help but frown and retorted. Isn't your statement going too far? This is not what the son of prophecy means. Uchiha Sasuke's character is indeed a bit extreme. He did not agree with Uchiha Sasuke becoming the Hokage of Konoha at the beginning. Unfortunately, Tsunade gave up directly. Oh, Jiraiya, you have the nerve to say this. Sasuke couldn't help but sneer. In the Toad's prophecy, there is the position of Naruto, the son of the prophecy, and you, the teacher who guides the son of the prophecy. But, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the parents of the prophesied child, I did not see their place. So, what are they not tools? This. Jiraiya's face changed slightly, it's just that great Toad sage didn't see so much. How can you say that? My own disciple Namikaze Minato. It is just a tool used to give birth to the son of prophecy. He absolutely does not agree with this statement. Ha. I now understand why the fourth Hokage couple both died after giving birth to Naruto. Sasuke couldn't stop smiling on his face, because their mission is over. After they give birth to Naruto, the destined son of the prophecy, they can die. Or, I can go a bit further, why the fourth generation died earlier. 413, after successfully impregnating Uzumaki Kushina, the fourth Hokage can actually kick her legs and die on the spot. As for Uzumaki Kushina, it will probably be a little later. She has to die after giving birth to Naruto. In the chat room. Uzumaki Kushina. Damn it. Sasuke, that brat, your words are so unpleasant. Namikaze Minato. It's really too much to tell Naruto like this. Jiraiya. That's right. What he said is equivalent to completely denying your meaning, Minato. Orochimaru. I think Sasuke Kim is right. Jiraiya, if the child of prophecy only needs you as a teacher to teach him, then isn't the role of Minato and the others just to give birth to Naruto? Jiraiya. Orochimaru? Why do you say that too? Senju Tobirama. It is indeed very ridiculous. If the future peace of the ninja world is to have the son of prophecy and you as the teacher to guide the son of prophecy, then everyone else is not just a foil. Ridiculous. If this so-called son of prophecy is recognized, doesn't that mean that everything his elder brother has done is meaningless? After all, there will be a son of prophecy who will bring peace in the end. As for the sacrifices and efforts of those who came before, of course it's all meaningless. Jiraiya, second generation Sama. Did even the previous Hokage deny him? Uzumaki Kushina. If you think about it carefully, this child of prophecy is indeed a bit unpleasant. Naruto was obviously the child I gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy, but he appeared in Toad's body thousands of years ago. In a dream. I feel like I've been bitten by a toad. How annoying. It was very hard for her to have a baby. It was also very painful when giving birth to Naruto. The child she worked so hard to give birth to was destined to appear. In this case, I really feel like I and Minato are tools. And she and Minato really died after Naruto was born. This tool feels even stronger. She and Minato lived for more than 20 years just to give birth to the prophesied child, and then they could die. Hateful. This Toad's prophecy is really annoying. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya sensei, whether it's me or Naruto, if we want peace, then I hope it's what we want to do, not because of some destined son of prophecy. Jiraiya. Minato. But, if you put it like this, is it meaningless that he has been looking for the son of prophecy all his life? On the gold-framed screen, the ghost plays. Damn it, bastard Sasuke, shut up. Naruto's face turned red with anger and he rushed towards Sasuke. Not even Sasuke can say that. What I said originally was too much. He actually keeps going too far. Buzz. Sasuke's 3-Tomo Sharingan instantly switches to Mangekyo form. The majestic I-Force attacks Naruto, almost instantly. Naruto froze as he rushed over. Together with 9 tails in Naruto's sealed space, they were all controlled by this I-Force and couldn't move. Uchiha Sasuke, you. Jiraiya's forehead is throbbing with veins. What on earth are you going to do? Shut up. Sasuke frowned and yelled at Jiraiya impatiently. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. Why do you seem to be a little out of control with your emotions? The last time I was so emotionally excited was when I confirmed the genocide murderer and opened Mangekyo. Why am I so excited this time? It's like being stimulated. It seems to be affected by something. Is it because of Naruto's identity as the prophesied child? Sasuke frowns and thinks. After hearing the prophecy of the blue-eyed boy from the great Toad Sage, I seem to be unable to control my emotions. No. It needs to be done before the update. Sasuke tried his best to calm down and think about his previous state. It seems. When I heard about the Sage of Six Paths family affairs, about Indra and Ashura, I started to feel a little wrong. Strange. That has nothing to do with me. Sasuke is confused. Although I don't agree with the concept of Sage of Six Paths at all. Although I hate the partiality of Sage of Six Paths. Although I am a descendant of Indra. But why do these stories from thousands of years ago make me have such emotional fluctuations? What the hell? Is it possible that because I, a descendant of Indra, found out that Naruto, a descendant of Ashura, was the child of prophecy, I was stimulated and lost control of my emotions? This doesn't seem to make sense. It's too outrageous. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. In short, calm down and control your emotions. Sasuke couldn't help but pinch his forehead. Although I don't know why my emotions are a little out of control. However, it is necessary to stay rational, and what I just said is indeed a bit excessive. Although this is my true thought. But at least I can't say it in front of Naruto. Naruto. Sasuke released his control over Naruto, took a few deep breaths, and said in a calm voice, "What is your dream now?" "Beat you guy." Naruto stared at Sasuke, refusing to admit defeat. "Then, I will become the Hokage myself and become the strongest Hokage in history." Crack. Sasuke put his fingers together and tapped Naruto's forehead. "If you want to be a Hokage, you need not only strength, but also brains. And in this regard, Naruto, you are completely unqualified. Of course, you are also unqualified in terms of strength, but you are even worse in terms of brains. With Naruto's single-cell brain, if he becomes a Hokage, it will be a disaster." Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. "This guy Sasuke. Are you mocking yourself for being stupid? Oh, as early as when you were in ninja school, you were talking about wanting to be a Hokage every day." Sasuke shook his head for a while, looking very helpless. "But you are the one who skips the most classes. You are a mess in the theoretical courses of the ninja school. You don't understand the basic common sense that a ninja should know. With how you are now, you still want to be destroyed. You seem to be still unconvinced. If you think what I said is wrong, you can feel free to refute me." Opposite. Naruto looks aggrieved, hateful. "Those theoretical courses are so boring. Why can Sasuke and Sakura-chan keep listening?" "Besides," Sasuke continued, "don't think that others will recognize you by becoming a Hokage. You can't be recognized by becoming a Hokage. I am the Hokage of Konoha now. I have enough power, so they will obey my orders. And my orders and arrangements can bring benefits to Konoha, to the Konoha shinobi and the villagers, so they will recognize me as Hokage. And Naruto, even if I give you the position of Hokage now, do you know how to manage Konoha? Do you have any ideas in your mind?" Naruto looks confused. He has never thought about it before. Is being a Hokage so troublesome? He has always regarded becoming a Hokage as his dream and destination. Looking at Sasuke's appearance, the position of Hokage seems not to be the end, but the starting point. There is also the so-called son of peace and prophecy in the ninja world. Sasuke couldn't help sighing as he said, "How much do you know about these? You have never been to those countries, but you should at least read more books and learn more about this ninja fruit, right? Have you ever done this?" Naruto is speechless. Peace in the ninja world and so on. He hasn't really thought about this kind of thing. He just heard Pervy Sage say that he hopes the day will come when people understand each other. As for the son of prophecy, he just learned about it, and he still doesn't understand what it means. Sasuke looks at Naruto, shakes his head and laughs. The previous negative emotions have all dissipated. I was actually angry just now because Naruto was the child of prophecy. Now it seems that I was simply stupid. Naruto, this guy, is so different from me. Strength, insight, knowledge reserve, position. These aspects are very different. There is absolutely no need for me to compete with Naruto. In the chat room. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it. Can't you win everyone's approval even if you become Hokage? Jiraiya. You don't have to be a Hokage to be recognized by others, but you have to be recognized by everyone to become a Hokage. Uchiha Madara. That's ridiculous. I think we should be like Kim Sasuke. I will become a Hokage first, and then those who recognize me will be fine. If they don't recognize me, they will be expelled from Konoha directly. Senju Tobirama. It's different. Although Uchiha Sasuke became Hokage through strength, he also has abilities that can be recognized by most people. Uchiha Madara. Isn't it still the same? After all, it all depends on strength. Senju Tobirama. Tisk, it's because of you that you were abandoned by the Uchiha clan and left Konoha alone. Uchiha Madara. You're riding a horse? Plus. Why is this bastard Senju Tobirama so annoying? Namikaze Minato. Naruto, if you want to become a Hokage, you have to put in some effort not only in training, but also in learning. Uzumaki Naruto. But, I get a headache and feel sleepy when I read a book. Nara Shikamaru. Then why do you still have to do Hokage? With Naruto's abilities, if he became a Hokage, he would probably be too exhausted to complete the Hokage's work. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. What you said, Naruto can make up for it bit by bit. Jiraiya spoke up for Naruto. That's ridiculous. Sasuke looked sarcastic. While Naruto is tutoring these things, does time stand still for others? Won't others grow? Said as if Naruto is the only one who can try hard. Besides, Sasuke doesn't realize how hard Naruto works. But Naruto has the qualities to become the child of prophecy. Jiraiya couldn't help but retort. Based on Naruto's experience, he can still have his current mentality, so I think Naruto can achieve mutual understanding among everyone. I also experienced a painful childhood. Naruto and Sasuke, their personalities are completely different. An optimistic sunshine. The other one is a little extreme and dark. You are still imagining these ridiculous things. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya with some pity. Jiraiya, you are over 50 years old. Why are you still addicted to this fairy tale fantasy? You? Jiraiya's face turns red. What is fairy tale fantasy? His lifelong pursuit of ideals was actually ridiculed like this. According to the prophecy of this old toad, Jiraiya, you will guide the growth of the son of prophecy. Sasuke chuckled, looked at Jiraiya jokingly and said, well, I, as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, now give an order, Jiraiya, to prohibit you from teaching Uzumaki Naruto in the future. The predicted future. You can try to change it now. You. Jiraiya was stunned. What are you talking about? Is this too much? I finally confirmed the son of the prophecy. After that, all I need to do is teach the son of prophecy and guide Naruto to the right path. But now, Uchiha Sasuke actually forbid him from teaching Naruto. In this case, according to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, the child of prophecy may bring peace to the ninja world, or it may bring destruction to the ninja world. If he can't guide Naruto to grow up properly, what if the future of the ninja world develops in the direction of destruction? You seem to disagree. Sasuke tilted his head and smiled happily. Jiraiya, as a Konoha shinobi, do you want to disobey my destiny as a fire? Naruto is also a ninja of Konoha. Jiraiya said angrily. Why do you make decisions for him without permission? But Naruto is also Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke Kaido without hesitation. As the Hokage of Konoha, I make arrangements for the 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Do you have any objections? Jiraiya choked. Really? Naruto also has the identity of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. The other party, as Hokage, arranged 9 Tails Jinchuriki. How can I intervene? Hateful. Uchiha Sasuke, you will regret it. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, Jiraiya, I am Hokage. Sasuke said without flinching, in the chat room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru. This scene, seems familiar. He had often seen this type of conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo before. Now both of them are gone. I didn't expect to see this scene again. Tsunade. It's a pity that it didn't happen in Hokage's office. It would have been more classic if Jiraiya slammed the door and left after that. Jiraiya. What kind of mentality do you two have? Uchiha Sasuke used Hokage's power to do this, and you are still watching the show. Tsunade. What if? Anyway, I don't believe in the words of the son of prophecy. Jiraiya. But this is related to the future of the ninja world. Senju Tobirama. No, how old are you? Can you stop being so childish? Jiraiya. How can this be said to be childish? Orochimaru. Oh, Jiraiya, you are so brainwashed by the toad. Senju Hashirama. That Uzumaki Naruto, he is only a 12 or 13-year-old child. It is somewhat irresponsible to place the hope of peace in the ninja world on him without authorization. Jiraiya. Critical hit. Now even the first Hokage has begun to deny him. You? Jiraiya almost exploded with anger. He can now understand how Danzo felt at the time. Let you say 1,000 words. I only need to reply. I am Hokage. What can you do? As a Konoha shinobi, do you have to disobey Hokage's orders? Hateful. Now, he is Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Sasuke uses Hokage's power to suppress him, and he doesn't know how to refute it. Sasuke was so happy that he laughed out loud. Interesting. It's so interesting. Before, he used his strength to suppress others most of the time. And now, it's even more fun to use Hokage's identity to suppress people. For people like Jiraiya, compared to his own strength, what he is more worried about is actually his Hokage identity. Naruto, you have signed a summoning contract with Mount Myoboku, right? Sasuke stopped laughing and asked Naruto, "That's it, what's wrong?" Naruto scratched his head in confusion. "Yeah." Sasuke's eyes were dark and he said softly, "Then, I'm sorry, Naruto." Speaking. Sasuke's chakra gathered on 5 fingers and pressed towards Naruto's abdomen. Contract seal, release. The dark technique spreads in Naruto's abdomen. "You. What did you do?" Naruto looks confused. He felt no harm done. Only, it seems that there is a mysterious connection that has been severed. "What the hell are you doing?" Jiraiya is almost going crazy. Contract seal, solved. The summoning contract signed by Naruto and Mount Myoboku was forcibly cancelled by Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy is going too far. "Nothing, I don't like these toads," Sasuke said expressionlessly. "As for Naruto, you can sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave later. White Snake Sage should give me this face. Or, you can also try to sign a contract with Shigulan. Anyway, it can't be those toads from Mount Myoboku. Old toad, Naruto may be the son of prophecy in your dream." Sasuke smiled and looked at the great toad sage. "I have now terminated Naruto's contract with you, Mount Myoboku. Do you have any objections?" Opposite. Great toad sage was silent for a long time. No comment. The great toad sage sighed softly. "Little Jiraiya, what happens in Konoha from now on has nothing to do with us, Mount Myoboku." Finished. Bang. The great toad sage dissipates in a puff of white smoke. It directly cancelled summoning and returned to Mount Myoboku. Wait, because toad sage. Jiraiya was anxious, but there was no time to persuade him to stay. Watch the white smoke dissipate. Jiraiya's mind went blank for a while. Great toad sage, he left just like that. And he also said that things in Konoha have nothing to do with Mount Myoboku. Hateful. He finally found the son of prophecy. Why is it like this now? Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya felt annoyed. What on earth are you going to do? Forbid him to teach Naruto. Now, the summoning contract between Naruto and Mount Myoboku has been cancelled without authorization. This guy is too domineering, because I think this prediction is ridiculous. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya coldly. Also, Jiraiya. You, a person who has spent decades looking for the son of prophecy, are also ridiculous. You? Jiraiya was so angry that his body was shaking. When he was a child, he was ridiculed for being behind a crane. But after he grows up, no one has ever said that about him. Ridiculous. Jiraiya never thought that if he did it, he would be evaluated like this. Just right. I was very upset just now, and now I'm taking it out on you. Sasuke looked directly at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya, I have long been unhappy with you. Naruto is my friend. Even if I am dissatisfied with that prophecy, it is not easy to vent to my friends. But Jiraiya, this is different. This old guy, despite his age, is still so childish and ridiculous. I've also seen you unhappy for a long time." Jiraiya glared angrily. He has been dissatisfied with Uchiha Sasuke ever since Konoha collapsed the plan. "Oh, isn't that just right?" Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. "Now we can just communicate with each other." For people like Jiraiya, force has limited effect on him. It is better to kill someone than to kill one's heart. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Tisk, Jiraiya, you're going to be miserable. I hope you don't cry over there later. Jiraiya. Am I that bad? Senju Tobirama. Hey, are you looking down on this annoying brat Uchiha Sasuke? When Sasuke became a Hokage, he reincarnated his impure world. Those scenes made him feel a little angry just thinking about them now. Jiraiya. Impossible. He didn't believe that he couldn't speak to a 12 or 13-year-old kid. Well, let's respect the old and love the young. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya with a smile. I'm not very young now, but you are a bit old, Jiraiya. So, you come first. If you are dissatisfied with me, tell me first. Jiraiya's expression is a little aggrieved. He is only in his early 50s, right? Why are you so old? Uchiha Sasuke's mouth is too poisonous. Call. Jiraiya took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, first of all, it was you and Orochimaru who colluded to launch the Konoha collapse plan. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. These two people are both participants in the Konoha collapse plan. However, now, these two people have transformed. One has become the Hokage of Konoha, and the other has become the Dean of Konoha Research Institute. Two guys who were wreaking havoc against Konoha have become the top leaders of Konoha. Sasuke was slightly speechless. You still think that Orochimaru and I colluded? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? After all, he is a well-known ninja in the ninja world, but he has not turned around yet. Orochimaru defended himself so many times, but he didn't believe a word of it. Isn't that so? Jiraiya frowned slightly. Did he make a mistake? Oh, forget it, I'm too lazy to explain it in detail with your brain. Sasuke belittled Jiraiya mercilessly and continued. I took advantage of Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. So, please tell me in detail what the collective is dissatisfied with me. You. Jiraiya was about to speak, but stopped. Uchiha Sasuke, what did you do in the Konoha collapse plan? Control Shukaku and destroy the Sarutobi clan. The root tissue is completely destroyed. Capture Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo alive, hold a public trial, announce the charges, and execute Sarutobi Hiruzen in public. For the last two items, Jiraiya feels there seems to be nothing to say. A dark organization like the Root organization should have been disbanded long ago. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke killed everyone in the organization, which was a bit extreme. As for his teachers Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya also has no way to defend them. With what they have done, they deserve to end up like that. You wiped out all the Sarutobi clan. This is too cruel. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and said, no matter how bad the Sarutobi clan is, there will always be innocent people, right? Now, it seems that this is the only thing that can be used to accuse. I admit this. Sasuke nodded. Even if 9 out of 10 Sarutobi deserve to be killed, if we kill them all, there will probably be injustice. Then you still do that? Jiraiya immediately asked back. Because I was seeking revenge at that time. Sasuke said in a cold voice. I am not judging their guilt, but avenging the Uchiha clan. I let him experience what Sarutobi Hiruzen did to the Uchiha clan himself. Destroy the Sarutobi clan first. Then, the group goes to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen experience how he felt after the night of the genocide. What you are doing is too extreme. Jiraiya couldn't help but accuse. Ah. Sasuke chuckled and shook his head. Jiraiya, you probably haven't experienced the feeling of carrying hatred. Well, you can think about it, if. What would you think if I go and kill both Tsunade and Orochimaru now? Jiraiya is speechless. Tsunade and Orochimaru, if they are both killed. He will also be angry, and then, may also want revenge. If, add another condition. Sasuke had a cruel smile on his face. I captured Tsunade and Orochimaru, and then killed them in front of you, and you couldn't resist. This. Jiraiya's face changes drastically. Isn't this too cruel? Killed in front of him. This is pretty much what I experienced. The smile on Sasuke's face faded, and he said in a calm voice, Jiraiya, you haven't experienced hatred, so why are you talking about mutual understanding between people? If I really did what I just said, now, with the blood of Tsunade and Orochimaru on my hands, I say, I want to repent. Jiraiya, at this time, will you understand me and forgive me? Opposite. Jiraiya looks hesitant. Answer me. Sasuke yelled. Didn't you say that people should understand each other? After I went to kill Tsunade and Orochimaru, couldn't you forgive me and understand me? Jiraiya looked bitter. I don't know. Sasuke sneered. Of course you don't know. How can you understand this if you haven't experienced the same pain? That's why you can stand and speak without pain in your back, and point fingers from the moral high ground. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, I still think highly of you, but you were confused at the beginning. Nagato. Teacher Jiraiya, people who have not experienced pain cannot truly understand each other. Fourth Raikage. How ridiculous. They say they want people to understand each other, but in fact they may not even be able to do it. Axed. Doesn't anyone agree with him? I haven't felt pain at all. Jiraiya retorted with some lack of confidence. You? What have you experienced? Sasuke thought about it for a moment. Orochimaru defected and Tsunade didn't want you. These two things should not be counted. How much pain can this be considered? Exed. What do you mean Tsunade doesn't want him? So heartbreaking. Except for this, I should be your disciple. Sasuke continued. Those 3 people from the land of rain. Let's forget about this for now. Your other disciple, Namikaze Minato, do you mean him by the pain you mentioned? That's right. Jiraiya nodded. Minato is a disciple who he has taught seriously for many years and whom he once thought might be the son of the prophecy and placed high hopes on him. However, sudden Nine Tails rebellion, Minato died young. Tisk. I really don't know how you have the nerve to mention Namikaze Minato. Sasuke couldn't help but shake his head. What happened to me? Jiraiya looks aggrieved. First, during the Nine Tails rebellion, you were not in Konoha and did nothing. Sasuke raised 2 fingers and said slowly. Second, after the Nine Tails rebellion, you didn't do anything. Jiraiya, tell me, in the more than 10 years after the Nine Tails rebellion, you did everything what? Orochimaru defected shortly after the Nine Tails rebellion. I went after Orochimaru. Jiraiya paused for a moment and answered, and then you chased him for 12 years? Sasuke showed a sarcastic smile on his face. Then, according to what Tsunade and Orochimaru said about your style, you should have been collecting materials over the years, right? The Intimate Paradise series has been published frequently, I know this. *T. Besides, are you looking for the next child of prophecy? Sasuke continued to ask. Namikaze Minato, the child of the prophecy that you originally thought was dead, so you rushed to find the next one? Jiraiya is speechless. Jiraiya, what do you think Namikaze Minato is? Sasuke shook his head for a while. During the Nine Tails rebellion, Nine Tails was suspected to be controlled by Sharingan. Even if you were not in Konoha at the time, you should still investigate it when you come back, right? Namikaze Minato, he is the Hokage of Konoha, and he is also your disciple. Whether it's from a Konoha shinobi perspective or a teacher's perspective, you should investigate it, right? However, if I hadn't discovered Uchiha Obito's identity, Jiraiya, you still wouldn't know who killed your disciple. I have investigated the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya couldn't help but defend himself. It's just that nothing was found. Oh, I see what you mean. Sasuke suddenly realized. You mean, you are not a bad teacher who doesn't care about his disciples and treats his disciples as tools. You are just too useless to find out the truth. Jiraiya felt like he was going to die of suffocation. Uchiha Sasuke called him a loser in front of him, but he couldn't refute it. After all, he is telling the truth. If it weren't for Uchiha Sasuke, he still wouldn't know that the murderer who caused the Nine Tails rebellion was Minato's disciple Uchiha Obito. Even if I want to investigate, I have no direction at all. Jiraiya said with a bitter expression. That's why I say you are a waste. Sasuke shook his head and said, Uchiha Obito, the original masked man, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina should have seen him at that time. So, if you want to investigate, first bring them out of Impure World reincarnation and ask them. They will definitely know more information. Opposite. Jiraiya's expression changes. What the hell is this investigation method? How could this be such nonsense? Don't tell me Impure World reincarnation is a forbidden technique that plays with the souls of the dead. Sasuke directly interrupted Jiraiya, who wanted to speak. If what we want to do is to investigate the identity of the masked man, I believe that Namikaze Minato and the others will also be happy to be invited by Impure World reincarnation to assist in the investigation and strive to eradicate this threat to Konoha. Jiraiya was stunned for a while. It seems reasonable. Finding out the murderer who killed them should be something Minato and Kushina would like to see. If Namikaze Minato's soul was sacrificed to Shinigami and could not be summoned, wouldn't there be Uzumaki Kushina? Sasuke continued. At least she should be able to be summoned through Impure World reincarnation. Asking her is better than your random investigation? Jiraiya listened and thought, nodding slowly. This is indeed better than investigating like a headless fly by himself. As for the sacrifices of Impure World reincarnation, at worst, they can use the death row prisoners. Only. Ask the dead for information through Impure World reincarnation. He has never thought of this method at all. In the chat room. Namikaze Minato. If we want to investigate the murderer of the Nine Tails rebellion, neither Kushina nor I would mind being summoned by the Impure World reincarnation. Although he may not be able to be summoned. Uzumaki Kushina. Although I don't know much, I can confirm the Uzumaki mask, the Sharingan in the right eye, and summoning Nine Tails. Senju Tobirama. That's a lot. Summoning Nine Tails. Based on this, you can contact that guy Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya. I never thought of an investigation method like impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, your thinking is completely limited. You treat impure world reincarnation as an evil forbidden technique across the board, so you didn't think of this method. Senju Tobirama. Ninjutsu is just a tool. It has no good or evil attributes. It all depends on the person who performs the ninjutsu. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. In the more than 12 years since the Nine Tails Rebellion, Jiraiya, have you continued to investigate the murderer of the Nine Tails Rebellion? Sasuke stares into Jiraiya's eyes and asks. When I traveled around the ninja world, I always paid attention to. Jiraiya's eyes dodged slightly. Pay attention to? Sasuke laughed. What are you paying attention to? Apart from knowing that a Nine Tails is suspected to be controlled by Sharingan, what else do you know? You don't even know the masked man's appearance. What are you paying attention to? Jiraiya is silent. He has nothing to say about this. So, I can say that you haven't seriously looked for the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion, have you? Sasuke continues to ask. Jiraiya is silent. Hee. Sasuke chuckled twice. So, during your more than 10 years of traveling around the ninja world, on the one hand, you were chasing Orochimaru's footsteps, and on the other hand, you were looking for the next book of prophecy. Yes. Jiraiya responded weakly. Right. Sasuke nodded. After all, Namikaze Minato, the last person you considered to be the child of prophecy, is dead, so you might as well go find the next person to be the child of prophecy. Jiraiya's expression changes. How can you say that? Isn't this too despicable to say about him? Jiraiya, let me ask you. Sasuke looked directly at Jiraiya and said, on one side is the son of the prophecy who doesn't know when he will find it, and the illusory future peace. On the other side, he killed the fourth Hokage, caused heavy losses to Konoha, and secretly watched Nine Tails, enemy. Which of these two things is more important? Sasuke saw Jiraiya open his mouth and added, before you speak, think clearly whether your answer is worthy of the fourth Hokage who died, and whether it is worthy of the Konoha villagers and ninjas who died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Jiraiya was embarrassed. Yes. It is important to investigate the murderer of the Nine Tails Rebellion. He can only answer this way now. Really? Is your answer sincere? Sasuke asked back. Jiraiya, sometimes I even wonder, are you a ninja from Konoha or a ninja from Mount Myoboku? Of course I am a ninja of Konoha. Jiraiya frowned and replied. The ninjas of Mount Myoboku. What the hell is this? That's what you said. Sasuke nodded. However, in terms of approach, you seem to value the prophecy of the old toad of Mount Myoboku more than the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion that caused heavy damage to Konoha. If you say that you know too little about the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion and it is difficult to find it, then you can spend decades for a more elusive child of prophecy. Jiraiya, it's really hard for me to believe that you still regard yourself as a Konoha ninja. Jiraiya suppressed her blush. I'm not looking for the son of prophecy for Mount Myoboku. I hope to find the son of prophecy and then bring peace to the ninja world. What Uchiha Sasuke said, speaking as if he has surrendered to Mount Myoboku. But, when Konoha needs you, you seem to be away. Sasuke couldn't help but shake his head. Let's not talk about the Nine Tails Rebellion. When Cloud Shinobi forced Konoha to surrender through war, you seemed not to be there either. The Cloud Shinobi and Hyuga incident in Konoha 51. In the end, it ended with Sarutobi Hiruzen delaying and indirectly forcing the Hyuga clan to hand over the body of Hyuga Hazashi. Jiraiya opened his mouth. Things happened too fast at that time. When he learned about this, everything had already happened. He simply didn't have time to rush back to Konoha. Don't you want peace? Sasuke stared at Jiraiya. If you had been in Konoha at that time, that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been more confident. Even if he may still intend to beat the Hyuga clan, as his disciple, you can at least refute and persuade. Bar? Jiraiya lowered his head and remained silent. You keep saying you want peace, but what have you done for the ninja world? Sasuke continued to ask. If you didn't have time to catch up with the Hyuga incident, then, the Uchiha clan was openly exterminated in the village. Don't you feel something is wrong? Have you ever thought about investigating? Or, because the person who died was a member of our Uchiha clan, you thought it didn't matter and just died? Have you ever thought that it was Uchiha who died yesterday, but next time it may be someone else in Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have done so many dirty things. If not me, who will expose them? If not me, who will give the truth to those who died unjustly? If not me, Who will get rid of these two cancers, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo? Only based on your so-called son of prophecy? Just because of Naruto. Because of Naruto's brain. He was fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen and screamed happily like a third-generation grandpa. Aside. Naruto, hateful. As he spoke, he was also humiliated. Real world. Jiraiya gasped sharply. Cold sweat fell from his forehead. Kim Sasuke's words were like sharp arrows, piercing into his heart. His whole body was stabbed and riddled with holes. All kinds of feelings in my heart are mixed together. Bitterness, weakness, pain, regret, sadness, irritability. The mood is complicated and difficult to understand. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Hey, Jiraiya, you said you talk about peace in the ninja world every day and people understand each other, is that interesting? Tsunade. It's normal to have such a dream, but you don't have the ability, so why bother? Jiraiya. I know I don't have that ability, so I want to find the son of prophecy. Senju Tobirama. Ha. What you say will only make me look down on you even more. If you can't do something yourself, just leave it to your disciples. It's too irresponsible. Senju Hashirama. That's not entirely true. It's normal to place hope on your juniors, but you have to do your best. Otherwise, what right do you have to ask your juniors? Tsunade. Jiraiya, let me translate my grandfather's words. Stop thinking about teaching the children of prophecy and do more business. Ext. Senju Tobirama. You too, Suna. Stop gambling every day and do something serious. You in the other world have already restarted the research of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade. It's bad, why did she get herself involved? On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Jiraiya's eyes are blank. What has he done in these years? It seems that I have been on a journey all the time, looking for the elusive son of prophecy. Things in Konoha have been ignored by him. Perhaps. Also because he was powerless, he could not change, so he unintentionally chose to escape. Find out the truth of a series of historical events. Get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. These things are all done by Uchiha Sasuke. Now, when the other party asks him this question, he has absolutely no confidence to respond. Backquote, Jiraiya, originally, before I met you, as one of the Sannin of Konoha, you were still a ninja I respected. Sasuke shook his head and continued. It's just that I didn't expect that after I really met you, you would actually disappoint me so much, and you were getting more and more disappointed. What have you done for Konoha and the ninja world in these years? It seems that the only one you have is your Intimate Paradise series, right? Jiraiya lowered his head, his expression extremely bitter. From the Nine Tails Rebellion to the present. More than 12 years. He has been traveling around the ninja world, looking for the prophesied child, but found nothing. It can indeed be said that I have done nothing. Except for that Intimate Paradise. It would be okay if you could be more honest and calm. Sasuke sneered and said disdainfully, but when I wanted to become Hokage, you actually jumped out and found Tsunade to compete with me for Hokage. Jiraiya, let me ask you, where is your face? You have done nothing for so many years. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, I got rid of them. Why do you have the nerve to jump out and question me for becoming Konoha's Hokage? When Sarutobi Hiruzen was here, you didn't come back for more than 10 years. I was going to become a Hokage, and you immediately jumped out and disagreed. Why? Do you think I'm easier to bully than Sarutobi Hiruzen? Opposite. I didn't think so, Jiraiya defended weakly. He just feels that Uchiha Sasuke has an extreme personality and is not suitable to be the Hokage of Konoha. And that old toad's bullshit prophecy. Sasuke had no intention of letting Jiraiya go, and continued to argue. Let's not talk about the differences in ideas between us. If you want peace in the ninja world and mutual understanding between people, then work hard to do it yourself. But what are you doing? Go and recruit disciples, the regiment hopes that they can do it. Jiraiya, I'm a little curious. Why are you so confident? Did the old toad's prophecy give you confidence? You do have some strength, but is your strength enough compared to the peace of the entire ninja world? Why do you think that the child of prophecy needs your guidance to go on the right path? Come on, tell me, why are you so confident? Is it your strength that is unrivaled in the world? Is it your personality that is unparalleled? Or is your philosophy more advanced and more impressive? Even if there really is a child of prophecy, why is it necessary for you to guide me? Is there anything unique about you? Do you think too highly of yourself? Boom. Sasuke's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiraiya's heart. He is too confident and thinks too highly of himself. Why do the children of prophecy need his guidance? For Jiraiya, it's because the prophecy of the great toad sage said so. So he went to look for the son of prophecy and took on a disciple. But, now think about it, why yourself? Is there really anything special about you? Compared to the son of prophecy who can bring peace to the entire ninja world, what do I have to praise? Also, about peace in the ninja world, Sasuke continues to hit Jiraiya. I can bring peace to the ninja world in my own way. I don't need any children of prophecy at all. As long as I am alive, will any ninja village dare to go to war with Konoha? I can do it alone. Bulldoze their entire village. In comparison, what have you done? Sanin's title seems to be a title for a loser, right? In that battle against Hanzo of the Salamander, except for you Sanin, all the remaining Konoha shinobi died, right? It's the same war, I only need one person. Moreover, I haven't even killed any ninja from the enemy village. Jiraiya, think about it. How many ninjas from other villages have you killed? How many Konoha shinobi died on the battlefield under your leadership? In the chat room. Orochimaru. What a tragedy. Jiraiya was sprayed with no power to reply. This was a complete crushing. Tsunade. Kim Sasuke still asked Jiraiya to speak first, but even so, Jiraiya was still criticized like this. Jiraiya. Hateful. Why? Why is this happening? He is not like this. How could he be as bad as Uchiha Sasuke said? How should he refute what Uchiha Sasuke said? There is no way to refute. In the more than 10 years since the Nine Tails Rebellion, he has indeed accomplished nothing. When Konoha needed him, he was never there. Regarding the darkness of Konoha, he chose to escape instead of taking the initiative to change. He has not made much contribution to the peace of the ninja world in recent years. Jiraiya. Why is this happening? Am I really useless? Namikaze Minato. Of course not. Mr. Jiraiya, my growth is inseparable from your teaching. I can become a Hokage, and this is also your contribution, Mr. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Minato, forget it, Jiraiya taught you almost 20 years ago. Even before the Third Ninja War, Jiraiya basically had nothing to teach you. Namikaze Minato. Comfort yourself, Mr. Jiraiya. Why is Orochimaru here to cause trouble? Conan. We are still grateful to you, Mr. Jiraiya. If it weren't for you, we would have died in the war. Senju Tobirama. Yes, that's so right. As a Konoha shinobi, I spent several years teaching a few people from the Rain Country, but I still haven't brought it back to Konoha. Nara Shikaku. As a result, those disciples have formed a rebel ninja organization. I don't know what they are planning. They are also colluding with people like Uchiha Obito who are harming Konoha. Ext. Nagato. This is our choice and has nothing to do with Jiraiya graphics engineer. Orochimaru. So, Jiraiya, you said you want peace in the ninja world, but your contribution in the past few decades is to teach several leaders of rebellious ninja organizations, and a Konoha Hokage who died early. Namikaze Minato. You can't say that. Jiraiya Sensei has played a great role in several ninja wars, which can be regarded as protecting Konoha. Fourth Raikage. Ha. He said he wanted peace in the ninja world, but his contribution was obtained through fighting and killing people in the war. It's really ridiculous. Onoki. In that case, it's not as good as Gold Sasuke. At least in the hands of Gold Sasuke, none of us Iwagakure died. Jiraiya. Why is this so? He is the one who wants peace in the ninja world and who wants people to understand each other. But in the end, it was Kim Sasuke, who he considered to be a domineering and extreme person, who eliminated the war. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Jiraiya's eyes were blank, as if he had lost his soul. The inner world is torn apart. The whole person is immersed in severe mental pain. He didn't do anything. He is not unique at all. Why is he qualified to guide the son of prophecy? There is also the title of Sanin. They were all rejected by Uchiha Sasuke. After the war against Hanzo of the Salamander ended, you went to teach the 3 orphans from the Rain Country. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya coldly and continued. You were unrestrained, free and unrestrained, and Konoha has been completely thrown aside by you. After the Second Ninja War ended, you became a famous figure in the ninja world. But, while you were enjoying the glory brought by the ridiculous title of loser Sanin, where are those Konoha shinobi who died in the battle? Because of your weakness and incompetence, those Konoha shinobi died tragically on the battlefield. And those ninjas from other villages who were killed by you. Don't you want peace in the ninja world? Is this your contribution to peace in the ninja world? Don't you want people to understand each other? Did you do it during the war? If you really want people to understand each other, then why don't you convince the shadows of other villages to stop the war? Opposite. Jiraiya's face is bitter. How is this possible? How can he have the weight to persuade the shadows of other villages to give up the war? Ah. Sasuke sneered and said mockingly. It seems that you also know that this is impossible. So, why? Come on, answer me. Is it because your personality is not charming enough or your strength is not enough? This. Jiraiya is embarrassed again. If your charisma and appeal are strong enough, can you do this? Jiraiya can't imagine it. So, he can only hope that the Son of Prophecy can do it. As for strength, if it is said that force is used to force people to give up war, this is not in line with his philosophy. If you want people to understand each other, you can try it now. Sasuke said jokingly. I have demanded high compensation from Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi for this kind of oppression and plunder. You should not agree with it. But the money, the ninjutsu and secret techniques of those villages have been sent to Konoha. If you want to implement your ideals, then you can try to persuade the Konoha Shinobi to see if they are willing to return those things. Or, if this is not possible, you can also try to persuade people in other villages to let go of their resentment towards Konoha. Isn't this what you want for people to understand each other? Well, go try it. Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head. These are, of course, impossible to do. How can the ninjas of Konoha be willing to give back the benefits they have already received? How can those villages let go of their grievances after paying such a heavy price? He can't do any of these. You guy. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya and shook his head. You are incompetent but want to have delusions, it is childishly stupid and ridiculous. Are you still dissatisfied with me in any way? I restored Orochimaru's status as a rebel ninja and made him the director of Konoha Research Institute. You don't agree, do you? Okay. Then I can allow you to kill Orochimaru now. Go ahead and do it, I will never stop you. Jiraiya shrinks his neck. Kill Orochimaru. How could he do this? That guy Orochimaru finally returned to Konoha. He just doesn't agree that Orochimaru's wrongdoings have been wiped out and he has become a high-level official. The research conducted by Orochimaru will require human experiments. Don't you agree with this? Sasuke continued. In this regard, if you don't agree, then I will announce my denial of Senju Tobirama's second Hokage status when I go back. After all, he has conducted many human experiments. In your opinion, he should not be worthy of doing so. Konoha's Hokage, right? I didn't say that. Jiraiya answered with difficulty. If second Hokage is deprived of his Hokage identity because of him, Tsunade will probably tear him alive. Then why are you forcing me to do so? What qualifications do you have to be dissatisfied with me? Sasuke spat at Jiraiya mercilessly. I can't stand anything I see, but if I let you do it yourself, you can't accomplish anything. I don't do anything serious day by day, and I give advice to a serious person like me. When you have time, reflect on yourself more. After so many years, has your strength improved? Have you worked hard to cultivate? Whenever you don't like me, think about yourself. You have accomplished nothing for so many years, why are you such a waste? Those enemy village ninjas who died at your hands, those Konoha shinobi who died under your leadership, have you completely forgotten? Don't you feel like your hands are stained with blood? Don't you feel ashamed of those people? Don't you have nightmares at night? Heart-piercing words like a barrage of cannons. Completely let Jiraiya break the defense. Do not talk. Jiraiya holds his head in his hands, pain evident in his voice. Ha! Is this your level? Sasuke sneered and said disdainfully. I have the ideal of hoping for peace in the ninja world, but my mental endurance is so poor. If you think what I said is wrong, refute me. Aren't you dissatisfied with me? Or, you actually agree with what I said, and you actually know your own incompetence, but you don't dare to face the truth. You allow yourself to ignore this and become ostrich. Is it because you can relax by entrusting everything to the Son of Prophecy? After all, you only need to teach the Son of Prophecy, and you don't need to face the cruel reality. You don't need to personally change the ninja world. So you acted like an ostrich. You ignored the darkness in Konoha and refused to change it. You also gave up on the war in the ninja world and entrusted the dream of mutual understanding between people to the Son of Prophecy. You can relax yourself, after all, you can't do it. Jiraiya, tell me, is this your true face? Thump. Stop talking. Please stop talking. Jiraiya couldn't hold on anymore. He fell to the ground, his head hung on the ground, and his voice was hoarse. In the chat room. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, what are you talking about? If you don't have that much ability, Don't dream of such a big dream and it's over. Tsunade. Even if you want peace in the ninja world, Jiraiya, your idea is too naive, so you should give up as soon as possible. Senju Tobirama. Especially, you want to find the son of prophecy because of the prophecy of a toad. This is not naive, it is ridiculous. Senju Hashirama. If you don't have that much power, you can make your field of vision smaller first. At least with your strength, you should be able to make some changes to Konoha. Make Konoha better first, and then go on. It's not too late to consider other things. Axed. So miserable. He and his self in another world were both denied. Pervy Sage, are you okay? Naruto knelt down and poked Jiraiya with his finger. He could barely understand what Sasuke said just now. Pervy Sage seems to have been hit hard. Sasuke, can you stop talking? Naruto looked up at Sasuke and begged. Pervy Sage was very kind to him. Looking at Pervy Sage now, he can't stand it. He himself said that he has been unhappy with me for a long time. I gave him the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction with me, but he didn't use it. Sasuke said expressionlessly. However, I did not continue to attack Jiraiya. This guy is already like this, there is no point in hitting him anymore. And if Jiraiya hadn't been jumping around in front of him, Sasuke wouldn't have bothered to talk to him. I have accomplished nothing. I am ridiculously naive. I am irresponsible. I am escaping from reality. Jiraiya muttered to himself absent-mindedly. Is this what he turns out to be? Pain, it hurts so much. Stand up. Sasuke frowned and kicked Jiraiya. If you continue to be so decadent, I think you will be almost useless. Why not waste it and use it as a pawn? It's perfect as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya looks sad and angry. He's not so incompetent, right? Doesn't he even have a place where he can be used? What should he do? Does Konoha still have a place for him now? I said before that you are prohibited from teaching Naruto. This order is still in effect. Sasuke looked at Jiraiya coldly and said, of course, I won't be so harsh. You and Naruto can still be in contact. But if you dare to preach your childish principles to Naruto, if you read it, just wait to become the sacrifice of impure world reincarnation. Naruto, this idiot is already stupid enough, please stop hurting him. Naruto. Bastard Sasuke, what are you talking about? Jiraiya said in a hoarse voice. He has no room for resistance at all. Uchiha Sasuke, both in terms of his strength and his Hokage identity. I can't even refuse. It's even possible that he lacks companionship, and his mental health problems are nothing for you to worry about. Sasuke said and looked at Naruto. Naruto, do you want to see your parents? I can use impure world reincarnation to summon them to the living world. At least your mother should be able to summon them. Eh? Naruto's eyes lit up. Can this be done? Can he see his parents? Wait, impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya frowned and wanted to speak again. Shut up. Sasuke snapped. Use your rotten brain and think about it. Uzumaki Kushina, does she want to see her child? Jiraiya looked startled. Kushina and Minato died when Naruto was born, they must want to see their child. Even in the form of impure world reincarnation. Wait here for a while, I'll be right back. After Sasuke finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Not long after, Sasuke returned to the head of the Uchiha Madara statue, holding a small bottle in one hand and throwing an old lady to the ground with the other hand. Jiraiya looked at the man on the ground with dumbfounded eyes. Utatane Kaharu. What is Uchiha Sasuke bringing her here for? Impure world reincarnation. See, could this be using Utatane Kaharu as a sacrifice? Oh. Utatane Kaharu saw Jiraiya and hurriedly wanted to ask for help. However, that's just how it sounds. Previously, in order to prevent Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu from revealing his identity, Senju Tobirama knocked out all their teeth and then destroyed their throats. So Utatane Kaharu has become like this now. Stop struggling. Sasuke took out a kunai and slashed Utatane Kaharu. Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura. Both of them have the same fate as you. Isn't it easier for you this way? Is it easy to accept your fate? Anyway, you are still suffering from life now. I helped you get rid of it. Don't you thank me very much? Woo. Utatane Kaharu glared at Sasuke with hatred in his eyes. Thank you for your mother, in the chat room. Utatane Kaharu. Asshole. Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, he really deserves to die. Shimura Danzo. Phew, feel good. You two have now realized how I felt at the beginning. Konoha F4. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was publicly executed in front of the people of Konoha village. Kakashi's head was twisted off by Kamui, who activated it unconsciously. As for the remaining 3 people, neatly. There are not many of them, and all of them were used as sacrifices by Jin Sasuke for the impure world reincarnation. Shimura Danzo, used to summon Senju Tobarama. Mitokado Homura, used to summon the 4th Kage Rasa. The Rasa over there should be panning for gold in the desert of the Land of Wind by now. The last one, Udatane Kaharu. Now it will also be used to summon Uzumaki Kushina from the dirt. Mitokado Homura. Originally I thought Danzo you were not in a normal state of mind. But now I seem to be able to understand you. Udatane Kaharu. Damn it. Can't you just hope for the best? Can't you just hope that I can escape successfully and take revenge on the damn Uchiha Sasuke? Shimura Danzo. What are you dreaming about? Let alone escaping, you don't want revenge. Udatane Kaharu. Mitokado Homura. Save it. It would be nice to die earlier and avoid suffering for a few days. The fate of those people over there was really miserable. From being a high-ranking Konoha executive, he suddenly became a prisoner. Imprisoned in Konoha prison, waiting for Uchiha Sasuke to use them as sacrifices for who knows when. Living is also suffering. Woo much. Udatane Kaharu shouted with an angry look. What she wants to say is, Uchiha Sasuke, you will regret it. Goodbye. The era of you 4 is now completely over. Sasuke stuffed Uzumaki Kushina's human tissue into the wound on Udatane Kaharu's body and cast impure world reincarnation. The dark spell spreads on the ground. Gloomy wind bursts. An illusory spirit returned from the netherworld to the present world and possessed Udatane Kaharu. Papers are flying, wrapping and shrinking Kaharu. This old body gradually transformed into that of a young woman. Uzumaki Kushina's consciousness is a little blurry. Am I still alive? Where is this? Move your body a little. Looked around. A handsome young man wearing a Hokage god robe? What's the situation? When did Konoha have such a young Hokage? And this boy looks a bit familiar. Look to the side again. Jiraiya-sensei? Uzumaki Kushina said with a dazed expression. Kushina, long time no see. Jiraiya said with emotion. You are now summoned back to the present world in the form of impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Kushina frowned. I haven't had time to think about it. I noticed the last person again. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Round face. You. Uzumaki Kushina's heart moved. Are you Naruto? Hair and eyes. Follow Yi Cheng. The face shape is very similar to hers. Besides, the chakra in this child. 9 tails. 9 tails sealed in this child's body. Naruto. This must be her and Minato's child Naruto. Has Naruto grown this big already? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself awkwardly. Strangeness. Originally, he was looking forward to meeting his parents. Why is it that now that I have actually seen it, I feel a little uncomfortable? Abruptly, Naruto felt himself being hugged. Naruto. Mom finally sees you. Uzumaki Kushina's voice is choked up. I feel like crying a little bit, but I can't cry. This body of filthy earth does not have the function of crying. Mother. Naruto's lips twitched slightly. Hateful. Why'd I want to cry? When he met his parents for the first time, he clearly wanted to act stronger. Let them see that I have become an excellent ninja. But. The tears can't be stopped. Aside. Sasuke watched this scene with a blank expression. In this way, it can be considered as a fulfillment of what Naruto has always wanted. Speaking of which, Naruto is a little bit worse than himself in this regard. He has never met his parents. In the future, I will also see my parents again, whether it is in the form of impure world reincarnation or a true resurrection. How will you feel at that time? A long time. After Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto briefly exchanged a few words, they reluctantly calmed down. Teacher Jiraiya, who is this? Looks at Sasuke. What a young Hokage. And he looks so familiar. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I am a classmate of Naruto at the ninja school, and I am now the current 5th Hokage of Konoha. The 60th year of Konoha is coming to an end now. Many things have happened in the nearly 13 years since your death, which you can gradually understand later. Sasuke said slowly. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes moved. Your mother, is she Makoto? She and I are good friends. She even hugged Sasuke after he was born. That's right. Sasuke nodded expressionlessly. However, I can be considered the only one left in the Uchiha clan now. My parents were killed by Uchiha Itachi. Uzumaki Kushina is a little confused. Itachi. That kid killed Makoto. What the hell is this? This is just one of the major events that have happened in the past 10 years. Sasuke continued. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculations, Naruto has not had a good life since he was a child. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been executed by me now. If you want to vent, I can criticize Commodore for his impure world reincarnation. Uzumaki Kushina's expression changed. Naruto had a bad time as a child? And it's because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan? Hateful. This damn old monkey. I entrusted Naruto to him, what did he do? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Naruto with some distress. Naruto and Sasuke are obviously the same age. But there is such a big difference in height. The way Naruto is looking like this is obviously because he didn't have enough nutrition when he was a child, so he didn't develop well. Those things are in the past. Naruto said angrily, I don't care anymore. Aside. Sasuke couldn't help but frown. Naruto is a bit unusual. This is a bit too generous. This was also the case at the beginning. After he exposed Sarutobi Hiruzen's plot against Naruto, he told Naruto at that time whether he wanted to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a good beating to vent his anger. As a result, Naruto didn't do anything either. Besides, Naruto actually wants to gain the approval of those ignorant villagers. Something is wrong, something is really wrong. Naruto's character is a bit too holy, in the chat room. Uzumaki Kushina. Indeed. Naruto, whoever dares to bully you, just go and beat him up. Why do we need to gain their approval? This is what we do. That's why she got the nickname Blood Red Hot Chili Pepper. Uzumaki Naruto. But, wouldn't it be better if everyone could recognize him? Senju Tobirama. There is something wrong with Naruto's character. He gives me the feeling of being my big brother, which is a bit too generous. Senju Hashirama. Do you? I think I'm normal. Uchiha Madara. Yes. Hashirama, you actually begged other villages to cease the war peacefully. Bah. What kind of trash do they think they deserve to let you do that? Senju Hashirama. But isn't the result pretty good? Senju Tobirama. Those guys are shouting for joy, but do they dare not give you face, big brother? They can't even beat Uchiha Madara. How can they really dare to fight against you, big brother? Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, that bastard, did he step on him again? Orochimaru. First Hokage can achieve the desired results, ultimately, because of his great strength. Nagato. Yes, only the strong are qualified to be generous and considerate of the weak. The weak can only pray that the strong will step on them with less force. Naruto's current personality. This should not be Jiraiya's reason. Jiraiya hasn't been in contact with Naruto for too long, so it won't have such a big impact. Of course. Even if it wasn't Jiraiya's fault, Jiraiya would never want to teach Naruto again. What a bullshit prophecy. Sasuke wants to destroy this prophecy now. Naruto, I will find you a new teacher later. Sasuke thought for a moment and said, the level will never be lower than Jiraiya. Speaking. Sasuke's figure disappears in a flash. After a while, Sasuke is back with Senju Tobirama. The Valley of the End? Senju Tobirama confirmed his current location. Then he frowned and said to Sasuke impatiently, what are you doing again? What do you want from me? This happens every day. He works a lot every day, and he is almost overwhelmed with Shadow Clone. This guy Uchiha Sasuke, I always look for him. I want you to teach a student, Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke pointed at Naruto and said, how can I have that time? Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes and said, don't blame everything on me. Just teaching a student, how can he waste his energy on such a trivial matter? Again the author said, he doesn't know how to control the power of tailed beasts, so how can he teach Jinchuriki? You can't impure world reincarnation his sister-in-law too, right? If he does that, he will probably get whipped. Naruto's character is a bit silly. Sasuke considered the words and said, it feels a bit similar to first Hokage. He looks like a Tihanhan, but he is not completely Tihanhan. Naruto was immediately dissatisfied when he heard Sasuke's evaluation of him. Sasuke, what are you talking about? He is very smart. Okay, if you say so. Senju Tobirama looked at Naruto and nodded. It does seem to be somewhat similar. His eldest brother felt somewhat similar to this Uzumaki Naruto when he was a child. Looks like a fool. Most of the time he is foolish, and only occasionally does he show great wisdom. You come up with a way to train him. Make him as smart as possible, at least not too naive. Sasuke said. Senju Tobarama's face under the mask was slightly distorted. I'll try my best. He has experience in dealing with people with a personality like his elder brother. But the training is good. This is a bit difficult. It's not like he hasn't thought about changing his elder brother's childish ideas. But he really can't do it. Who is he? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Senju Tobarama with some caution. Is it reliable? This guy is wearing a mask and looks like Anbu, but this mask seems different from the ordinary Anbu. You can rest assured about reliability, Sasuke responded. Senju Tobarama, this guy, should be considered a very suitable candidate. If Jiraiya were to teach Naruto, Naruto would probably become as childish as Jiraiya. And this guy Senju Tobarama, he has been tested before. As the younger brother of first Hokage, he was not seriously affected and his IQ is still online. Kakashi-sensei, plus Izuna, both of them will be Naruto's instructors in the future. Sasuke said slowly. Kakashi. Uzumaki Kushina nodded. I don't know what Kakashi's character is like now. By the way, there is one more thing, Uzumaki Kushina said. When Naruto's strength reaches a certain level, he can start to control the power of the tailed beast. At that time, he will need the assistance of someone who can control the tailed beast. Although Naruto still has her and Minato's chakra inside him. However, if you want to practice controlling the power of tailed beasts, it is best to be more secure. If you want, you can stay in this world and stay with Naruto. Sasuke's left eye Mangekyo glared at Uzumaki Kushina. You have mastered the adamantine sealing chains. Now this dirty earth body should allow you to exert most of your strength, and you can use the adamantine sealing chains to control 9 tails. Of course, if anything happens, just notify me through Flying Thunder God technique. Can you stay in this world forever? Great. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up. Well, can you also impure world reincarnation Minato? In this case, their family can be reunited. It can't be done now. Sasuke shook his head. The soul of the 4th generation was swallowed by the Shinigami. Orochimaru tried it before and couldn't impure world reincarnation. Is this so? Uzumaki Kushina frowned slightly. Minato. He still has half of the 9 tails over there. He used the ghoul seal to seal the half of the yin 9 tails together with his soul. Senju Tobarama looked a little surprised. After the corpses are sealed, can 9 tails still be divided into 2 halves? Magic. He has never used the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan and does not understand it. 9 tails. Tailed beast, split into 2 halves. Interesting. That's it. Sasuke touched his chin and nodded slowly. It seems that we should add another subject to Orochimaru and let him study how to break the ghoul seal, the power of tailed beasts, and Shinigami. They are all worthy of study. Uzumaki Kushina is a little confused. This child of the Makoto family, no wonder he became a Hokage at such a young age. This is too courageous. I won't tell you if you want to study tailed beasts. Even Shinigami dares to make up his mind. If the tailed beast controls the power of 9 tails, it can activate a 9 tails chakra mode. Uzumaki Kushina said, if you practice further, you will become a perfect Jinchuriki, but I don't know how to become a perfect Jinchuriki. As for Shinigami, I don't know much about this either. Perfect Jinchuriki. Sasuke frowns in thought. Tailed beasts were created by Sage of 6 Paths based on 10 tails chakra and using yin-yang escape. This power from the sacred tree is certainly worth studying. And, according to what the old toad said, after Sage of 6 Paths divided 10 tails into 9 tailed beasts, he sealed the 9 tailed beasts in his body. Sage of 6 Paths in this state can be regarded as 10 tails Jinchuriki. If Sasuke wants to gain stronger power, of course, we must study the power inherited from Kagaya and study the paths that 6 Paths has tried. What is the approximate level of 9 tails power? Sasuke asked Uzumaki Kushina. Very strong. Uzumaki Kushina looked solemn. So. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and said, even 9 tails, the strongest among the tailed beasts, cannot defeat the wooden golem, not to mention that the 9 stars are now divided into 2 halves. Then it is even more impossible to be Uchiha Sasuke's opponent. Is that the extent? Sasuke couldn't help but frown. The only tailed beasts he has ever seen are 1 tail, 3 tails, and 5 tails. 9 tails, the strongest among the tailed beasts, is just like this. Uzumaki Kushina is a little confused. This Anbu named Izuna has such an arrogant tone. 9 tails, the strongest tailed beast, is only rated as average. In the chat room. 9 tails. Damn it. Second Hokage doesn't know wood style. Why are you so arrogant? Senju Tobarama. So what if I don't know wood style? Anyway, you were beaten by wooden golem. 9 tails. Asshole. Damn first Hokage. 1 tail. Smelly fox. Tell me about your experience of being beaten by a wooden golem. 9 tails. Go away. You fat civet cat, if I use wood style to hit you, I won't even need the wooden golem, just a dragon technique is enough. 1 tail. Urgent. Did I poke a painful spot? 9 tails. I suddenly remembered, Stinky Tanuki, you are not even qualified to be beaten by wood style, Sand Shinobi and that bunch of rubbish conceal you. Scumbag, you really gave us a tailed beast, shame on you. Although the remaining 8 of them were beaten by Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. But these 2 people are both descendants of the old man from 6 Paths. Both Wood Style and Sharingan restrained their tailed beasts. Shukaku is the most embarrassing guy. Just Sand Shinobi conceal it. 1 tail. Tinky Fox, on the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Don't underestimate 9 tails, Uzumaki Kushina reminded seriously. Although the power of wood style and adamantine sealing chains can restrain tailed beasts, the power of 9 tails is also very strong. What I'm talking about is strength. Even if we don't consider ability restraint, 9 tails' strength is no match for that of humans. Senju Tobarama shook his head and said, forget it, let's not talk about it. You won't be able to understand it anyway. The juniors in the ninja world lack awareness of the power of his elder brother and Uchiha Madara. However, by using the power of the tailed beast in the form of Jinchuriki, we should be able to avoid the weaknesses of the tailed beast to a large extent. Sasuke said thoughtfully, that's right. Uzumaki Kushina nodded. If you become a perfect Jinchuriki, you can cooperate with the tailed beasts and be immune to illusions. Minato once encountered Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails Jinchuriki killer bee. He is the perfect human being. Perfect Jinchuriki, Sasuke nodded slowly. This is worth looking forward to. If Naruto becomes the perfect Jinchuriki of 9 tails, I don't know what level of power he will have. However, unfortunately we don't know how to cultivate into a perfect Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina said with some regret. It is impossible for Cloud Shinobi to leave such a perfect Jinchuriki training method to Konoha. It's not impossible to do this. Wait a moment. After Sasuke finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared again. This time, Sasuke disappeared for a long time. Uzumaki Kushina was a little confused. Where did he go again? Perfect Jinchuriki. Could this guy be? Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched. The perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world now is not just Cloud Shinobi. After some time, whoosh, Sasuke's figure appears again. There is also a person who looks like a child. The perfect Jinchuriki is brought back. Sasuke pointed to Yagura and introduced, Yagura, Mist Shinobi's 4th Mizukage, 3 tails perfect Jinchuriki. Water. Mizukage? Uzumaki Kushina was a little dumbfounded. No, this kid from the Makoto family, what's going on? He just activated the Flying Thunder God technique, went to Mist Shinobi, and brought Sono Gakuin's Mizukage with him? Is this kidnapping? What are you going to do? Don't you want Mist Shinobi's perfect Jinchuriki training method? How is this possible? If you do this nonsense, there will be a war between Konoha and Mist Shinobi. Well. Yagura let out a long sigh. Sir Hokage, what's the matter with bringing me here? He was in Mizukage's office just now. Sasuke suddenly appears in a flash. Just take him with you and you're done. Mist Shinobi, his subordinates are probably still confused now. I hope Lord Mizukage can teach Naruto to complete the training of perfect Jinchuriki. Sasuke pointed at Naruto and said, is he? The 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha? Yagura looked at Naruto and shook his head. It's very difficult. If you want to control the power of tailed beasts, you must at least have excellent chakra control ability and basic quality. If you go further, you must also test whether your mind is firm. In the end, we have to try to reach reconciliation with the tailed beast. And this 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. These conditions don't seem to be very met. Uzumaki Kushina feels like she doesn't understand this ninja world. What's going on? Sasuke, the Hokage, went directly to bring Mist Shinobi's Mizukage over, and also took a peek at Mist Shinobi's perfect Jinchuriki training method. But the other party doesn't seem to be angry at all. And it seems that he doesn't intend to refuse or hide his secrets. Why is it happening like that? When did the relationship between Konoha and Mist Shinobi get so good? Can even the perfect Jinchuriki training method be shared? Aside. Jiraiya lowered his head and pondered. This. The current state of Konoha and Mist Shinobi, is this good? Uchiha Sasuke has a domineering personality. As for Mist Shinobi's Mizukage, although he was somewhat resistant, he could only accept it. In Jiraiya's heart, he doesn't like this kind of relationship. But this at least maintains a semblance of peace. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara, no way, that Jiraiya, you really disgust me. You have no strength, yet you want everything and do nothing. You are not satisfied with Uchiha Sasuke's way, then what did you do? Ext. Senju Tobarama. You want to establish your ideal ninja relationship, but you have to have strength. If you have the strength of my big brother, then you have the right to be childish, but the problem is that you don't have that strength. Nagato. Jiraiya-sensei, I have already told you what happened to Yahiko. We ended up like that because we were incompetent and naive. Terumi Mei. No, although it's good that Kim Sasuke can bring peace. But can he respect our Mist Shinobi a little bit? He just took Mizukage away, such a thing. Onoki. Be content, at least you Mist Shinobi didn't destroy the entire village. Tamari. Although Mist Shinobi's Mizukage is a bit frustrated, at least he hasn't been mined by impure world reincarnation. Ching. Having said that, I suddenly feel that Yuan Yin's ending is actually pretty good. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Naruto is only 12 or 13 years old now, don't worry. Uzumaki Kushina touched Naruto's head and reassured. Lay the foundation first, and then try to control the power of the tailed beast. So. Sasuke said to Yagura and Uzumaki Kushina. Write down the perfect Jinchuriki training method and communicate it with Mrs. Fourth Hokage. Naruto's talent is actually quite good, and it's 9 tails Jinchuriki. As a Hokage, I have to improve Naruto's strength. Not to mention, Sasuke also wants to see what Naruto, the so-called son of the prophecy, will do when he grows up. It's just the prophecy of an old toad. Even if Naruto becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, so what? Sasuke's own strength is not stagnant. As long as you keep improving your strength, you will always have strength that far exceeds that of the son of prophecy. When the time comes, the old toad's prediction will naturally turn into a joke. Naruto, I will probably give you some arrangements for your study and practice in the next few years. Sasuke raised his finger and told Naruto bit by bit. First of all, in terms of strength, you need to lay a good foundation for this. Teacher Kakashi and Izuna will guide you together. You have to practice seriously. Chakra nature transformation, chakra control ability, physical skills, ninjutsu, and actual combat, these basic abilities must be improved. For further practice, it is about the practice of controlling the power of 9 tails. Your mother will teach you this. In addition, you cannot relax when it comes to studying. This is as important as practicing. The history of the ninja world, the common sense of the ninja world and ninjas, you are so far behind in these aspects, you have to come up. Also, brain. Alas. Forget it, I won't ask too much of you in this regard, but at least don't be too naive and don't be easily deceived. Izuna, regarding Naruto's studies, I will leave it all to you. Opposite. Naruto was listening attentively. There is still some excitement on his face. However, after hearing what happened, Naruto's expression gradually changed. He wants to improve his strength and defeat Sasuke. Why do you still need to learn so many things? Isn't this going to cost him his life? I will try my best. Senju Tobarama said with some embarrassment. Hateful. He was tired of dealing with his elder brother back then. Why do you have to start a new trumpet now? Uchiha Sasuke, this guy can really find work for him. Naruto, please be serious. Sasuke looked at Naruto's gloomy look and couldn't help scolding. Don't you want to defeat me and become a Hokage? Then don't always talk like a useless waste like Jiraiya. If you want to replace me as Hokage, strength, knowledge, brains, these aspects. Only when you surpass me can you become Hokage. Aside. Jiraiya's face changed slightly. He is a useless waste. Hateful. Naruto looked unhappy. I will definitely surpass you soon. Wait until I control the power of 9 tails, then I will challenge you. As for the remaining knowledge and brain, never mind. If you want to challenge Sasuke in these 2 aspects, you need to spend a little more time. Yes, I'm also looking forward to seeing the power of 9 tails. Sasuke rolled his eyes and decided to encourage Naruto again. After you learn chakra nature transformation, you will probably have enough basic strength to control the power of 9 tails. Well, chakra nature transformation, speaking of it, this is something I learned before I was 9 years old. Naruto, if you double it, I should be able to complete it before I am 18 years old, right? Opposite. Naruto's face turned green, hateful. Sasuke, this guy is too much of a bully, 9 years old. What I want to practice next is something that Sasuke mastered before he was 9 years old. I'm just a little late. Naruto refused to admit defeat and said, when I start practicing, I will be much faster than you. Sasuke nodded repeatedly. Then come on. Hateful. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. Damn Sasuke, just wait for me. I'll kick you off your Hokage seat soon. As for you, Jiraiya. Sasuke glanced at Jiraiya. Although you haven't done anything serious for more than 10 years, you can at least know Sage Mode. I have inoculated Konoha Anbu with Orochimaru's curse seal. You can choose to teach them to adapt and use natural energy, or continue to fool around like now and achieve nothing. You choose. I accept. Jiraiya answered directly without hesitation. It's time for him to really do something. After traveling in the ninja world for so many years, he has never held any position in Konoha. Now, Orochimaru became the director of Konoha Research Institute. Tsunade became the director of Konoha Hospital. Konoha Sannin, he is the only one left, and he is nothing and does nothing. If you don't do anything anymore, he is really what Uchiha Sasuke calls trash. In the chat room, Senju Tobirama, well Jiraiya, go back to Konoha and do some serious work. Stop worrying about your son who broke the prophecy every day. I am a dead person over there working hard for Konoha, but you, a living person, are fooling around every day. Jiraiya. I know I was wrong. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto in the other world seems to be better than the original direction. Although it is no longer taught by Jiraiya sensei, it is not bad to be replaced by Kakashi and second generation master, and I can still accompany Naruto over there. Help Naruto control the power of 9 tails. Namikaze Minato. Sasuke in that world did not defect and became a Hokage. So Naruto, as Sasuke's friend, also benefited from this. A few months later. Hokage building. In Hokage's office. It should be considered completed, right? Sasuke holds a talisman in his hand. On the talisman paper is a black, winding and complicated spell, and Yushi is the word, solitary. Immortal talisman. The resurrection sage art mastered by that old toad. After going to see that old toad, after getting those special sage art, Sasuke finally came up with a sage talisman during this period of time. I don't know how effective it is, I have to try it. Sasuke touched his chin and quickly made up his mind. The basement of the Hokage building. In a certain room, inside the 24-hour barrier, there is a crystal coffin. Inside, is Nohara Rin's body, in the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Asshole. Uchiha Sasuke, this damn bastard, what does he want to do? Hateful. Damn, this damn guy. Previously, when I saw Jin Sasuke obtain the sage art of resurrection, the talisman of the immortal. At that time, he had a bad premonition. That bastard Uchiha Sasuke wants to try the sage art of sage talisman. Who is he going to try it on? That bastard took Lin's body away from his Kamui space. If he resurrected Lin, Obito simply cannot imagine the possible development in the future. Plus, Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard, could he die suddenly on the spot? Hitaki Kakashi. Kin Sasuke, doesn't he want to resurrect Lin? Shiranui Genma. Be more confident, that's it. Haha, I have a hunch that Obe's mentality will explode next. Uchiha Obito. Shut up. His mentality has begun to explode now. Namikaze Minato. But, can that immortal talisman really bring the dead back to life? Isn't this effect too magical? Orochimaru. And looking at Jin Sasuke, it only took him a few months to complete such a resurrection sage art. The price is too small. Tsunade. The old lady Chiyo reincarnated herself, but she had to give up her own life force to resurrect others. Senju Tobirama. It's not completely unacceptable. The immortals of the 3 holy places have all survived for thousands of years. They are better at resurrection and longevity than us ninjas, which is normal. Orochimaru. If that immortal talisman can really bring the dead back to life without much cost, that would be really interesting. There should be the secret of life and death hidden in this. In the basement of the Hokage building. In this basement, the protective barrier is open 24 hours a day. There are still ninjas guarding the outside to prevent anyone from sneaking in. After all, that guy Uchiha Obito must really want to get this body back. But we can't let him get what he wants. The only way to make Uchiha Obito so angry is to hold Nohara Rin's body in his hands. A complete body has completely lost the breath of life. However, a special spell has been left on the body, so the body can be preserved intact to this day. Sasuke glared at Nohara Rin with the Mangekyo in his left eye. Although the human talisman has the effect of resurrecting the dead, it still needs to be destroyed in order to do so. And Nohara Rin's well-preserved body is simply perfect. Come on, the miracle of resurrection. Sasuke took a deep breath, feeling a little excited. Resurrection from the dead. This kind of ability can be called a miracle. For Sasuke, the sage art of Sage Talisman is more attractive than the powerful and dangerous ability of Dust Release. Start trying. Push open the transparent coffin on the crystal coffin. Nohara Rin seems to be sleeping. Only the complete inability to sense the breath of life in the bloody hole in her heart indicate that this is a dead person. Sasuke gently placed the Sage Talisman on Nohara Rin's heart. Wow! A burst of green fluorescence emerges. The Immortal Talisman is activated. Sasuke, in the past few months, the Sage Art Yang Escape Chakra gathered on this talisman paper began to flow according to the spell on the Sage Talisman, and it worked. A wave of life pervades the silent basement. Nohara Rin's face has begun to regain its rosy luster visibly to the naked eye. Under the effect of high-quality Yang Escape, the flesh and blood began to squirm at the penetrating wound on Nohara Rin's heart, and the wound healed quickly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heartbeat is restored. Gradually, breathing has also recovered. The characteristics of a living person are reproduced one by one on this original body. However, some time passes. The green fluorescence of the Immortal Talisman has completely dissipated. Nohara Rin's face looks like a normal person, her breathing and heartbeat are normal. But he never woke up. In the chat room, Uchiha Obito. It's okay, it's okay. Fortunately it failed. A false alarm. Really? How could something as miraculous as resurrection from the dead be so easy to achieve? Something's wrong. Sasuke frowned. Mangekyo with the left eye glared at Nohara Rin again. The information obtained is slightly different from last time. What was originally a corpse without life breath is now a living dead with normal physiological functions. The soul is the soul, Sasuke guessed in his mind. The last information I gained insight into was that there was no soul in this body. And this time there is still no soul. Although the Immortal Talisman restored Nohara Rin's physiological functions, it failed to bring back her soul. If you resurrect a person who died recently, his soul may not have left the body, so he will probably be resurrected on the spot. And now this is a person who has been dead for a long time, and his soul has left his body, so after resurrection, he is also a living dead without a soul. Sasuke thought in his mind. So, what we should do now is to find a way to bring Nohara Rin's soul back. And this is naturally not difficult. Impure World Reincarnation. That guy from Senju Tobarama's Impure World Reincarnation can recall the soul that originally existed in the Pure Land to the present world. Sacrifice. I am the sacrifice, and I have information about body tissue, which can be used to locate the soul in the underworld. Sasuke thought for a moment, then reached out to Nohara Rin for a bottle. Below, the dark spell spreads. Reanimation jutsu cast. The hole in the netherworld opens, and the soul returns. An illusory spirit body submerged into Nohara Rin's body. Laugh. A lot of steam rising. The souls summoned through Impure World Reincarnation have returned to the bodies of the living. The resurrected body. The returning soul. The real resurrection. Well, Nohara Rin's body trembled. The eyelids move slightly. Slowly open your eyes. Where am I? Nohara Rin is a little confused. Didn't she just get killed by Reikari? Now, what the eyes see is the ceiling. This doesn't look like the legendary Pure Land. I can feel my heartbeat. However, my body is a little stiff and my movements are a little difficult. Hello, Nohara Rin. Sasuke said from the side. It is the 61st year of Konoha, and it has been nearly 14 years since you died. Real world. The whole ninja world is shocked. Resurrected. Really come back to life. The Immortal Talisman made by Kim Sasuke really accomplished the miracle of bringing the dead back to life. Orochimaru. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. Resurrection from the dead without paying a huge price. The talisman of the immortal, Yang release. Sure enough, the secret of life lies in Yang release. Senju Tobarama. According to legend, Yin escape can create forms from the invisible, while Yang escape can give life to inanimate forms. Now it seems that this is not a legend, it is a fact. The combination of Yin and Yang is the Yin and Yang escape technique. Advanced Yin-Yang escape really has the ability to create life. Hitaki Kakashi, Lin, is actually resurrected. Namikaze Minato. But so much time has passed, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for Rin. Uchiha Obito. Bad thing. Very bad. Although, if he doesn't engage in Project Tsuki no Mi, he also wants to resurrect Nohara Rin. But then he has to resurrect Lin by himself. But now, in that world, it was Uchiha Sasuke, his enemy, who resurrected Lin. Nohara Lin's voice was a little weak. My body feels very weak. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I am the current 5th Hokage of Konoha. You are in Konoha now. You were indeed dead for more than 10 years before, and I just resurrected you in a special way. Sasuke said slowly. 5th generation. Hokage? Nohara Lin is a little confused. When she was alive, the 3rd Hokage was still in power. 14 years have passed, and now we have reached the 5th Hokage. I don't know if Minato-sensei became a Hokage as she wished. You have been lying in this crystal coffin for more than 10 years, and now you have just been resurrected. Your soul has returned to your body not long ago, so your body control may be a little uncomfortable. Sasuke said, casually making a chair with wood style, and sat down on the side. You can get used to your body first, and I will tell you what happened in the past 10 years. Interesting. So funny. Sasuke's lips can't help but curl up now. Uchiha Obito. Hey. Just letting you take the blame. This level of revenge is totally not enough. Good. Nohara Rin tried her best to control her head and nodded lightly. Thank you, Mr. Hokage. This title is a little uncomfortable for me. She feels that this 5th Hokage seems to be the same age as her. Have you actually become a Hokage now? That's awesome. Well, there are a lot of things to say. Let me think about where to start. Sasuke tapped his forehead and thought for a moment. Let's start with your experience. You were inexplicably captured by Mist Shinobi and implanted with 3 tails. You should be confused by this, right? Yes. Nohara Lin nodded slowly. She is just an ordinary Konoha Chunin. Mist Shinobi's plan to use the tailed beasts, why did he target her? To put it simply, this is because you were implicated by Uchiha Obito. Sasuke's first sentence shocked Nohara Rin. Uchiha Obito did not die in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, he was saved by a man. That person plans to let Uchiha Obito complete a plan with him, so he needs to use you to upgrade Uchiha Obito's Sharingan and improve Uchiha Obito's strength. So, that person used the fog he secretly controlled to hidden, designed the 3 Tails plan to invade Konoha, and used you as a tool in the plan to stimulate Uchiha Obito. In the crystal coffin, Nohara Lin was completely stunned. What is this? Obito is not dead. After being rescued by someone, what plan do you plan to involve him in? Seriously. The key point is to let Uchiha Obito see your death, so that he can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan in severe pain. You should know. What will your death mean to Uchiha Obito? Sasuke asked Nohara Rin. Probably. Be clearer. Nohara Rin bit her lip slightly. Obito has always liked her, she knows this. But she has no feelings for Obito. I just treat Obito as a partner and teammate. Click. Uchiha Obito feels his heart is broken. Lin has no feelings for him. No, this is not true. Obito put his head in his hands and roared angrily. Fake. All fake. This bullshit live broadcast room is all an illusion. He wouldn't believe such a thing. After witnessing your death, Uchiha Obito accepted the plan to save his man. And their plan? Well, it can be said that it will destroy the ninja ghosts. Sasuke said slowly. Infinite Tsukuyomi who puts everyone into dreamland. Even if Kagaya and White Zetsu are not considered, it can be said that everyone is going to die. What is the difference between eternal dreams and death? Destroy the ninja world? Nohara Rin was dumbfounded. Is not. She could probably imagine that Obito would not be able to bear it when he saw her death. But she had no idea that Obito would become like this. Destroying the ninja world. This is too extreme. Sasuke looked at Nohara Rin's reaction, feeling slightly happy, and continued. Next, after the Third Ninja War, your teacher Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage. But, in the 48th year of Konoha, when Namikaze Minato's child was about to be born, Uchiha Obito attacked Konoha. Nine Tails was released from Uzumaki Kushina's body, and summoned to Konoha village by Uchiha Obito. In the crystal coffin, Nohara Rin was completely dumbfounded. Master Kushina, the nine tails in her body was forcibly released by Obito? This. If I do this, will Master Mew die? Why would Obito do this? Master Kushina is so kind to him, Nohara Rin can see it all. How could Obito do such a thing? Mrs. Kushina, did she survive? Nohara Rin has some hope in her eyes. Maybe Minato-sensei has a way to save his wife. No, she died the same day she gave birth to her child. Sasuke continued to talk about Obito's glorious deeds. Not just him, Namikaze Minato was attacked by Uchiha Obito, and eventually died trying to seal Nine Tails. Also, their newborn child was almost killed by Uchiha Obito using a detonating charm. Also, because Nine Tails was summoned to Konoha village by Uchiha Obito, the Konoha shinobi and the villagers suffered heavy losses. You should be able to imagine this. Nohara Rin nodded slowly. The tailed beast was released in the village. 3 tails was implanted into her in the hope that after she returned to Konoha, 3 tails would run rampant in Konoha village. And what Obito released in Konoha village is a stronger 9 tails. How will Konoha be destroyed? Obito. How could he do such a thing? Nohara Rin said angrily, unacceptable. The child of teacher Minato and Mrs. Kushina has just been born. This is what happened. A family of 3 was almost wiped out. Mr. Minato and Mrs. Kushina both died. Their children have become orphans since birth. And this was actually done by Obito, and releasing 9 tails in Konoha. Didn't Obito still want to be a Hokage? Why would he do such a thing? So, Sasuke leaned forward slightly and looked at Nohara Rin. What do you think of Uchiha Obito now? If Uchiha Obito repented, would you forgive him? Nohara Rin bit her lip and shook her head sadly. I am not qualified to replace teacher Minato, Mrs. Kushina, and the dead Konoha villagers to forgive me. Real world. Obito was struck by lightning. Lin will not forgive him. Although, he expected this kind of thing. But when he actually saw Lin say such words, he still couldn't accept it. What should I do? Obito looked down at his hands, despair in his voice. Even if he repented, Lin would not forgive him. His hands were already covered in blood. Now, even if he tries to find a way to use Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect Lin, what will happen? Do you hide everything you have done? Otherwise, if Lin knew what he had done, she would not forgive him. Good. Sasuke nodded approvingly. You are right, we are not qualified to forgive him. Just like I am not qualified to forgive my idiot brother for the people who died for me. In the crystal coffin, Nohara Rin frowned. What does this mean? Dead clan members. What happened to the Uchiha clan? Has this young Hokage's brother done something similar to Obito? This is what happened after the Nine Tails rebellion. Sasuke saw Nohara Rin's doubts and continued. The 4th Hokage died in order to seal 9 tails, and that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to power, and started to target our Uchiha clan with the root leader Shiwa Danzo. Later, when I was 7 years old, Uchiha Obito teamed up with my idiot brother who was brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and wiped out the Uchiha clan. In the end, I was the only one left. My parents were killed by my idiot brother. So miserable. Nohara Rin shrank her neck slightly. When I was 7 years old, my parents were killed by my brother, and the entire family was slaughtered until I was the only one left. How could he talk about this kind of human tragedy so calmly? No wonder he became a Hokage at such a young age. At least, Nohara Rin asked herself that she could not achieve this kind of strength. When she experienced this kind of thing when she was 7 years old, she would have completely collapsed. Obito. Why did you want to destroy the Uchiha clan? Nohara Rin couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Sasuke shook his head. My idiot brother was ordered by the root leader Shimura Danzo to attack the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly knew about it and acquiesced. As for Uchiha Obito, who can understand his brain circuit? Anyway, I don't know what the Uchiha family has to say to him. What stands out among many things Uchiha Obito does is confusion. Well, Nohara Rin sighed slightly. Why is Obito like this? Based on the things Obito has done, no matter what he does, there is no way he can make up for it. Obito. Has he done anything else? Nohara Lin asked hesitantly. Other things. He secretly controlled Mist Shinobi's fourth Mizukage, and used the Mizukage's power to wreak havoc on Kirigakure. Sasuke looked at Nohara Rin and smiled. This should be because he wants to avenge you. Of course, Uchiha Obito had no idea that you were actually being plotted and used to stimulate him to open his eyes. Uchiha Obito had no idea about it and never thought about it. Nohara Lin nodded secretly. This is very familiar. Obito is indeed not very smart, and it is normal for him not to notice other people's schemes. Also, he previously controlled Mist Shinobi to use Mist Shinobi's power to invade the Land of Fire. Sasuke continues. Nohara Lin's expression became a little tense. There is actually. How many immoral things has Obito done over the years? In the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Sasuke, that bastard. Telling Lin those things, what good will it do to this bastard? Obito has now adjusted his thinking. Instead of self-doubt to the point of despair. It is better to choose to resent others. Terumi Mei. Are you afraid to admit what you have done? Do you still hope that little girl Nohara Rin will think you are still a good person? Ching. This is like being a bitch and building a memorial arch. Bah. Disgusting. Nagato. Uchiha Obito, give up. Based on the things you have done, Nohara Rin will never forgive you. Conan. So what if she forgives you? Anyway, even if she forgives you, she doesn't like you. Uchiha Obito. Shut up. You bastards, stop talking nonsense here. Ching. Tisk, tisk, I'm anxious, my guard is broken, Nohara Lin just doesn't like you. What's wrong? Don't you dare to admit it. Terumi Mei. I seem to understand. The reason why Uchiha Obito wants infinite Tsukuyomi is not to create a world where Nohara Rin exists, but to create a world where Nohara Rin likes him. Uchiha Obito. Nonsense. Conan, you're jumping. It looks like that. Ha, Uchiha Obito, you are really no small fish. Uchiha Obito. You guys. Damn. These bastards deserve to die. This is almost finished about Uchiha Obito. Sasuke paused and continued. The rest is mainly about Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old guy looks great and upright on the surface, but he has done so many evil things over the years. However, he and Shimura Danzo, I have already caught them before, put them on trial in public, and dealt with them. You can learn about these things later, I won't go into details. In the crystal coffin. Nohara Lin recovered a little, tried her best to hold herself up, and sat up. It has been more than 10 years since she died. So many things have happened. Teacher Minato became the Hokage as he wished, but was killed by Obito. And the third Hokage. The image in her mind has also been subverted. Nohara Lin lowered his head and looked at his body. Why do you want to resurrect me? Resurrection. This kind of thing should be difficult to do, right? Why yourself? She should have nothing to do with this young fifth Hokage. Resurrecting you uses a special ability I learned before. Sasuke said frankly. Because I may plan to try to resurrect my parents in the future, so I made a try on you first. My method of resurrection requires the complete body of the deceased. And your body happens to be well preserved, so I chose you. Certainly. Sasuke also hid something. Resurrecting Nohara Rin. This is an important part of his revenge against Uchiha Obito. Hehe. That guy Uchiha Obito, because he saw Nohara Rin's death, he directly opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can be imagined that the best revenge for Uchiha Obito is to take Nohara Rin. Anyway, thank you. Nohara Lin sincerely thanked me. Although the other party resurrected himself just to try. Although after his resurrection, he has become somewhat unfamiliar with this world. But the other party gave himself a second life. She should still be grateful. Don't move around yet. Sasuke stopped Nohara Lin from trying to stand up. This is my first time to use this resurrection ninjutsu, so I need to check it carefully. After all, you have been dead for more than 10 years. There may be other problems. Good. Nohara Lin nodded obediently. Buzz. Mangekyo glared at Nohara Rin with his left eye. This time, nothing special was found. Except for being a little weak, generally speaking, there should be no difference from a living person. Then. Sasuke switches his eyes to Byakugan form again. Through the see-through function of the Byakugan, the condition of Nohara Rin's body was carefully observed. The functions of various organs, meridians, and acupuncture points in the body are gradually recovering. No serious problems have been found yet. Sasuke's eyes returned to their original black pupils. It's just because I've been dead for so long that my physical condition is not very good. Well, I'll use the Yang escape chakra to help you heal, which should speed up your recovery. Then. I'm sorry to trouble you, Hokage-sama. Nohara Lin said obediently. Lie down. Sasuke ordered simply. Nohara Lin obeyed the instructions, and with a somewhat slow movement, she lay down in the crystal coffin again. Immediately. Sasuke's hands glowed with green fluorescence, and he pressed down on Nohara Rin's chest. The Yang escape chakra, full of vitality, rushes into Nohara Lin's body to improve her body functions. Well, Nohara Lin couldn't help but hum. This posture is a bit embarrassing, though Sasuke didn't touch her. But his hand is too close to my chest, coupled with the comfortable feeling of Yang Dun chakra to improve physical condition. Nohara Lin couldn't control herself for a moment. I can only grit my teeth and try to hold it back. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, get your dirty hands off me. Damn it. Lin was defiled by that bastard. Tsunade. Are you sick? Is this what healing jutsu is like? And Uchiha Sasuke didn't meet Nohara Rin either. Uchiha Obito. Bah. That guy Uchiha Sasuke, he clearly did it on purpose. This damn bastard, he actually targeted my Lin. Terumi Mei. It's your Lin, it's disgusting. Conan. I support Kim Sasuke to take down Nohara Rin and give it to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Asshole. Kurenai Yuhi. There's no way to compare Obito and Kim Sasuke. They're not as handsome as Kim Sasuke, and they can't compare in terms of strength, and their brains are not as good. Shizune. Also, Obito wanted to be a Hokage before, but Sasuke has already become a Hokage. Mitarashi Anko. It's so miserable. I was crushed in all directions. Somewhere in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito was so angry that Sharingan opened automatically. These damn bastards actually came to mock him. Besides, damn it Uchiha Sasuke, impossible, it's absolutely impossible for Lin to fall in love with him. Obito gritted his teeth and roared. Okay, it should be almost done, you can try to move a bit. Sasuke retracted his hands and said to Nohara Rin. I feel. My body is much better. Nohara Lin got up from the crystal coffin easily this time. I walked out and moved my body briefly. The feeling of weakness and discomfort before has almost disappeared. So amazing. It may be that your soul has been away from the body for too long. Although the soul has returned, there are some problems with the connection between the body and the soul. Sasuke guessed and said, there should be no big problem now, but it will need to be checked a few more times in the future. This is the first time he has used the sage art of resurrection, the sage talisman. You need to take it seriously, collect data, and accumulate experience for the future. Okay, I will cooperate well. Nohara Lin nodded, suddenly thought of something, and said, well, what should I do in the future? She is a person who should have been dead for more than 10 years. Now it's suddenly resurrected. If the news of her resurrection spreads, I'm afraid it will bring trouble to Sasuke, the Hokage, right? After all, no one can ignore resurrection. Well, stay with me for the time being so that I can check on you at any time. Sasuke thought for a while and said, I need to hide my identity. I usually wear a mask and serve as my secretary for now. If there is any problem with your body, I can handle it as soon as possible. Eh? Nohara Rin opened her mouth, a little surprised. Hokage's secretary, I'm not very good at it. I don't have this kind of experience, so I shouldn't be able to do it well. You don't need to do anything too complicated, just help me with some simple text work. Sasuke said slowly, with your current physical condition, it's better not to do any high-intensity work for the time being. Oh well. Nohara Lin nodded. I will trouble Mr. Hokage from now on. Little things. Sasuke waved his hand, his eyes flickered slightly, and said, you need to hide your identity in the future and need a code name. Well, let's call it Kirin. This is the name of the first S-level ninjutsu I developed. To be used as your codename in the future. Kilin. Okay, I remember it. Nohara Lin nodded. What is the name of the first S-level ninjutsu developed? It's amazing. At Kakashi's age, he has only developed the A-level ninjutsu of Ichitori. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Damn it, Uchiha Sasuke, you deserve to die. Almost chewed to pieces. This bastard. He actually asked Lin to be his secretary and stay with him every day so that he could check his health at any time. Damn it. Besides, Lin is a strange code name. It made him feel a strange malice. Kurenai Yuhi. Lin is done. As Kim Sasuke's secretary, if you get a long day and night, you will definitely be taken down. Terumi Mei. There are already signs of being taken down now. Hitaki Kakashi. It's really Kim Sasuke's style. This kind of revenge should be able to deal the biggest blow to Oichou. Uchiha Obito. Hateful. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke just snatched Lin's body. Now, Lin has been resurrected. The living Lin is about to be snatched away. By the way, there's one more thing. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took out a note, and handed it to Nohara Rin along with the pen. Sign your name on the back of the note. Good. Although Nohara Rin didn't know why, it was not a sin and she did as she was told. Sign the note. What are you doing? Sasuke took the signed note on the back without explaining anything to Nohara Lindo. Hehe. Nohara Lin is resurrected. Of course I have to inform Uchiha Obito about such a big surprise. The screen changes. Iron Kingdom. Amidst the wind and snow. Uchiha Obito temporarily lives in a dilapidated wooden house. Inside the house, Uchiha Obito lit a pile of dry wood and quietly cooked the fire. Beside, there is an Uzumaki-like distortion in the space. Back? What did that bastard Uchiha Sasuke say again? Uchiha Obito asked his shadow clone. To prevent the main body from entering Kamui space and being hit by Uchiha Sasuke. He chose to let shadow clone enter Kamui space to get the note. However, Obito shadow clone didn't answer at all. Holding a note in his hand, looking lost. Obito is a little confused. What happened this time? Shadow clone's reaction is wrong. In the past, when his shadow clone came back with a note, he would usually look angry and frustrated. Now. Why does it feel like shadow clone has lost its soul? This ninja world is fake. Obito shadow clone roared angrily, took out a kunai, and stabbed himself in the heart. Bang. Shadow clone explodes. The note in my hand is falling. What's the situation? Obito looked puzzled and caught the note. Yeah, that's right, it's the handwriting of that bastard Uchiha Sasuke. Sudden. In my mind. Shadow clone's memories are sent back. The memory about the content on the note is quickly read by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, let me tell you good news. Nohara Lin was resurrected by me. J. The real resurrection is not impure world reincarnation. She now knows what you have done, and she is not going to forgive you. Nohara Lin is a very cute little girl. Please don't worry, I will enjoy her for you. Oh, the word for is a bit wrong. After all, you have never owned her. Anyway, I still want to thank you. If you hadn't preserved her body well, I wouldn't have been able to resurrect her. Grateful. The content on the note ends. Just a few paragraphs. Obito was completely stunned. He now knows why Shadow Clone reacted like that just now. Lin is resurrected. That bastard Uchiha Sasuke, what does it mean when he says he wants to enjoy Lin? No, impossible. How could Lin be resurrected? Resurrection, even if you use Rinnegan, will come at a huge price. Uchiha Sasuke wants to resurrect Lin. How is it possible? Obito. Obito? Black Zetsu's voice sounded in Obito's ears. Obito. What's written on it? Black-white Zetsu sat opposite Obito and failed to see the content on the front of the note. Huh. There is also writing on the back, Nohara Lin. These words seem to be different from Uchiha Sasuke's handwriting? Opposite. Obito's body trembles. Lin's name? Different handwriting? Obito quickly turned over the note and read it. Then. Everyone is going crazy. Lin's handwriting. This is Lin's handwriting, and it's Lin's name written on it. Obito is extremely familiar with Nohara Rin's handwriting, and it is absolutely impossible to admit it wrong. The signature on the back is definitely written by Lin herself. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito. Ah, bastard. Uchiha Sasuke, how could there be such a damn person? Bastard, bastard, bastard. It's heart-wrenching to kill. Uchiha Sasuke, that bastard, resurrected Lin and went out of his way to inform him over there. What do you mean by enjoy it? He also said that he never had Lin. He even thanked himself for keeping Lin's body intact. Damn it. I kept Lin's body because I thought I might want to resurrect Lin one day. As a result, that bastard Uchiha Sasuke took Rin away and resurrected her. Asshole. He kept Rin's body well, but it ended up helping that bastard Uchiha Sasuke. Hitaki Kakashi. Kim Sasuke is really, oh, so cruel. Uzumaki Kushina. I'm stabbing this kid Obito in the heart. But I feel very happy. Obito, this brat, has done so many bad things. Do you still want Rin to forgive him? Terumi Mei. It's so cool. Uchiha Obito, that bastard, took revenge on our missed shinobi for a little girl, and now he himself has finally been revenged. Conan. Uchiha Obito, although the Akatsuki organization doesn't want you, you can apply for a job at the circus. There should be a need for clowns there. Uchiha Obito. Asshole. I am not a clown riding on a horse. Opposite. Black-White Zetsu also saw the content on the front of the note. This. Black Zetsu's mind froze for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke. Isn't that too cruel? Although I don't know how he resurrected Nohara Lin. But if you were resurrected, you will be resurrected. He actually came here to inform Obito. Hiss. This kind of news. I don't know if Obito can bear it. Ah. Obito let out a heart-rending roar. The Sharingan in the eyes opens instantly. The 3 Magatama spins and switches to a boomerang-shaped Mangekyo. Fake. All of them are fake. This damn fake world. Obito looks up to the sky and roars angrily. Opposite. Black Zetsu feels that this scene looks familiar. Was it the same when Obito started Mangekyo? Obito, calm down first. PFFT. Black Zetsu hasn't finished speaking yet. Uchiha Obito's eyes were scarlet, and he punched the Black-White Zetsu away. Boom. Ju's body slammed into the wall of the dilapidated wooden house. The whole wooden house was shocked. Ah. Uchiha Sasuke, kill you, kill you, kill you. Uchiha Obito roared and kicked the pile of firewood in front of him away. Burning firewood is scattered throughout the wooden house. Wait. Obito, don't be impulsive. PFFT. Black Zetsu quickly tried to dissuade him, but then got punched by Obito again. Plus. Black Zetsu is completely stunned. What the hell? Why hit him? What's wrong with this brat Obito? Now, in the entire ninja world, he and White Zetsu are the only ones willing to deal with Obito. Obito is actually attacking him now. Obito, you are trying too hard. White Zetsu said very aggrievedly. Xiao Hei can resist being beaten, but I am not that resistant. He is just an ordinary White Zetsu. How can you withstand the punch of angry Obito? Shut up. Die. Die to me. Uchiha Obito quickly formed a seal in his hand, and a huge great fireball suddenly hit Zetsu. Plus. Black Zetsu yelled in anger. This kid Obito is crazy. Boom. Click. Black-White Zetsu's body was swallowed by a huge fireball. Together with the wall of the wooden house behind, all were penetrated by the fireball of the judge. Immediately. The wooden house that lost one wall began to become crumbling. Boom. 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 Receive the chaos and constant vibrations, and drive them from the trapped state. The furious Uchiha Obito is venting wildly inside. Boom. Finally. This wooden house, which was already dilapidated, could not bear it at all and collapsed directly. Ah. Uchiha Obito roared out and rushed out. In the heavy snow, I can tell the direction of Konoha village. Uchiha Sasuke, I'll step on my horse and kill you. Obito roared angrily and was about to run towards Konoha village. Wait, Obito. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito were separated by a distance and hurriedly reminded. Obito, if you come to the door now, if you are caught by Uchiha Sasuke, think about the consequences. When you are captured, Uchiha Sasuke will do whatever he wants to Nohara Rin in front of you. Can you resist? Moment. Obito's running figure stops. Looking back, scarlet eyes stared directly at Black. Black Zetsu, you're looking for King Death. Boom. Obito's body suddenly surged, and he rushed in front of Black Zetsu in an instant, and hit Black. Plus. Black Zetsu is going crazy. You are riding a horse. I kindly remind you not to come to your door to kill someone. Obito, this stinky boy, treats his kindness as a donkey liver and lungs. I'm not grateful at all that I didn't say anything and didn't move the people against me. Obito, it's time to vent. Black Zetsu's voice contained suppressed anger. Boom. 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 Uchiha Obito doesn't care and beats the Black maniacally. Almost done. Boom. 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 Keep beating. Are you done yet? Boom. 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 Obito's action continues. Plus. Black Zetsu feels that he will not cry, Otherwise, he would be in tears now. Mom, it's not easy to rescue you. That bastard Uchiha Madara. What kind of successor are you looking for? Obito is too emotionally unstable. He actually led someone to attack him. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara. Phew. That's great. Black Zetsu, this bastard, is really unlucky. Black Zetsu. Who did he provoke? It's obviously Uchiha Sasuke's exciting Obito. In the end, it was him who got beaten. Terumi Mei. It's so funny. Watching Uchiha Obito and the others dog eat dog. What could be more interesting than that? Conan. Indeed, it's so fun to watch Uchiha Obito get so angry and jump around in anger. Uchiha Obito. Damn it. He could completely understand his mood over there. He is so angry in this world now. One can imagine. Over there, the stimulation he received at this moment was probably no less than the time when Mangekyo opened his eyes. In the wind and snow, Black Zetsu gave up the struggle. Let Obito wreak havoc on his body. Anyway, it's impossible for Obito's fist to cause any real damage to him. A long time. Obito's movements gradually stopped. Panchering violently. The Sharingan in the eyes exudes a cold aura. Obito, can you calm down now? Black Zetsu forced his patience and said. Anyway, as I just said, don't go. Give Uchiha Sasuke a headshot. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences. Shut up. Obito roared angrily. He has figured it out now. Black Zetsu is right. If he really went there and killed someone in anger, he would be caught by Uchiha Sasuke. With that bastard's character, maybe he will really do something to Lin in front of him. No. Absolutely not like that. When I think of that situation, Obito feels so uncomfortable that he wants to vomit blood. Me. Obito gasped, raised his head suddenly, and asked Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu, tell me, is Uchiha Sasuke lying to me? He said he resurrected Lin, which may be a lie. That bastard just wanted to use this method to lure me to his door. As for Lin's handwriting, if this is the case, maybe that guy Kakashi forged it. Or some other way. In short, Lin may not be resurrected. How is that possible? Resurrection is so easy. Uchiha Sasuke, he doesn't have a Rinnegan. It's not impossible. Black Zetsu pondered for a moment and said, but, with Uchiha Sasuke's style, if he wants to stimulate you in this way, then what he said may be true. Uchiha Obito's face changed. Impossible. How could Uchiha Sasuke do such a thing as resurrection? In addition to Rinnegan's Rinne Tensai technique, is there anything else? The resurrection ninjutsu is not possible? As for this, it really does exist. Black Zetsu recalled for a moment and said, at least, that wicked old toad on Mount Myoboku has a kind of resurrection sage art. At the beginning, Otsutsuki Hamura was controlled by his mother Kagaya for attacking Otsutsuki Hagoromo. As a result, Hamura was accidentally killed by Hagoromo, but was saved by that stinky toad sage art. If it hadn't been for that stinky toad, the mother would have only faced that treacherous son, Hagoromo, and maybe she wouldn't have been sealed. Mount Myoboku? Uchiha Obito's face darkened. The holy place where Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin, signed a contract. There is actually such a restoration method? No, I cannot. Uchiha Obito shook his head crazily. How can something like resurrection be so easy? Uchiha Sasuke, he may not be able to use the resurrection sage art. And even if he can really master the resurrection sage art, resurrection will definitely cost a lot. Uchiha Sasuke shouldn't be willing to pay the price to resurrect Lin. Yes, that must be the case. Oh, Obito, why are you doing this? Black Zetsu looked at Obito with some pity. Does it make any difference whether Nohara Lin was resurrected or not? Her body was originally snatched away by Uchiha Sasuke. Did you? Is there any way to get it back? Or, even if you snatch her back, even if you resurrect her? I didn't even say whether she would like you or not. Based on the things you did, will Nohara Rin forgive you? The things Obito is struggling with are completely meaningless. Shut up. Uchiha Obito's face turned dark. Black Zetsu, you bastard, what are you talking nonsense about? Alas. I won't say much more. In short, as long as you complete Infinite Tsukuyomi, everything you want can be realized in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu shook his head and said. Obito looks aggrieved. What to do in this real world? What if, Lin has really been resurrected by that damn bastard Uchiha Sasuke? In this case, if he doesn't rescue Lin. Hateful. Even if he does finally complete Infinite Tsukuyomi. But before Infinite Tsukuyomi is completed, who knows what that bastard Uchiha Sasuke will do to Rin. Ah. Can't think about it anymore. If I think about it anymore, Obito feels like he is going crazy. Huh. Huh. This is a false world, this is a false world. Obito kept repeating. In this false world, nothing is worth remembering, everything is fake. Only Infinite Tsukuyomi is real, I want to create reality. World. I want to create a world without Uchiha Sasuke. In that world, Lin will like him, he will be a genius since he was a child, and Kakashi will not be able to compare with him. Then, he becomes the hero of Konoha, and will later succeed Minato-sensei as the 5th Hokage. As for Uchiha Sasuke, this bastard never wants to appear in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. He should have been killed on the night of the genocide. In the chat room, Namikaze Minato, the Obito of that world, still wants to engage in Infinite Tsukuyomi. Everyone already knows the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara. Oh, I want to do Infinite Tsukuyomi because I want to create a truly peaceful ninja world. But that kid Obito probably wants to create a world that satisfies his unrealistic fantasy. So, after he learned the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi, just gave up. And Obito over there also learned the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi. Now I still want to continue Infinite Tsukuyomi. Give yourself back hypnosis and let yourself believe that only the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi is real. Conan. He has a pretty good idea. He wants to be a genius, be liked by others, and he also wants to be a Hokage. Bah. Uchiha Obito, are you worthy of that? Terumi Mei. Please be considerate, he can't do these things in the real world, so he can only look forward to a dream world like Infinite Tsukuyomi. Ching. It's ridiculous, he's just a clown escaping reality. Uchiha Obito. You bastards. Black Zetsu. Obito, this ninja world can no longer tolerate you. Come with me and continue Project Tsuki no Mi. Only Infinite Tsukuyomi is your eternal destination. Only in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi will Nohara Rin like you. Uchiha Obito. Why is it happening like that? Could it be that in his future, he can only continue to pursue Infinite Tsukuyomi, the world-destroying illusion? The way Black Zetsu looks at Obito, my mood has improved a lot. It's not easy. Obito, this brat, is planning to continue Project Tsuki no Mi. In the beginning, Obito almost gave up on the Eye of the Eye plan because of that bastard Uchiha Sasuke. He even told me not to look for him again. At that time, Black Zetsu's mentality was about to be shattered. There is no way to play like this. Infinite Tsukuyomi's affairs have been revealed. What should we do with his Project Tsuki no Mi? If Obito gives up, should he continue alone? Although he has some strength from his mother in his body, that strength can only be used at critical times. Other than that power, he basically has no frontal combat effectiveness. If he wants to continue to advance Project Tsuki no Mi, he must rely on the power of others. However, it's so easy to die. Obito, this kid, also wiped out the Uchiha clan. Even if Black Zetsu wants to induce another toolman of the Uchiha clan, he can't do it. So, although Obito has a very bad attitude, but Black Zetsu can only stalk Obito, trying to convince Obito to continue Project Tsuki no Mi. It has not been considered a success until now. Speaking of, thanks also to that guy Uchiha Sasuke. Thanks to him forcing Obito to the point of desperation, Obito now plans to pick up Project Tsuki no Mi again. That guy Uchiha Sasuke announced Obito's identity, deeds, and abilities. He also poured dirty water on Obito. As a result, Obito now has no place in the entire ninja world. Expelled from Akatsuki organization. Wanted by all major ninja countries and ninja villages at the same time. Underground in the ninja world, there are still white Zetsu cultivated by that guy Uchiha Sasuke, wandering around. Now Obito can only wander around the ninja world, wandering. In the middle of winter, flying snow in the sky. Obito can only live temporarily in a broken wooden house like the Kingdom of Iron. Even Black Zetsu feels that the king has become a bit messed up now. As for Uchiha Sasuke, this time he was even more murderous and gave Obito a hard blow. Nohara Lin is resurrected, and I also learned what Obito did. Now, this kid Obito has completely cut off his thoughts. The only way left for him is Infinite Tsukuyomi. It's not easy. After going round and round, we are back again. Originally Obito planned to give up Infinite Tsukuyomi because that guy Uchiha Sasuke told the truth. Now because of Uchiha Sasuke's series of operations, I plan to continue Infinite Tsukuyomi again. Huh. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Obito calmed down and began to think seriously. Black Zetsu, what should we do now? The current situation is too bad. He has no idea how Project Tsuki no Mi can continue. Well. Black Zetsu was also stunned. He has been thinking about how to make Obito change his mind recently. As for how to continue Project Tsuki no Mi, he hasn't had time to think too much recently. How to do it? They were all expelled from the Akatsuki organization. Rinnegan is completely beyond their control. Now, it's just Obito, him, and some white Zetsu. The power that Project Tsuki no Mi can use is limited to only a few people. Black Zetsu's mentality is a bit broken. Why is this happening? It was obviously fine not long ago. We. Black Zetsu struggled for a long time, and then said, with our strength, it is too difficult to collect tailed beasts. As for the Akatsuki organization, Nagato and the others will also collect tailed beasts in the future. Why don't we wait until Akatsuki's tailed beasts are collected, and then we can find a way to snatch the Rinnegan and Geto statue. The most important thing is, it's only in Rinnegan. As long as the Rinnegan is snatched away from Nagato, when the time comes, Geto statue, or the revived Ten Tails, can use the Rinnegan to directly summon him over. In short, Rinnegan is the most important. If you want to resurrect Uchiha Madara, you also need to use Rinnegan. Black Zetsu said slowly. Uchiha Madara? Are you going to resurrect that old bastard? Obito frowns. That old bastard who used Lin to plot against him. Obito wants to chop up Uchiha Madara's body and feed it to the dogs. It still needs to be used. Black Zetsu said with some frustration. If we are not strong enough to deal with Nagato by then, we will need to use the power of Uchiha Madara. With Obito's strength, even if he knew the information, it would be difficult to deal with Nagato and Pain. Use Uchiha Madara? Haha, this is interesting. Obito showed some interest. Uchiha Madara took advantage of him in the beginning. Now, it's time for him to return it. If you use Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation by then, you have to be careful. Black Zetsu said with concern. You must avoid Uchiha Sasuke as much as possible, and you cannot let him tell Chiya Madara about Infinite Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, it will really be over. Obito, this kid, may continue Project Tsuki no Mi after knowing the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi. And Uchiha Madara, this is almost impossible. Even if Uchiha Madara knew the truth about Infinite Tsukuyomi, knew his identity, and knew that he had secretly guided him throughout his life. Black Zetsu feels that he will definitely suffer. Uchiha Madara should be crazy and want to kill him. At that time, maybe we need to find a way to deceive Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu thought for a moment and said, we have to find a way to stop him from believing Uchiha Sasuke's words. Going to deceive that bastard Uchiha Madara? Haha, it's more interesting. Obito gets excited. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara. You ride on the horse and wait for me. You need to think in advance how to deceive and induce Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu lowered his head and pondered. This kind of thing, he is very skillful. Uchiha Madara's life has been almost spent secretly watching and causing trouble for him. Now, just continue what he did before. Forget it, don't be in a hurry, just think about it later. Black Zetsu shook his head and looked at Obito. In the next few years, until the Akatsuki organization captures the tailed beasts, all we have to do is survive. Don't be caught by Uchiha Sasuke. Hear this. Obito's face turned dark immediately. Is it possible that I will always be on the run in the future? Obito said with an angry look. What else can we do? Black Zetsu asked directly. The white Zetsu cultivated by Uchiha Sasuke was originally only found underground in the Land of Fire. Now, you can sometimes encounter Uchiha Sasuke's white Zetsu underground in the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. Now, they only dare to find shelter in the Kingdom of Grass, the Kingdom of Birds, and the Kingdom of Iron. In the middle of winter, you actually have to stay in a cold country like the Land of Iron. Hateful. Obito gritted his teeth in anger. It's all that bastard Uchiha Sasuke's fault. It was all him who caused himself to be in this miserable state. Oh, this is the only way. Obito sighed deeply and planned to go back to the previous wooden house to escape the wind and snow. However, as soon as I turned around, I discovered that the original wooden house had completely collapsed, and now the fire was burning. Obito's face stiffened. He then recalled that when he ran away just now, it seemed that the wooden house was destroyed. Not only was it destroyed, but it is now on fire. Forget it. Let's find another place. Obito shook his head and looked at Black Zetsu, suddenly confused. Where is White Zetsu? Go wherever you go. Black Zetsu is usually attached to White Zetsu. But now there is only Black Zetsu in front of me. White Zetsu is dead. Black Zetsu said angrily. You just hit a great fireball. It was just an ordinary White Zetsu, and it was burned to death. Horse riding. Obito, that brat, has the nerve to ask. Uchiha Obito's face darkened. If White Zetsu is gone, wouldn't he be able to use White Zetsu's mayfly technique to get on his way? It's snowing so damn much, is it possible that I have to walk by myself to find the next place to stay? Plus. It's so miserable. Alas. Let Faye come over later, ordinary White Zetsu can't help you tossing it. Black Zetsu said very tiredly. Uzumaki face White Zetsu, a Fae. This is a special individual in White Zetsu, with good strength. At least it should be able to withstand Obito's torture. In the chat room. Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu, those two bastards. He actually wants to take advantage of him and deceive him. They are so brave. Uchiha Obito. You are allowed to use me, but I am not allowed to use you. Bah. Uchiha Madara, you are just a tool who has been used by Black Zetsu all your life. Uchiha Madara. You ride on a horse? Oh shit. This kid Obito actually dared to talk to him like this. Senju Tobarama. These people in Project Tasuki no Mi all have a miserable life. Tisk, they deserve it. Black Zetsu has been struggling for thousands of years, but now the plan is completely out of control. Uchiha Madara will be exposed in the future and deceived and used. Uchiha Obito, whose identity and abilities were exposed, can only wander in the ninja world. It's simply miserable to compete one after another. Conan. Anyway, I enjoyed watching it. Uchiha Obito deserves to be like this. Terumi Mei. In the middle of winter, I can only hide from the wind and snow in a broken wooden house in the Kingdom of Iron, and now the house has been destroyed by him. Wow, how miserable. Ching. This is just the beginning. In the future, he will continue to wander and escape in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito. He must have been miserable over there. Hopefully Project Tasuki no Mi will eventually succeed. Otherwise, didn't his sins go in vain? Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Why do you want it again? Sasuke frowned and said to Tsunade opposite. Ahem. What do you mean you want it again? Tsunade's face turned red from suppressing his emotions. I've already used up the chakra you gave me last time. Didn't you say that? I can come to you for refills at any time after I've finished using it. That's what I said. Understood. I know she is going to supplement wood-style chakra. For those who don't know, I thought she was here to ask for something. Last time. It should have been 5 days ago, right? Sasuke thought for a moment and said, it's only been 5 days and you've used it all? You're a bit too demanding. 50 calories of wood-style chakra should be enough for you to practice for at least 10 days. You actually used it up in 5 days, is there a bottomless pit for you? Tsunade gritted his teeth secretly. What is this guy Uchiha Sasuke talking about? This statement is too easy to misunderstand. Infinite demands, bottomless pits, etc. This shows that I practice seriously every day. I hope to master wood style as soon as possible. Tsunade defended himself. Certainly. She didn't say the real reason. Among the wood style chakra given to her by Uchiha Sasuke, the quality of Yongdan chakra is very high. Every time after mobilizing chakra to perform wood style ninja, Tsunade feels that his body becomes younger. The effect of the Yang escape chakra is due to God. So, practice ninjutsu, a very boring thing, but she can't stop every day. Even though Uchiha Sasuke gave her a large amount, it couldn't withstand her consumption. So, I can only replenish it frequently, although the posture of making up is a bit embarrassing. But it's not the first time anyway. Once it's raw, it's the other time it's familiar. But your consumption of 10 calories a day is too much. Sasuke shakes his head slightly. This is also his biggest. Anyone else would not be able to bear Tsunade's crazy demands. It's not impossible to replenish it for you every 5 days. Sasuke paused as he spoke and continued. But, you go and do a job for me. Well, help me summoning Katsuyu first. I want to meet Katsuyu Sage. Sage mode and sage art of the 3 holy lands. And the 3 great immortals who have survived for thousands of years. Now there is only Shigulan, which he has never seen before. First master the sage mode of the 3 holy places. Then, try to develop a sage mode that is more suitable for humans and yourself. Going to see Katsuyu Sage. Tsunade nodded. I can ask about Katsuyu summoning. If you want to see Katsuyu Sage, you can sign the contract and go there through the reverse summoning technique. Katsuyu Sennin is very easy to talk to. Uchiha Sasuke is the Hokage of Konoha, and he was recommended by her to sign a contract with Katsuyu, so there should be no problem. In the chat room. Hitaki Kakashi, 1 day. 10 calories of chakra. Hateful. This consumption is too exaggerated. Jiraiya. Tsunade over there is a little too unreserved. Originally, Sasuke said that Tsunade only needs to replenish the wood-style chakra every 10 days. Better now. Tsunade demand doubled. It has been changed to delivering gold to Sasuke every 5 days. Uzumaki Kushina. Teacher Jiraiya, you are still looking for the child of prophecy every day, and you don't even know that Sister Tsunade is being knocked away by someone else. Jiraiya. I won't look for you anymore. I won't look for you anymore. Orochimaru. It's useless, because even if Jiraiya doesn't go to find the son of prophecy, he can't catch Tsunade. Jiraiya. Hateful. Orochimaru, that bastard, comes to stab him in the heart again. Terumi Mei. By the way, can Yongdun Chakra improve your physical condition and make you younger? So envious. She also wants this kind of ability. Tsunade. The vitality of Yongdun Chakra can increase cell activity and keep the body young. The beauty effect of my 100 healings mark is largely due to the use of Yongdun Chakra. Orochimaru. With the quality of gold Sasuke's Yang release chakra, the effect is definitely far better than Tsunade's own. First Hokage's cells are proof of that. Although First Hokage has been dead for so many years, his cell activity is still very strong. With the Yang escape quality of gold Sasuke, which is comparable to First Hokage, it has the effect of rejuvenating the appearance and making the body younger, which is normal. Jiraiya. Damn it. Tsunade over there actually sent me to my door because of something like this. So envious. Tsunade. Although I also feel that I am a little unreserved over there. But I can actually understand this approach. Terumi Mei. It can keep your body and appearance young, which is extremely valuable for a woman. Kurenai Yuhi. And it's just a bite on the neck from Golden Sasuke, so I won't suffer any loss. If it were another ugly person, they might hesitate and refuse. But it just so happens that Kim Sasuke is still handsome. There is no need to hesitate at all. It's not too late to take the initiative to deliver it to your door. In Hokage's office, a human-sized Katsuyu was summoned by Tsunade's summoning. Sasuke-sama, do you want to see my true form? You can sign a contract with me first, and then I will go back and cast the reverse summoning technique. Katsuyu said in a soft voice. Is it necessary to sign a contract? Sasuke looked directly at Katsuyu and said, I should be able to use the Flying Thunder God technique to get to the Shigi Forest. Flying Thunder God technique. That's okay too. Katsuyu taps his head. Shigu Forest welcomes all kinds of guests. After all, I'm the only one here, so it's too boring. There is only one of them in Shigu Forest. All kinds of Katsuyu, large and small, are just split bodies of its original body. Well. Sasuke nodded and said to Tsunade, Tsunade, bring a pen and paper and take notes later. Tsunade is a little confused. What should you ask her to record? Is this the job that is going to be given to her? Immediately. Sasuke stood up, walked to Katsuyu, and pressed Katsuyu's body gently. A black technique with a 3 Magatama pattern is left on Katsuyu's body. Sasuke looks at his hands. Sticky. It feels so uncomfortable. Soon. Katsuyu lifted the summoning technique and returned to Shigu Forest. Zuo put his palm on Tsunade's shoulder, the Flying Thunder God technique just now. Whoosh. The space changes suddenly. The breath of natural energy becomes richer. Looking around, there is a large expanse of white light transmitting trees. There are only bare tree trunks, looking like a forest made of bones. Moist bone forest is exactly as its name suggests. Sasuke nods slowly. In the woods, there are large and small blue and white Katsuyu. These Katsuyu should all be split bodies of Katsuyu Sage. As for the true form of Katsuyu Sage, Sasuke turns his head. Then, the buying price keeps going up. The expression is a little dull. A blue and white mountain, is this too big? A huge figure that is far larger than an ordinary mountain, towering into the clouds. From the ground, If you stand closer, you can't even see the top of Katsuyu Sage's head. This height. Even the wooden golem is not enough to look at in front of Katsuyu Sage. To say there is a gap between adults and children is an understatement. Isn't this too exaggerated? Is this really the size a living body can achieve? In Sasuke's perception, the huge natural energy in Katsuyu Sage's body is almost so dense that it's dazzling. In the chat room, Uchiha Madara, this Katsuyu Sage is indeed a bit big, far beyond the full body of Susan, and is basically comparable to the size of a ghetto statue. Senju Hashirama. Indeed, I was shocked when I first met Katsuyu Senin. Tsunade. Even if I try my best, I can only summon a small part of Katsuyu. Orochimaru. In terms of strength, this Katsuyu Sage is probably the strongest among the 3 Holy Land sages. Buzz. Sasuke Mangekyo turns on and glares at Katsuyu Sage's body with his left eye. Use your left eye to assess your strength first. Hiss. It's really strong. There was a strong sore and painful feeling in my left eye. The feeling is stronger than when I stared at the white snake immortal before. But not as good as Black Zetsu. Perhaps this Katsuyu Sage body has more natural energy, but at the qualitative level of chakra, it is still not as good as Black Zetsu, who is Kaguya's backup man. But this is already awesome. That Black Zetsu guy is, after all, the creation of Kaguya, the ancestor of Chuck Buntai. The magic of Shigulan Forest is really simple and crude. Sasuke read the information from his left eye. The sage art of Shigulan Forest is nothing too special. Mainly 2 points. First, it is extremely powerful healing ability. Second, it is a powerful increase in combat effectiveness. Gone. There is no interesting sage art like Mount Myoboku's Sage Talisman. However, Shigulan Immortal Technique has a very significant increase in combat ability. Nothing fancy. The main thing is a powerful one. Snapped. Sasuke suddenly closed his hands, and the surrounding natural energy was quickly sucked into his body. Black facial makeup appears on the forehead and corners of the eyes. Very strong. Really strong. Sasuke sighed as he realized the powerful increase in Shigulan Sage Mode. The amplification effect of this Sage Mode is almost comparable to the superposition of 2 Sage Modes, Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myoboku. How did you do that? Tsunade was completely stunned. This looks like Sage Mode of Shigulan, although she has never seen her grandfather perform it. But Katsuyu once described to her the appearance of Shigulan Sage Mode. She also tried to practice immortality in Shigu Forest, but failed. Is it the pupil technique of Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Katsuyu Sage's soft voice guessed. Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique will have various magical abilities. Sasuke-sama's pupil technique, is it a type that can easily learn various abilities? That's right. Sasuke nodded. As expected of Katsuyu Sage, he is indeed rich in knowledge. It's just that I've lived a long time and heard more stories. Katsuyu Sage said modestly, although it has not signed a contract with the Uchiha clan. However, it has also learned about many things in the ninja world through its previous contractors. There are stories about various magical Mangekyo abilities. But, like this, you can directly copy the magic of Shigulan and learn to use it on the spot. This kind of pupil technique is still very rare and very magical. 3 Sage Modes, now all collected. Sasuke closed his eyes and concentrated. 3 Sage Modes of the 3 Holy Lands. Stack it up. Buzz. Open your eyes. Toad's horizontal pupils plus Snake's vertical pupils. Cross-shaped eyes. Plus Shigulan Sage Mode's black facial makeup. 3 Sage Modes are successfully superimposed. Boom. Natural energy almost formed a storm, pouring into Sasuke's body. This natural energy concentration? Tsunade's face changed. Even she can easily sense the terrifying natural energy gathered around Sasuke. If she had been able to live with this level of natural energy concentration when she first practiced Sage Mode, maybe she can keep going. Forget it, it's still unlikely. Even if she barely passed the threshold of perceiving natural energy, it would be too dangerous to absorb natural energy later, and she would die if she was not careful. I sense the aura of Senjutsu from Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave. Katsuyu Sage saw the cross pupils in Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke-sama, you have mastered the other 2 Sage Modes. It seems that Sasuke-sama attaches great importance to Senjutsu. Obviously, I have mastered the Sage Mode of Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave. But I am still interested in its Wet Bone Forest Sage Mode. Sage of Six Paths defeated Kagaya after gaining the power of Senjutsu. Sasuke answered bluntly. If I want to become stronger, I will naturally study the path Sage of Six Paths has taken. After mastering all 3 Sage modes, the next step is to develop a stronger Sage mode yourself based on this. Is the magic of Sage of Six Paths? Katsuyu Sage nodded and recalled. Sage of Six Paths developed his Six Paths magic and taught it to his second son Ashura. Hear this. Sasuke frowned and asked quickly. Six Paths magic. Is this the name of the magic developed by Sage of Six Paths? Is this necessary? How to do it? Katsuyu Sage, do you know the specific principle? No, I don't know much. Katsuyu Sage shook his head. I guess it may have something to do with the power of the tailed beast. Sage of Six Paths, he has 10 tails Jinchuriki, and Ashura is also advantageous in the battle with Indra. Use the power of the tailed beast. Tailed beast. Sasuke frowned slightly. Is it possible that if you want to master Six Paths magic, you have to become a Jinchuriki? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Tsunade on the side looked confused. What are you talking about? Isn't Sage of Six Paths a mythical character? Why? Uchiha Sasuke and Katsuyu Sennin seem to know each other very well. She is the only one confused. It felt to her as if she was a scumbag who accidentally broke into the chat of the big guys. This is why I brought you here. Sasuke reached out and used wood style to create tables and chairs, and gestured to Tsunade. I have brought paper and pen. Katsuyu Sage, please tell me the history of the Genin world. Tsunade, you are responsible for recording it. The histories told by the immortals of the 3 holy places confirm and complement each other. It's time to update Konoha's history textbook. Tsunade gritted his teeth. I am not your secretary. Uchiha Sasuke, this guy is so good at controlling people. Hurry up. Sasuke urged. Don't you want me to help you replenish chakra every 5 days? You can't even do this little job? I see. Tsunade said reluctantly. Forget it, it's just a little writing. Speaking of which, she still made money. Chakra replenishment is changed to once every 5 days. Experience the feeling that under the high-quality yang escape chakra, the activity of cells becomes stronger and the body becomes younger. It's a huge profit. Opposite. Katsuyu Sage separated a small Katsuyu and came to Sasuke and Tsunade. Start to slowly tell the history of the ninja world. Generally speaking, they are basically the same. The appearance of the sacred tree, the arrival of Kagaya, infinite Tsukuyomi, the toad's instigation of rebellion, the backstabbing of brothers, the founding of the ninja sect, the battle for succession. Tsunade kept writing and writing. At the same time. The more I listen, the more frightened I become. The Sage of Six Paths who founded the ninja sect, and the goddess Otsutsuki Kagaya, these mythical and legendary characters are actually real. And their power is really as exaggerated as described in myths and legends. After the battle between Indra and Ashura, Ashura inherited the ninja sect. But the fight between the two of them was not just that one time. Their fight continued after the death of Sage of Six Paths. This kind of fight has continued even into the ninja clan founded by the two of them, Uchiha and Senju, and they have continued this kind of fight. Katsuyu Sage said slowly. Etc. Tsunade was stunned. Katsuyu Sennin, you mean, Senju and Uchiha are actually brothers? What a joke. 2 tribes have been fighting each other for thousands of years. Actually, they are brother ninjas? That's right. Katsuyu Sage nodded. This is the fateful fight between Indra and Ashura. Well, I actually heard a rumor. This was what happened when Sage of Six Paths entrusted it to Ashura before he died. According to Sage of Six Paths, Indra visited him the day before his death and said that his chakra would continue to reincarnate and fight with Ashura for generations. And Ashura also said that his chakra will also accompany him and continue to be reincarnated. Opposite. Sasuke's pupils trembled slightly. The chakra of Indra and Ashura, continuously reincarnated. The battle entangled by fate. Sasuke subconsciously stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest. He suddenly recalled something, before. When he was listening to the old toad on Mount Myoboku, telling about the fight between the brothers Indra and Ashura, when he discovered that Naruto might be the child of prophecy. At that time, his mood suddenly felt like uncontrollable anger. Of course, this is just a rumor I heard at the beginning. Katsuyu Sage continued. It's just that. Among the Uchiha and Senju clans, it is true that 2 extremely powerful individuals appear at the same time every few decades, and fight with each other for life. I guess they may be the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra. If their chakra is indeed reincarnated. Among the Uchiha and Senju clans, exceptionally powerful individuals. Tsunade muttered these two sentences, then subconsciously turns his attention to Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, is he the chakra reincarnation of Indra? No. Not just him. There are two more people. Her grandfather, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and her grandfather's lifelong rival, Uchiha Madara. The strength of those two people also greatly surpassed other ninjas of the same era. Are they also the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura? I have never sensed any other chakra. Sasuke shook his head and said. He still understands his own body. No Indra chakra has been found. This is just a rumor. Katsuyu Senin said softly. Just because there will always be some overly powerful ninjas among the Uchiha and Senju clans, I think this rumor may have some truth. Real world. Almost everyone in the ninja world was shocked. The two sons of Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Ashura. Their chakra has been reincarnated in their descendants. Seriously? Senju Tobirama. Brother, have you ever noticed that there is another chakra in you? Senju Hashirama. I don't know. Probably not, I'm not sure. Uchiha Madara. I have never noticed it. Even after I activated the Rinnegan, I did not notice any Indra's chakra in my body. I wonder, is that rumor reliable? Senju Hashirama. If that rumor is true, doesn't it mean that Madara and I inherit the chakra of the brothers Indra and Ashura? No wonder the two of us are so destined. Uchiha Madara. So Hashirama and I have been fighting for our whole lives. Is this actually because of the fate of Indra and Ashura? Senju Tobirama. Bah. What the hell is fate? Do you still take such nonsense rumors seriously? What rubbish rumors. Nausea. If this rumor is true, doesn't that mean that his eldest brother and Uchiha Madara have become destined brothers? Outrageous. In this case, what about him? There is no place for him at all. My brother was NTR and became the brother of that bastard Uchiha Madara. Onoki. If Uchiha Madara is the chakra reincarnation of Indra, the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, then I would feel more comfortable. He was beaten together with second Tsuchikage, so it didn't seem so humiliating. People are born with a pen. Terumi Mei. So, the reason why Kim Sasuke is so powerful is also because of the reincarnation of Indra chakra? Hitaki Kakashi. No. At least not completely. Because our Sasuke here doesn't have the strength of Jin Sasuke at that age. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Sasuke pondered for a moment. Mobilize chakra and create a wood clone. Buzz. Wood clone activates Mangekyo Sharingan and glares at the main body. Hiss. It hurts so much. Staring at myself has side effects. Wood clone Sasuke couldn't help but cover his eyes. A lot of information comes to my mind. Mangekyo Sharingan that is beyond the ordinary Mangekyo line. My own two pupil techniques, as well as the Shisui Mangekyo pupil technique in the left eye, distinguished heavenly gods. Sage body, white eyes, dead bone pulse. Sage mode and various magical arts in the three holy places. Wood style, dust release, magnet style, lava style, boil style, lava style, etc., all kinds of blood successors. And many other abilities. A lot of information. No. Wood clone Sasuke shook his head. No special chakra was detected. Immediately, Wood clone switched to the white-eyed form again and looked at the main body carefully. No special chakra was found either. Katsuyu Sage, can you sense any special chakra in my body? Sasuke raised his head and asked Katsuyu Sage's body. No, Katsuyu Sage replied. I can't find anything in my perception. Sasuke's mouth twitched. In this case, is the rumor true or false? My own Mangekyo pupil technique found nothing. Shouldn't that guy Black Zetsu, as Kaguya's creation, the special power hidden in his body can be discovered by his own Mangekyo pupil technique. And if there is really some Indra's chakra in me, there is no reason why I can't discover it. I'm just guessing. Katsuyu Sage said with some guilt. After all, the powerful individuals who appeared in the Uchiha and Senju tribes, if they are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra, it would make sense. The strength of those people. Far beyond the upper limit of the average strength of a Chunin in the ninja world. If they are the chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, their bloodline is stronger, so they have a stronger upper limit of strength. This is more reasonable. If I am the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, then who is the reincarnation of Ashura chakra who is my contemporary? There should not be many descendants of Ashura's blood, right? Sasuke said thoughtfully. Among the Senju clan and your contemporaries, I have not found any particularly talented descendants. Tsunade thought about it and said, she has gathered all the Senju descendants in Konoha village. There is absolutely nothing comparable to Sasuke. In fact, it is not necessarily the Senju. The Uzumaki clan is also a descendant of Ashura. Katsuyu Sage added. Sasuke's face turned dark. The Uzumaki clan. Well, are all the reincarnations of Ashura's chakra male? Of course. Katsuyu Sage nodded. The powerful individuals of the Senju or Uzumaki clan in my memory, without exception, are all male. Indra and Ashura, the fateful battle between two brothers. How could their chakra be passed on to the women of the next generation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sasuke couldn't stop shaking his head. Naruto. Naruto's brain, how could he be the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra? Hateful. Can't it be fragrant phosphorus? Hang Phosphorus is of the same generation as him, also has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and is a descendant of Ashura. Ashura's chakra, why can't it be reincarnated into a female of the next generation? If Indra is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, then the fateful entanglement between Indra and Ashura will inevitably end in his generation. And, in that case, the descendants of myself and Xianglin will almost certainly be able to awaken the Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths. This. Katsuyu Sage whispered. Actually, Ashura himself, and those who I guess may be the reincarnation of Ashura chakra, they don't feel very smart. Well, it should be said that it is better to be as wise as to be foolish. Sasuke was speechless. Oh shit. More like it. Damned. Is that Naruto guy really the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra? In this case, it makes sense. When I discovered that Naruto might be the child of prophecy, the reason why I lost control of my emotions was probably because I was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, so I was affected by it. In the chat room. Uzumaki Naruto, huh? Am I the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra? Uchiha Sasuke. I actually share the chakra of a pair of brothers with Naruto. How disgusting. Uzumaki Kushina. Although it's a bit strange. But, Makoto, our two children are really destined. Oh, what a pity, if your Sasuke is a girl. Uchiha Makoto. Senju Tobirama. This is quite interesting. If that guy Uchiha Madara is a woman and becomes my sister-in-law, I don't know what the ending will be like. Senju Hashirama. Has Madara turned into a woman? It seems interesting. Uzumaki Mito. Hashirama, I advise you not to think about it, it's totally meaningless. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, you bastard, what you said makes me sick. Why doesn't Hashirama become a woman? Onoki. Fortunately, they are all men. If one of first Hokage and Uchiha Madara is a woman, what will happen to our villages? On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. In this case, the previous attitude of the White Snake Immortal makes sense. Sasuke recalled saying, when I went to Ryuchi Cave, White Snake Sage's attitude was very polite. Probably because I guessed that I might be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Well, what can really be used to support this rumor now is actually the observation of powerful individuals among the descendants of Indra and Ashura. Sasuke lowers his head and ponders, according to Katsuyu Sage. In the past thousands of years, among the descendants of Indra and Ashura, there are often two individuals whose strength far exceeds that of other ninjas of the same era. Those two people are fatefully entangled, Dr. For example, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and his opponent Uchiha Madara. Besides, the two people who are fatefully entangled have certain similarities in their personalities. A powerful individual among the descendants of Ashura, with a very holy mother character. Inherited Sage of Six Paths and Ashura's desire for mutual understanding between people. The powerful individuals among the descendants of Indra have a personality similar to that of Indra, and they value the powerful calendar area more. The chakra reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, their characters, were all influenced by those two people. Sasuke said, his face a little unsightly. This feeling. Too disgusting. He is Uchiha Sasuke. What Sage of Six Paths, what Indra's reincarnation, it has nothing to do with him. A person who has been dead for thousands of years still comes to influence his will. Calm down, don't be affected by these illusory things. Sasuke tries to calm down. Even though I am the reincarnation of Indra chakra, that guy Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. This does not necessarily mean that I will fight with Naruto for the rest of my life. On the one hand, I and Naruto are friends, have a good relationship, and there is no major conflict. On the other hand, with that guy Naruto's strength, why should he fight with me? Joke. Actually, it doesn't matter the authenticity of this rumor. Sasuke gradually calmed down and said in a deep voice, as long as I surpass Uchiha's ancestor Indra, or even surpass Sage of Six Paths, Indra's little chakra influence will become a joke. Beyond Sage of Six Paths, Tsunade was in a daze. Is this possible? That was the ancestor of the ninja sect. Why is it impossible? Sasuke asked without hesitation. The power of Sage of Six Paths is an innate gift from Kagaya. And as long as we unlock the mystery of chakra's power, isn't there a way to find a way to obtain those powers the day after tomorrow? Bloodline is an innate power that cannot be changed. Science, on the other hand, seeks all possibilities through acquired exploration. The secret of the power of chakra. Tsunade frowned and slowly relaxed. No wonder you attach so much importance to that guy Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke attaches so much importance to Orochimaru in the Konoha Research Institute because he wants to explore and gain stronger power, and even wants to surpass the Sage of Six Paths. Beyond the Sage of Six Paths, the forefather of the ninja sect. What an amazing goal. In the final analysis, it is just one sentence: knowledge is power. Sasuke pointed to the book in Tsunade's hand that recorded the history of the ninja world. You will hand over these things to Izuna later, and do not modify Konoha's history textbook. This is the real history, in which lies the source of chakra and the source of all power in the ninja world. In the chat room. Orochimaru. That's right. Kim Sasuke's philosophy is indeed the same as mine. Knowledge is power. This sentence is so right. Hitaki Kakashi. Speaking of which, Kim Sasuke studied chakra nature transformation when he was a child. He seemed to have read a book by Orochimaru and then taught himself. Onoki. That's right. I feel outrageous now that I can learn chakra nature transformation just by reading books and exploring on my own. Orochimaru. Haha, that means my teaching theory is correct. Uchiha Madara. It's just a chakra nature transformation. At most, you can get Jonin level power from books. If you want to get the power like me and Hashirama, how can it be achieved by reading books or any scientific research? Senju Tobarama. TCH. Uchiha Madara, you don't even understand the basic knowledge of the history of the ninja world, but you want to mess with infinite Tsukuyomi. No wonder you were used by Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara. You ride on a horse? Namikaze Minato. But, through scientific exploration, is it really possible to transcend the Sage of Six Paths? Tsunade. I remember that Jin Sasuke seemed to want to clone Mangekyo Sharingan to obtain the Eternal Eye, but I don't know if it can be done. Uchiha Madara. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What do you think of our Uchiha Square flower tube? How can Square Society be such a cheap thing? Orochimaru. I think Kim Sasuke can succeed. Senju Tobarama. Me too. Uchiha Madara, you guy, just wait to be slapped in the face. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Thank you Katsuyu Senin. Sasuke thanked him seriously. This time, apart from the sage mode of Shigulan, the main gain is the rumor about the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura Chakra. You're welcome. Katsuyu's voice was a little happy. It would be better if Sasuke-sama could come to Shigulan often. Well, if this is the case. Sasuke turned to look at Tsunade. Tsunade, do you want to learn Sage Mode? I think so, but it's too dangerous to learn magic. Tsunade shook his head and said, if the natural energy is out of control, you will die if you are not careful. I have a solution to this problem. Sasuke stretched out his hand, and a slender black rod slowly condensed in his hand. Sasuke grabbed the black stick in his hand and waved it. Well, it feels good. This is one of the sage art he previously obtained from Mount Myoboku. Special black rod made through sage art yin-yang done. This black rod can be used to assist the practice of magic and expel the natural energy absorbed into the body. What are you going to do? Tsunade takes a slight step back. What does this guy Uchiha Sasuke mean when he gestures at her with a stick? Looks like he's going to beat her with a stick. This is the black stick from Mount Myoboku? Katsuyu Sage quickly recognized what was in Sasuke's hand. That's right. Sasuke smiled happily and nodded. With this, as long as you pay attention, there won't be too much risk in practicing celestial magic. It's indeed a good thing. Katsuyu Sage nodded. Immediately, Immortal Guapiao introduced the function of this black stick to Nishu. When the natural energy in the body is out of control, Use a black stick to knock the natural energy out of the body. It's just that. It said that the blow will be more painful. Katsuyu Sage whispered. How much does it hurt? Tsunade asked with some flinch. You'll know after you try it. Sasuke said, and then began to absorb natural energy wantonly, allowing the surrounding natural energy to gather here. With this concentration, you should be able to absorb natural energy into your body, right? Really? Tsunade nodded. Seeing Sasuke eager to try with the black rod, Tsunade gritted his teeth. Isn't it just being slapped with a stick? Can't she even bear this little pain? Immediately, Tsunade recalled his experience of learning Sage Mode and tried to absorb natural energy into his body. Oops, I absorbed too much. Tsunade secretly thought something was wrong. The natural energy around her was too strong, and she accidentally absorbed too much, which was beyond her control. Snapped. The black stick swung down, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, and hit Tsunade's body. Ouch. What are you doing? Tsunade felt a thrilling pain rushing straight to Tian Ling Gai. Pain. It hurts so much. Very sour and exciting pain. How is it? Do you feel it? Sasuke said with a cheerful smile. You guy. Tsunade stretched out his hand and kept rubbing the place where he was spanked just now. This guy Uchiha Sasuke. Did he do it on purpose? This is what it feels like when a black stick hits you. Sasuke explained. That is to say, your chakra level has the qualifications to practice celestial arts. This kind of risk-reducing celestial arts practice method, most people do not have that treatment. That's what I said. Tsunade looked at his reddened skin with some distress. This is too painful. How about it? Just try it out, or don't accept it. Sasuke asked directly. I learn. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said, just a little pain. She can be the granddaughter of Hokage. This little pain cannot stop her. Good. Sasuke nodded. Well, I will also arrange for her to practice celestial arts in the future, and you two will be together then. Even with the assistance of this black stick. But if you want to practice magic, you also need chakra to reach a certain level. Among Sasuke's girlfriends, only Xianglin has that qualification now. Katsuyu Sage, I'm going to bother you for a while. Sasuke said to Katsuyu Sage, you're welcome. Katsuyu Sage's voice sounded very happy. I welcome all kinds of guests here at any time. In the chat room. Tsunade. Is it possible for me over there to learn senjutsu? Jiraiya. Ha ha ha. Tsunade, you are finally going to experience the pain I experienced when I first practiced senjutsu. Orochimaru. Tisk, 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 Jiraiya, you are still smiling, how pathetic. Uzumaki Kushina. Jiraiya-sensei, you are really hopeless. Jiraiya. What happened to me? Orochimaru. Nothing, just be mentally prepared, it will happen sooner or later anyway. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Suddenly woke up. Broken. Kim, that guy Sasuke is actually willing to spend time to help Tsunade practice senjutsu. Hateful. This guy is so ambitious. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Konoha Village. Wood Industry Research Institute. In a laboratory, on the experimental bench. Lying as a special life form. Buzz. The Mangekyo in Sasuke's left eye turned on and he glared. It has human cells, but many parts have the structure of white Zetsu. It can be regarded as a special life form that is half human and half white Zetsu. Well, maybe it's because the technology is still relatively rough, so the life of this clone will probably not be too long. And this pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, the special clone with pale skin on the experimental table. In the eyes are a pair of scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan. This is the result of several months of work by Sasuke and Orochimaru. Finally a clone that successfully awakened Sharingan. How is it? Is it the real Sharingan? Orochimaru said in an urgent tone. Clone Sharingan. Did he really successfully clone Sharingan? That's right. Sasuke nodded solemnly to Orochimaru. Although the quality of Yinden Tongli is lower than the quality of 3 Tomo Sharingan obtained from Danzo, it is indeed 3 Tomo Sharingan. Call. Orochimaru almost collapsed. Uncontrollably fell onto the chair, finally successful. It's not easy. In the beginning, he was still conducting research freely in his own base. Later. Back to Konoha, after the Konoha Research Institute is established. Sasuke spends a lot of time here too, following up Orochimaru's research progress every day. Orochimaru doesn't dare to be lazy even for a day. Finally, after spending nearly half a year, I finally succeeded. created a clone that awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan. In the chat room. A deathly silence. Kim Sasuke, he successfully cloned Sharingan. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This can be said to be the top bloodline in the entire ninja world. Can it be copied by cloning? Uchiha Madara, it's impossible. How could this be possible? Clone Sharingan, the bloodline, which the Uchiha clan is proud of, was successfully copied through cloning. Senju Tobirama. Why is it impossible? My elder brother's wood style and sage body can be transplanted to others. Now it's just a clone of Sharingan. Why can't it be done? Uchiha Sasuke. But it's too easy to get 3 Tomo Sharingan just by cloning it? He went through so many things, until when he took the Chunin exam, the regiment commander Sharingan was upgraded to a double Magatama. Orochimaru. How easy is it? Scientific research is difficult. You just saw the results. How much money did Kim Sasuke invest in this? How much energy did I spend on it? Only then could I clone such an imperfect clone. It's just the body. Tsunade. I now somewhat believe in Jin Sasuke's idea. Through scientific exploration, he can unlock the mystery of chakra and finally gain power beyond the Sage of 6 Paths. Maybe, he can really do it. Jiraiya. Are you thinking a little too far? We're just cloning a pair of Sharingan now, and we're still too far away from surpassing Sage of 6 Paths, right? Orochimaru. This is a good start. Broad prospects are already unfolding in front of us. Jien. It's so interesting. I can't help but want to be resurrected to continue research. After cloning Sanmagatama, the next step is to clone Mangekyo. This difficulty will be higher, but it's also worth the challenge and worth looking forward to. On the gold-framed screen, GSL plays. Let's sum up our experience. Sasuke raised his head, looked at Orochimaru and said, the most important thing is chakra is inheritable. Sasuke and Orochimaru said almost in unison. Immediately, the two look at each other and smile. Well, those blood inheritance limits of chakra attribute fusion can be learned through trial and error. After learning it, it is possible to inherit the blood inheritance limit. Even if the offspring cannot completely inherit the blood inheritance limit, the corresponding chakra attributes will be stronger. Orochimaru said slowly. And those blood inheritance limits inherited from Kagaya are actually the power of chakra. The only difference is that it is a special chakra, a special bloodline produced by combining it with the human body's organs. So, as long as the clones continue to inherit this chakra, and find ways to enhance the quality and quantity of chakra, it will be possible to copy the traces inherited from Kagaya. Sasuke added. Now, the results are already in front of them. It's just that our cloning technology still has some problems. Orochimaru looked at the clones on the experimental table and said with some regret. Creature that is half human and half white Zetsu. Structurally, there are problems in many places. The lifespan is also very limited, and you can't live long at all. These problems can be gradually improved in the future. Sasuke looked at the clone and said, take out its Sharingan. Then, don't waste its body. You can try to use it as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobirama is a bit unlucky. The effect of Shimura Danzo's sacrifice is gradually declining. What is shown is that the number of shadow clone that Senju Tobirama can separate at the same time is gradually decreasing. Fortunately, these clones can be used later. This thing can't be considered a human being anyway. Not even a soul. Yes, IQ is about the same as white Zetsu. How should we continue? Orochimaru frowned and asked. Cloning Mangekyo will be much more difficult than cloning a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. It took so long and a lot of resources to create such a pair of 3 Magatama. Clone Mangekyo Sharingan, definitely more difficult. There is still a way. Sasuke raised his finger and said bit by bit. First of all, there are 2 pupil techniques that require 3 Tomo Sharingan to be cast, Izanagi and Izanami. These 2. You can study the pupil technique and see if you can gain anything. And Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo. That one has been absorbed into an empty shell by me now, so I can try to use it. There is also the flame ball fan. Maybe you can try to restore the activity of its material and try to see if you can get any special chakra from it. Those are branches from the sacred tree. Maybe we can gain something. Kaguya's power mostly comes from the sacred tree. The power of Sharingan is derived from the Rinnegan of Sage of 6 Paths, and its further source is Kagaya and chakra fruits, as well as the sacred tree. They are indeed worth studying, Orochimaru said with a frown. It's just, I don't know if any valuable results can be obtained. Scientific research. No one can say what can be produced. Maybe I've been tinkering for a long time, but nothing has come of it. It's also possible that you accidentally hit something and came up with something strange but useful. Orochimaru. Love has faith in our path. Sasuke said with a smile. Although there is great uncertainty in achieving the results, as long as we continue to explore the mystery of chakra's power, the road will eventually continue to extend forward. This is true. Orochimaru nodded slowly. Even if he has been unable to achieve any results, just exploring and gaining knowledge, this is what he is willing to do. Well, let me give you a few days off. Sasuke pondered for a moment and said, after taking a break, continue to start new research. Clone Mangekyo Sharingan, this is the most important in future research. In addition, try to clone the Byakugan, study the power of tailed beasts, study the sacred tree material of the flame ball fan, try to unlock the seal of the corpse, etc., these aspects. We still have a lot of things to do. The golden framed screen slowly dimmed. The story here comes to an end for now. In the chat room. Hitaki Kakashi. Is it over for now? It feels like it's been a long time. Namikaze Minato. Well, since the Chunin examination and the Konoha collapse plan, Kim Sasuke has done a lot. Senju Tobirama. Discovered the conspiracy of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, etc., the human body, Byakugan, Dead Bone Pulse and other powers, and gathered the immortals of the three holy places. He conquered Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, made a lot of money, killed daimyo, took control of the Fire Country, and began to transform Konoha. Nara Shikamaru. Kim Sasuke seems to be only 13 years old now. Uchiha Sasuke. In that world, he was somewhat outrageous. Onoki. The gap between the two worlds is so big. Jiraiya. The original direction on our side was that Uchiha Sasuke would defect to Orochimaru. But on Jin Sasuke's side, he became Orochimaru's boss. Orochimaru. I think another world is better. Over there, he has discovered a broader future. Immediately. Above the sky. The silver-framed screen started playing again after being silent for a long time. Naruto follows Jiraiya out for training. Sasuke defected to Orochimaru and began his training. 2.5 years have passed. Naruto, who has grown a lot, returns to Konoha. Konoha village as a whole has not changed much. Immediately. Naruto, Little Sakura, and Kakashi once again started a competition to compete for the bell. The two people have improved a lot in strength, so Kakashi has to be serious. But in the end, Naruto and the two were defeated. The other side. Gaara, who became the Kazekage, was captured by Deidara in Sanagakure. 5th Hokage Tsunade orders Kakashi's 7th squad, and Might Guy's 3rd squad, to rescue Gaara. Finally. After a battle against Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisami's elephant-turn clone, Deidara, Red Sand Scorpion and others, Gaara's body was recovered. Grandma Chio performed reincarnation and resurrected Gaara. The operation to recapture the Kazekage is over. Post. In the chat room. Tamari. Gaara actually became the Kazekage? Hitaki Kakashi. Maybe he was influenced by Naruto on our side, so he started to want to protect others. Onoki. Isn't Sanagakure too useless? My own Kazekage was single-handedly killed by that brat Deidara in the village, and Sand Shinobi didn't even have anyone who could help. 4th Raikage. Not only can't I help them, but I have to devote my own energy to protecting them. Namikaze Minato. Naruto has made great progress. It's great to have such strength at the age of 16. Uzumaki Naruto. Although it's a bit inferior to Jin Sasuke. But it should be able to surpass our Sasuke, right? Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot. How is that possible? According to the original future, he would defect to Orochimaru with the determination to seek revenge at all costs. How could he be overtaken by Naruto? Naruto and others obtained information about Orochimaru from the Red Sand Scorpion. Yamato and Sai join the 7th team, and the new 4-person team goes to the Tianchi Bridge to ambush Orochi. Naruto was stimulated and lost control of his emotions, burst out with 4 tails, and had a fight with Orochimaru. Later. Naruto and Sasuke finally met again after being separated for nearly 3 years. But the difference in strength between the two is very large. The 7th team led by Yamato are almost no match for Sasuke. Finally. Naruto could only watch helplessly as Sasuke followed Orochimaru away. After returning to Konoha, Naruto finally began the practice of chakra nature transformation. Under Kakashi's guidance, Naruto began to use Shadow Clone to speed up his training. After a period of hard training, Naruto finally integrated the Wind-style nature transformation into Rasengan, completed the Wind-style spiral shuriken, and defeated Kakuzu. The immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization were destroyed. At the same time, Orochimaru tried to be reincarnated into Sasuke, but Sasuke killed him. Sasuke, who successfully defeated Orochimaru, gathered several of Orochimaru's subordinates, Koso, Kito Suigetsu, and Jugo. The Snake Squad is formed and begins to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke encounters Deidara and Uchiha Obito, who calls himself a Fae, and plans to obtain the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi from them. Deidara, on the other hand, wants to regain some ground with Sasuke because of his old grudge with Uchiha Itachi. The two of them did not speculate and started fighting directly. A wonderful battle unfolds. But Sasuke only wants to find Uchiha Itachi, and does not want to fight Deidara. But from Deidara's point of view, Sasuke is looking down on him. The more he fights, the more anxious Deidara becomes. He doesn't even care about his teammates, uses his ultimate art, and self-destructs. A radius of 10 kilometers was enveloped by the explosion. Sasuke had to summoning 10,000 snakes to resist the damage. Finally, 10,000 snakes died tragically. Sasuke is exhausted. This exciting but inexplicable battle is over. In the chat room, Tianshin, there are too many flaws. She didn't even know where to start complaining. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it. There is such a big gap between me in the future and Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru. Naruto went out to train for 2.5 years and seemed to have learned a big ball Rasengan. Apart from the balls getting bigger, I didn't see any new moves that Naruto had learned. When chasing Deidara and fighting Orochimaru, Nine Tails should go berserk. I don't even know what the attributes of my chakra are. Namikaze Minato. You can't say that. Naruto's foundation before was too poor. Teacher Jiraiya should have been helping Naruto lay the foundation most of the time. Orochimaru. Haha, Minato, don't defend that guy Jiraiya, his teaching level is just not as good as mine. In the previous battle at Naruto's End Valley, Naruto was exhausted and Sasuke narrowly won. However, 2.5 years later, the gap between Naruto and Sasuke has not only not narrowed, but has widened. Also against Deidara, Naruto could only run behind Deidara. As for Sasuke, although he has the advantage of attribute restraint, the battle between him and Devola is also very exciting. Tsunade. Orochimaru, your teaching skills are indeed amazing. After all, you even failed yourself. Orochimaru. It was just that Sasuke caught the opportunity when he was weak. Again. He didn't fall over so easily. Onoki. Deidara, you bastard, you secretly ran away to join Akatsuki, but you still do it so embarrassingly. Deidara. Damn it. Disgusting Uchiha. That guy Uchiha Sasuke has no intention of seriously fighting him. He is the only one who becomes more and more anxious as he fights. Even his final art, self-destruction, they were all dodged by that guy Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya. Speaking of which, the fate of Wan Shi is very similar. They were all used to block damage. Tsunade. And they are all related to Uchiha Sasuke, but one was killed by Gold Sasuke's Kirin, and the other was controlled by Silver Sasuke to resist the explosion. Bankai. Damn Orochimaru. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke leads the Snake Team and continues to pursue the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. Naruto is also chasing Sasuke relentlessly. On the way, Naruto met Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Itachi stuffed a crow into his body. In an ancient ruins of the Uchiha clan, the two brothers Sasuke and Itachi met. Uchiha Itachi tells the secret of Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo. Also made up some history about Uchiha Madara snatching Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Uchiha Itachi claimed that he left Sasuke in order to obtain eternal eye power. The war between brothers breaks out. Sasuke used all his strength. The two competed in taijutsu, ninja tools, and fire style respectively. Sasuke used the curse seal and Orochi-style body replacement technique to crack Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. The battle is getting more and more intense. Sasuke used fire style to create rain clouds and used his strongest ninjutsu, Kirin, on Uchiha Itachi. However, Uchiha Itachi activated Susanoo and successfully blocked the Kirin. Sasuke is exhausted and in dire straits. Orochimaru took advantage of Sasuke's weakness and resurrected him with the help of the curse seal on Sasuke. Use the Yamada technique to fight Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. However, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo has two god-tier weapons, the Juken sword and the 8-foot mirror. Orochimaru was brutally sealed by the 10-fist sword, and the little snake that escaped was also burned to death by Amaterasu. Sasuke's cursed power was removed by Uchiha Itachi. Finally, Uchiha Itachi walked towards Sasuke, and after tapping Sasuke's forehead, he collapsed completely and lost his life breath. In the chat room, Uchiha Madara, there's something wrong with this battle. It's a bit too much, right? Senju Tobarama. It's true that the gap between Sanmagatama and Mangekyo Sharingan is not so easy to bridge. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke was well prepared and prepared for Itachi's two pupil techniques in advance. But Sasuke didn't know Susanoo's information. Orochimaru. And Uchiha Itachi, is he cheating? Susanoo actually has his own magical weapon? Riding on a horse, he finally took advantage of Sasuke's weakness and planned to take over his body. As a result, he was targeted by that guy Uchiha Itachi. Isn't this a snake mentality? How can there be such cheating? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi, you kid, I don't care if you want to deceive your brother, but why are you arranging random arrangements for me? What do you mean he stole Izuna's eye? Isn't this nonsense? Uchiha Itachi. His future self probably said that because he wanted Sasuke to be careful about the masked man, Uchiha Madara. This side of Konoha. Jiraiya discovered the Akatsuki organization's lair, sneaked into Rain Shinobi alone, and started a battle with Pain. Jiraiya, who entered Sage Mode, was still defeated, and in the end only passed on the information that there is no body. In order to guard against the Akatsuki organization, Naruto began to practice immortal sleep. Pen came to Konoha to capture 9 Tails. After learning that Naruto was at Mount Myoboku, he wanted to leave, but was angered by Tsunade's words, which made Konoha village feel a lot of pain. Almost the entire Konoha village was destroyed. Naruto arrives. Sage Mode fights Pain. 9 Tails goes berserk, and the backhand left by the 4th generation comes into play. In the end, Naruto broke free from the planetary devastation and defeated Tendo Pain. After Naruto and Nagato had a conversation, Nagato was influenced by the mouth escape. Nagato entrusted the future to Naruto, cast Rinne Tensai technique, and resurrected Konoha Shinobi. The other side. Sasuke meets Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi left Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes, unable to hurt Tien. Obito told the half-truth and half-false truth about the genocide. The 9 Tails rebellion was an accident. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to resolve it peacefully. Shimura Danzo ordered Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the clan. Sasuke is stimulated and opens the Kaleidosha jar. Snake Squad changed its name to Eagle Squad and began to take revenge on Konoha. In order to gain power, Sasuke was induced by Uchiha Obito to capture the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Then, almost died, but he has mastered 2 of Mangekyo's pupil techniques. Cloud Shinobi is furious, and 4th Raikage decides to hunt down Sasuke. The 5 Shadows Conference is held. Naruto went to see the 4th Raikage on the way, and he knelt down and asked Raikage to let Sasuke go, but was sternly refused. Conan. In the original future, would Mr. Jiraiya actually die in our hands? Nagato. I should have held back. Jiraiya-sensei has every chance to leave through the reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya. After all, I am your teacher. I should have wanted to persuade you to abandon such a dangerous path in the future. Senju Tobarama. But why did you spend so long and just pass on the information that there is no body? Also, that brat Uchiha Itachi, aren't you a spy of Konoha? You didn't even pass on the information about Rinnegan. Didn't you really betray Konoha? Jiraiya. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Madara. That kid Nagato was finally instigated by just one word. He entrusted the future to this yellow-haired brat like Uzumaki Naruto. Is he reliable? Just trust him? Nagato. Hitaki Kakashi. Future Sasuke was completely deceived and used by Obito. Uchiha Sasuke. That guy Uchiha Obito, the so-called truth he told completely exposed himself. He said that the 9 Tails rebellion was a complete accident. This bastard. It is obviously because of the 9 Tails rebellion caused by Uchiha Obito that the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha has become more and more acute. It is more reliable to find out the truth in person like yourself in another world. Orochimaru. I don't quite understand Uchiha Obito's logic. He asked Sasuke to catch 8 Tails, saying that after catching them, He would give Sasuke the power of the tailed beasts. Isn't this a white wolf? Let Sasuke catch 8 tails. After catching it, give Sasuke the power of 8 tails to use. In this process, did Uchiha Obito pay anything? Sasuke must have been completely taken advantage of. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it. If he were in another world, it would be impossible for him to be fooled like this. Uchiha Fugaku. And Sasuke actually went directly to capture Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of 8 tails. This battle is too dangerous. Sasuke almost died several times. The 4 members of the Eagle Squad were almost wiped out. 4th Raikage. You deserve it. You actually dare to catch Bai, and a tragic death is the most suitable end for him. Senju Tobirama. Is Uzumaki Naruto addicted to chatting? He actually wants to make Cloud Shinobi give up. Isn't this a dream? From Cloud Shinobi's point of view, his Raikage's younger brother has just been arrested and his life or death is uncertain. Why would I give up chasing Uchiha Sasuke after hearing a few words from you? Uchiha Madara. You actually knelt down and kowtowed. Didn't you even defeat Nagato? Then what are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to fight Raikage? You held the knife against his neck. Ask him if he will give up, or if he doesn't give up, I will send him to death. Senju Hashirama. Madara, you are a bit too extreme. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you too. Now I believe the rumor of Ashura Chakra's reincarnation. You guys have abnormal personalities. You still knelt down and kowtowed. Bah. You're just a fool. Ying. Is he worthy? 4th Raikage. Damn Uchiha Madara. This is too arrogant. After Pain's invasion, Tsunade fell into a coma, and Shimura Danzo took the opportunity to become a Hokage and came to attend the 5 Cage Conference. At the same time, Sasuke also led the Eagle team and sneaked into the 5 Shadows Conference, trying to kill Danzo, but the information was leaked by White Zetsu. But Sasuke did not retreat, but began to fight. After a battle with Raikage, Sasuke turns on Susanoo and continues to chase Danzo. However, Danzo has already taken the opportunity to run away. After a battle with Terumi Mei and Onoki, Sasuke almost died in the dust escape, but was finally rescued by Noda. Obito announced Project Tsuki no Mi to the remaining 4 shadows, and started the 4th Ninja War. After, with the help of Obito, Sasuke catches up with Shimura Danzo and starts a battle. Danzo used the 10 Sharingans on his arms to start a war of attrition with Sasuke. During the battle, Danzo's words about Uchiha Itachi continue to stimulate Sasuke, and Sasuke becomes more and more crazy, waving Mangekyo's eye power wantonly. Finally, Danzo ran out of Sharingan in his arm and hijacked the fragrant phosphorus. However, at this time, Sasuke's heart was almost completely filled with revenge, and the Tottori sharp spear pierced Danzo with the fragrant phosphorus. Despaired, Shimura Danzo activated the 4 Elephants seal, trying to die with Sasuke, and sealing Shisui Mangekyo at the same time. But only half of the bridge was sealed. Class 7 Kakashi and others arrive. At this moment, Sasuke was almost crazy, and started fighting with Kakashi and Naruto one after another. However, due to frequent use of Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's vision has declined significantly. At Obito's suggestion, Sasuke prepares to transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, is really crazy, regardless of the life and death of Shang Phosphorus. He even killed Mr. Kakashi and Little Sakura. Inuzuka Kiba. It actually feels normal. If I had his experience, I might be crazier than him. Nara Shikamaru. Originally, Sasuke was fine during the Chunin exam, but in the end, Uchiha Itachi came. A shot of Tsukuyomi allowed Sasuke to relive the night of genocide. Orochimaru. Haha, that guy Uchiha Itachi still wants to hide Sasuke's life. It's really ridiculous. The Amaterasu he left in Sasuke's eyes was of no use at all. Sasuke, who did not know the true truth about the genocide, ended up being used by Uchiha Obito with half-truths and half-false truths. How sad.